Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, once again, good morning. Good morning and welcome. Okay. Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. At this time, we ask that you silence all cell phones and electronic devices to minimize disruptions throughout the hearing. If you have testimony you wish to submit for the record, you may do so via email at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. At any time throughout the hearing, do not approach the dais. We thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning. I am Councilmember Julie Menin. I'm chair of the Consumer and Worker Protection Committee, and I want to welcome all of you to our committee hearing. Before I begin, let me first acknowledge my colleagues who are present. Councilmember Hudson, Councilmember Osei, Councilmember De La Rosa, and I will acknowledge additional colleagues as they come in, and we've also been joined by the public advocate. So thank you for joining today on the hearing on Intro 360, also known as the FAIR Act. I appreciate that so many people feel so strongly about this bill. We're very appreciative that so many people came out to testify today, and we really look forward to hearing from each and every one of you. 2/3 of New York City's residents are renters, and most of us have had firsthand experience with the stressful and frustrating apartment hunting process. In many instances, that process includes paying a broker fee to a licensed real estate agent or broker hired by the property owner to advertise the apartment, arrange showings, and put together applications. Brokers' fees typically range from 1 month's rent, or 8.3% of the annual rent, to 15% of the annual rent or more. There are currently over 21,000 licensed real estate brokers in New York City who assist prospective tenants and property owners by filling vacant apartments with tenants. Real estate brokership tenants navigate this complex rental market and help property owners facilitate showings and market their available units. The bill that we are hearing today, Intro 360, sponsored by Councilmember Osei, would require that any broker fee associated with a residential real estate transaction for a rental property be paid by the individual who hired the broker to facilitate the transaction. We look forward to hearing from tenants about how this bill would impact their ability to lease an apartment. We look forward to hearing from real estate agents and brokers about how this bill would affect the services they provide, and we look forward to hearing from the administration and other stakeholders about how we can make residential real estate transactions more transparent and more equitable. Before we get started, I want to emphasize that today's hearing must be conducted in an orderly manner to ensure that the public has a full opportunity to be heard. I know we have a lot of speakers today, so we want to just make sure everyone understands the council's rules. Do not clap, boo, or shout approval or disagreement from the audience. If you have agreement, this is fine, but again, we do not want anyone clapping, booing, shouting, or making other noise because it disrupts the proceedings. If you wish to make a statement, fill out a witness slip with the sergeant-at-arms who are around this room. Every speaker will have 2 minutes for the public to be able to testify. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Chi Osei, to make a statement on his bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Menin, and good morning to everyone here today. Really appreciate the amount of people that have showed up to testify both for this bill as well as against. I think you're participating in our wonderful democracy. Thank you also to my colleagues and members of the committee. New York City is one of just 2 major cities in our nation in which tenants are forced to pay the fee for a broker they did not hire. That system is bad for the economy, brutal for renters, and plainly unfair. The FAIR Act, which stands for Fairness in Apartment Rental Expenses Act, will finally bring fairness to apartment rental expenses. The average move-in cost for New Yorkers and new people living in New York City is now over $10,000. This is a burden very few people and families can bear. We should name those who suffer under the system of forced broker fees in order to solve the magnitude of the crisis we are here to solve. The union worker unable to move near her job, the young couple that wants to have a child but can't afford to trade in their studio for a 2-bedroom, and so they put off building a family, the graduate moving to the city for work, and the artist moving here to add to the rich fabric of the world's cultural capital. The woman seeking to leave her toxic relationship, but who stays because she lacks the savings for a new apartment. The immigrant working hard to build a life here. The young man finally ready to move out of his family home, but stay in his childhood neighborhood, and is instead driven from New York City altogether. There are a million of these stories and more in the greatest city in the world. Each story is unacceptable and caused by an exploitative system that exists virtually nowhere else. The FAIR Act would end this abuse and be an economic boom to the 5 boroughs. Some are here today to argue against this bill. They are mistaken to do so, and I will briefly explain why. They will argue in testimony prepared largely by the Real Estate Board of New York that the FAIR Act is bad for tenants because it will lead to increased rents. This assertion is disingenuous and wrong primarily for 3 reasons. 1, nearly half of New York City rental units are rent stabilized, meaning rent legally can't be raised beyond the levels established each year by the Rent Guidelines Board. 2, rent is determined by market forces, not landlords. If a landlord could magically raise your rent by several $1,000s tomorrow, he surely would have yesterday. The fact that he did not indicates that he cannot, because he is already charging the highest that the market forces of supply and demand will allow. A landlord can ask for any rent he'd like, but he will only receive when a tenant can pay. It's Econ 101. During COVID, when demand fell, rents plummeted, thanks to supply and demand. If rent were indeed set by landlords and not market forces, they would not have voluntarily slashed it during a period of low demand. 3, under the current system of forced broker fees, tenants are at a disadvantage during lease renewal. With $10,000 upfront move-in costs primarily due to broker fees, a landlord can demand much higher rent at lease signing, knowing the, quote, captive tenant has nowhere to go. Under the FAIR Act, the tenant can freely leave at the end of any lease and use this fact to significantly increase their bargaining power during renewal. In short, the FAIR Act will put downward pressure on rents. So now we understand the deep and unjust pain inflicted by broker fees, by forced broker fees, and we understand that the FAIR Act would alleviate this pain. While putting downward pressure on citywide rents, the bill is common sense, which is proven by its endorsements of 33 council members and 12 labor organizations. I look forward to public testimony and ultimately bringing America's most expensive city to a new, equitable, and fair era by passing the FAIR Act. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to call on the public advocate to make an opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jemani Williams, and I'm the public advocate for the City of New York. I'd like to thank Chair Menon and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection for holding this hearing, and Chair Osei for Councilmember Osei for introducing this legislation. As a co-sponsor of Intro 360, introduced by Councilmember Osei, I'm in support of the bill as it would help shift a significant housing cost to whomever contracts the broker instead of always falling on the prospective tenant. To rent an apartment today, prospective tenants usually have to pay a brokerage fee, on top of costs to move their building, the traditional first month of rent, as well as a security deposit for a month or 2. Additionally, while illegal, some brokers and property owners do ask for a key fee to transfer the key to the new tenant. According to StreetEasy, it costs an average of $10,500 to move into an apartment, with the largest portion going to broker's fees. This system contributes to the city's housing affordability crisis. As of February 2024, New York City's Department of Housing and Preservation Development, HPD, reported the initial findings of the latest NYC Housing and Vacancy Survey, or HVS, to the City Council and shared the vacancy rate reached a historic low of 1.4%. Additionally, quote unquote, among units renting for under $2,400, the net rental vacancy rate is below 1%. The vacancy rate dropped over the last 2 years, even as the city has added 60,000 new homes. And findings also communicate that 86% of households who earn less than $50,000 without rental assistance are rent burdened. At the recent 2024 preliminary vote meeting, the Rent Guidelines Board proposed further rent increases on rent-stabilized tenants, both for 1-year and 2-year leases. By removing brokerage fees, this legislation would help the NYC housing market become more elastic, giving tenants more access to housing by allowing them to move more easily and affordably. No other city in the U.S., besides Boston, has this unique practice of requiring tenants to pay brokers. It is time for us to ease the burdens of these upfront costs. And some of the worst examples we've seen are stories of someone paying a broker fee and not being connected to housing, or being forced to pay these fees when they've gone through the process of finding housing without the assistance of broker agents. This bill ensures whoever hired a broker pays regardless of whether it's a landlord or a potential tenant. Tenants need to know that they can compensate a broker only when they hire one to represent them, which will provide them with increased transparency and financial relief to upfront rental costs. We are in the midst of trying to build more affordable housing and preserve the housing that we have while fixing our public housing and other housing systems. We are trying to help New Yorkers and assist asylum seekers with connecting to homes from shelter residences. All of this can be done with less financial burden to tenants who should not have to pay additional costs to obtain residence to begin with. I'm coming with the experience of having the fear of being a tenant and trying to rent an apartment, having to pay that fee, and also being a landlord, being told I won't pay the fee, and was very much relieved back then, not even understanding how that burden might be felt to the person who will be paying it. I did want to just make clear that we are in this crisis, and our leaders are not doing the best to help us. The mayor's rent guidelines board appointees will now be the second year in a row putting the highest rent that we've seen in the past 2 decades. The mayor is fighting the city council on changes made to rent vouchers. The mayor and the governor have not been very supportive of good cause eviction. The governor did not put money in for new housing vouchers. We have to make some changes someplace to try to ease the housing crisis that we have. Those changes are going to be difficult, but we have to find the best way to do it. I did not support the first iteration ideas of these that were lowering and taking away the broker's fees, but this one seems to be a much fair balance to make sure that brokers can get paid for the work that they're doing while relieving some of the pressures of tenants who are unable to find the housing in this housing market as homelessness increases. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also want to mention we've been joined by Councilmember Nurse, Councilmember Aviles, Councilmember Marte. And if anyone needs a device for interpretation, please go to the lobby and you can pick up a headset. We will now call representatives of the administration to testify. We'll be hearing testimony from HPD's First Deputy Commissioner, Ahmed Tigani. I'll now turn it over to the Committee Counsel for the affirmation.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Menon and members of the Committee on Consumer Protection. My name is Ahmed Tigani, and I am the First Deputy Commissioner at the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the proposed legislation on today's agenda. Our priority at HPD, above all else, is to confront New York City's housing crisis with urgency, dedication, and when needed, creativity. We are always open to new solutions and are excited by an opportunity to discuss new legislation. All New Yorkers should be able to choose homes in neighborhoods that they love, the communities that they want to build their lives in next. Some prioritize proximity to local schools, while others prioritize being within arm's reach of a playground or their place of employment, and weigh numerous considerations about how to make the right choice. As a father to a young child, my family's been faced numerous times with the question of whether where we live provides us the best situation for connecting him to the life we want to give him. I also think about my single mother's effort to secure housing for our family and the questions that must have come up for her as a renter with limited resources about how to prepare if we had to make the decision to look for a different home. These conversations are felt by New Yorkers of all backgrounds and incomes, in many ways most acutely for our most vulnerable neighbors, and the decisions become tougher as the situation gets compounded by other external factors. I say this because with an alarmingly low rental vacancy rate, finding an apartment that meets your needs can feel like an impossible task. And at HPD, we want to do everything we can to improve access to affordable housing. Currently, New York City's vacancy rate sits at a mere 1.41%, the lowest that's been since 1968. To put that into perspective, during our recent New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey, out of over 2.3 million renter households, there were only about 33,000 homes available for rent. For lower-income New Yorkers seeking affordable housing, these options are essentially non-existent. That's why we're deeply committed to improving the process of finding and renting a home in New York City. I firmly believe that the solution to our housing crisis lies in constructing more housing, safeguarding our existing stock of affordable housing, and ensuring that New Yorkers have meaningful options in our housing market. The city needs to ensure that there is enough housing of all types, especially low-cost and affordable housing in every neighborhood. This requires affordable housing development, but also changes that allows the private market to build additional housing that the city needs. That's why we're working with our partners at the Department of City Planning and across the administration to implement policies to support a little more housing in every neighborhood, which, taken together, will have a big impact on New Yorkers' housing needs. Another part of ensuring that New Yorkers have meaningful housing choice is through our tenant protection work. This includes inspections to enforce the Housing Maintenance Code, enforcement programs focused on distressed buildings through the Emergency Repair Program, Alternative Enforcement Program, the 7A Program, and the Underlying Conditions Program. HPD represented the city in 7,800 tenant-initiated actions in Housing Court and initiated 240 comprehensive litigation cases seeking civil penalties and orders to correct in the calendar year 2023. Our anti-harassment unit works to proactively identify bad actor owners and, when necessary, initiate litigation to address disruptions of essential services, false certifications, and failure to address hazardous violations. It also includes ongoing research and education through classes and events, often in partnership with elected officials and community-based organizations, to bring housing information, resources, services, and one-on-one assistance directly to tenants. We deploy our outreach vans to ensure we can access New Yorkers wherever they are across the 5 boroughs. It is clear that the proposed broker fee legislation strikes a chord with New Yorkers, and we understand why. For New Yorkers, moving costs can be prohibitively expensive and a financial barrier to securing housing amongst a limited number of options. The process leading up to a housing search, either by choice or due to unforeseen circumstances, for many households can result in an impossible scenario where you have to choose between paying rent, covering basic expenses, or saving for the future. At the same time, there is tremendous value in housing search support and the operational knowledge that brokers can provide both tenants looking to find a home, especially in communities where listings are harder to find, and property owners navigating the process of making their units available is invaluable. The administration is therefore actively evaluating this legislation, carefully considering the potential impacts, both intended and unintended, on tenants, brokers, and landlords. We take these steps to do our due diligence because with any legislation, it may have consequences that are difficult to identify and quantify, including potentially passing fees to tenants through other charges or increased rents, particularly for units that are not rent stabilized. We look forward to hearing the public feedback on this legislation today, diving deeper into the policy with the bill sponsors and stakeholders weighing in on this bill, so that there is a robust conversation about ways to ensure New Yorkers have transparency in the rental process. On behalf of the administration, we want to thank the City Council for their leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much. I also want to mention we've been joined by Majority Leader Farias and Councilmember Powers. So I have a number of questions, and then I will turn it over to my colleagues for their questions. How many complaints do you currently get from tenants about brokers' fees, and what is the nature of those complaints?
I don't have an exact number on complaints that we get about broker fees. Broker fees are as many fees related to the non-regulated or the private market units are subject to state regulation, so they don't normally, or they wouldn't be channeled through HPD.
And in terms of your position on Intro 360, obviously you testified about it. What would the administration suggest in terms of enforcing Intro 360?
Based on my understanding, the enforcement of fees of this nature live within state regulation, and additionally, anything related to the profession of...
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So fees of this nature are typically subject to state regulation, which is my understanding. We are reviewing the legislation as an administration and trying to make sure that we understand it thoroughly. But that, in addition to the licenses, which are overseen by the Department of State, both seem to be on the state level regulation.
How does HPD interact with brokers' fees for projects that HPD funds?
So for HPD projects, any administrative fees associated with our regulated units are part of a management plan that needs to be approved by HPD. We do not have broker fees in our regulated projects. There are some fees that may be allowed for special housing types like Mitchell-Lama, but we have no broker fees. We put our units out to the public through Housing Connect, and the managing agents that work with owners in that process are part of that process. There is no application fee or broker fee connected to that work, and the Housing Connect work. With voucher work, that exists in a different space, and broker fees may be involved, but for many people, they may have access to broker fee support through HRA.
Now, you mentioned that you're not receiving complaints directly about brokers' fees, but have you looked into any ways that tenants can convey concerns directly to HPD?
You know, I will. First of all, I will go and double check and make sure that if there is a number that we report to the council. But since it does not typically come to HPD routed through 311, the city does have, through the Tenant Protection Cabinet, a tenant helpline. The tenant helpline is staffed by housing specialists that can help direct questions about relief or questions about the legality of any particular fees to the right enforcement agencies. So a tenant can either call 311 to be connected to the tenant helpline. They can go online to the website that has a centralized bank of information to be able to get resources and know where to go. And there's some automated chat features to help with some basic questions.
Okay, I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, Councilmember Osei, and then other colleagues for their questions.
Thank you, Chair Menon, and good morning. I know that initially DCWP, the Department of Consumer and Worker Protections, was supposed to testify today, but they were unable to. I know that they're going to be or would be the potential agency to provide enforcement if this bill were to pass. I am aware that most of HPD's purview and enforcement power lies with protecting existing tenants in their current housing situation and holding landlords accountable, not necessarily the real estate transactions that happen before a tenant becomes a resident of the building. Can HPD potentially expand its current programs or initiatives, such as the Office of Tenant Harassment, or expand their Certificate of No Harassment to protect prospective tenants, landlords, and brokers in a rental transaction?
Again, these are questions that we're looking at. I would say that if these issues come up through our proactive anti-harassment work, or if questions come up through the tenant helpline, or in any of our outreach events and engagement activities, we would make sure that that tenant would be directed to the proper enforcement agency to seek relief. Yes.
And what agency would you feel is best suited to handle this enforcement then?
HPD can speak to that question, but
Okay.
as I mentioned earlier, the administration is reviewing this and can come
Great.
back with further thoughts.
All right. Because I know that HPD is not the agency that would provide enforcement for this, and I know DCP was initially going to provide testimony, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call on Councilmember Hudson for her question.
I actually was going to ask if you could speak to why DCWP isn't here. It is all of our understanding that they would be the agency to enforce such a bill, and the administration sent HPD instead of DCWP. So I don't know if you're authorized to speak on that, but would love to know why DCWP isn't actually here.
I can't speak to why DCWP is not here. I can say that HPD wanted to be here to answer any questions about housing market information, our experience with creating housing. The larger thought we just want to continue to enforce is that now that we are in a housing crisis that's been mentioned by many people here and prior to this hearing, we want to emphasize the focus on making sure that we're building and creating new housing and preserving housing. But I can't speak to the reason why other agencies not here.
I'll say just for the record, I mean, we certainly appreciate HPD's willingness to be here as a city agency that would, I think, in part be associated with what we're talking about. But I also want to state for the record that the fact that DCWP, who would be the primary agency responsible for such a bill, is not here is noted. It also hinders our ability as council members to ask the most appropriate questions and to get relevant answers. So thank you for being here, but I just want to make clear to everybody that's here, and again for the record, that without the agency solely responsible for implementation of this bill, it makes it really difficult for us to get the answers and to have the productive and constructive hearing that we were hoping to have this morning. So thank you everyone for being here, but DCWP really should be here as well. Thanks.
The only thing I'll add, I appreciate that comment, council member. I will just emphasize, as an administration, all the relevant agencies, the law department, we are in active conversations, so we will be listening to the feedback and the questions that come out of this discussion at this point in the process and making sure that we're bringing back ideas and continuing the discussion with council.
Yeah, and again, we appreciate that
Yes.
from you, but
Right.
I'm making my point about DCWP. Thank you.
Public advocate?
Thank you. And I want to associate myself with everything the councilmember said. But I know you don't have specific information about complaints. The information that you do have, has it been shown that the broker's fees have been prohibitive for some folks to get into housing?
I think basically the combination of both the low vacancy rate and our inability to build the supply that we need we know that there's pressure. There's a number of different pressures on the market. Both our zoning and our regulatory environment is not as equipped to be able to build the supply that we need, which then creates a lot of pressure on all the actors in the housing industry. So, the reason why I think, as I said, we're excited to talk about new legislation is that we're looking for as many ways as we can to create transparency and access and maneuverability in the housing market.
You mentioned a couple of forces that are making it difficult.
Yes.
Is the entries into housing, including broker's fees, one of those things?
Again, that's not a data point that I have, so I can't speak to it in any quantitative manner. I know that basically we are seeing that there are multiple ways that creating access to housing is difficult. Sometimes it has to do with the availability of a unit to be rented at that point because of the condition of that unit. It has to do with navigating any regulatory pieces to putting a unit up and then finding and going through any process to bring a tenant into that unit. In our regulated housing, it's something that we have constantly looked at. It's the reason why we've removed paperwork from the process. We've gotten rid of credit checks for tenants with rental assistance. We're looking at reducing the income eligibility paperwork so that people can move through the process faster, moving the file information review to the back-end audit. We see that through the overall process of bringing tenants into housing, there could be improvements being made, and there are similarities in the private market as they go through the tenant selection process.
And you said you don't have the data point. Who would have the data?
I can go back and talk to others in the administration. We can reach out to 311 and see what complaint data they have and come back to the
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Now I'm going to turn it over for questions to Councilmember Nurse, followed by Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you, Chair. So you right now are basically saying you have 0 data points to offer in this hearing, a hearing that you knew was going to be about broker fees. You have literally 0 data. You're not able to answer any questions. Can you explain to me exactly what the relationship of HPD is to broker fees of any point, to enforcement, to advising, or putting any input on this system of broker fees in the city?
I can, council members. So I think one role that HPD is playing in the evaluation of the bill is to understand what could be the intended and unintended consequences of a bill.
So what are those intended and unintended consequences?
Sure. So there are, basically there are costs associated with renting a unit, and understanding how those costs shifts when things are allowed and not allowed is one thing that HPD could lend its expertise.
So do you have something conclusive to offer today?
As I mentioned earlier, the administration continues to review the legislation and are waiting to hear more feedback, talk to the council, continue that evaluation with other agency partners.
I just want to say, I think you have wasted, maybe not you personally, because I'm sure you didn't make this call, but this administration has wasted our time today. You all knew that many people were going to be here today because this clearly impacts so many New Yorkers, and you all showed up with no data, no input, nothing conclusive, no analysis to offer on this bill. It's embarrassing, truly. embarrassing. People here, there's a lot of people here who have something to say. They want to actually make a system that works in the middle of a housing crisis, and they left you on the chopping block to come here and have no input on this. I mean, this is disgusting. It truly is. I am livid right now because I'm a tenant, a lot of people here are a tenant, a lot of people in this room are tenants. We are desperate. And you have come here with nothing to offer. Not even substantive debate. It's one thing if you came and said, we disagree with this bill and here's why, point 1, 2, 3. But you're not even coming with that. What you're saying is a lot of nonsense sentences.
Councilmember, with due respect, I've come here as a representative of the administration to say that we believe that there is a important discussion here. We believe that there are elements of the housing industry where we can continue to work to push for better access for tenants into housing. We have been successful in some parts in our regulated stock. We believe that there is a discussion where we need to hear from stakeholders. That's what this hearing is set up to do, what we've convened. We want to hear this information, take that into our evaluation, and like all pieces of legislation, continue the discussion with the council after today.
You knew this was coming. Even if you're not the agency that has to directly deal with this, if it was me, I would have come prepared, no matter what my boss told me, because I would never want to show up to something unprepared like this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Aviles.
Thank you, Chair. I share my colleagues' frustration here to spend time, the amount of effort that goes in to getting us all here to this table, months of activity, to sit in front of a dais that is empty with such a critical issue is truly a slap in the face. And it seems to be a hallmark of this administration. I thank you for being here. And I know you do good work at HPD. But I think you've also answered our question when you noted HPD projects don't have broker's fees because you are working to make sure that the most vulnerable New Yorkers, those with low incomes, those working class New Yorkers are going to get access to units. So you have answered the question for us despite having no information for us. And I will say, it is unconscionable that in a housing crisis, we have an administration that won't even come to the table with some analysis, that won't contribute to a constructive conversation because this impacts so many lives, both the brokers who are here, the renters who are here, and families who cannot live in neighborhoods because they can no longer afford to do so. We need to do better. And you have an analysis. This administration has experience and has analysis, it has research, it has capability, and it demonstrates nothing. It is truly unfortunate. And I hope everyone in this room, no matter what your feeling is on this system, the fact that we cannot engage in a dialogue, that you're listening when you know this is a crisis, is truly appalling. And I don't mean to direct that to you. I am talking to the administration and the executive apparatus that has millions of dollars at its disposal, many, many full-time staff, that you do not come here to have a full and honest discussion about what is occurring on the ground. So I'm sorry, Chair. Thank you for that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to make a request because, quite honestly, as the chair of this committee, we have over 400 people that are signed up. I'm going to be here, honestly, all night, along with my colleague, Councilmember Osei, to hear from the public. And so no matter where one stands on the bill, if you're strongly for it, if you're strongly against it, the data is important. So I started off the hearing with unbelievably rudimentary data questions that are no matter where one stands on the bill, we just want to have this data. How many broker complaints have about brokers' fees? How many tenant complaints do you have about brokers' fees? What is the content of those complaints? What is HPD doing in terms of their own projects and brokers' fees? So I'm going to ask that this committee get the data by 5 p.m. today. So while we are still here speaking to the public, we have the necessary data to properly conduct this hearing. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to Councilmember Osei.
Thank you so much, Chair Menon. I wanted to follow up on a point you made about this being a state regulation or a state bill. Can you speak to why you believe that is the case?
Yes. So on the licenses, I think it's fairly well documented where licenses for real estate brokers exist, and so anything related to that profession would live there. When it comes to things related to rental payments in the private market, non-HPD regulated housing, we usually defer that to state regulation. More often than not, it lives within the Office of Rent Administration within the HCR.
Okay, so that's the only thing you came here with, and I disagree with that statement on multiple reasons. One, the state deals with rent and setting rent. The broker fee is a fee that is not considered rent. It is a repayment or a payment for a service, right? Two, the Albany Supreme Court struck down the 2020 guidance because of two issues. One, the guidance was ordered by an agency in the Department of State, not a legislative body. The judge ruled that an agency cannot and does not have lawmaking authority, if you are referring to the law of 2020. Third, the Department of State, through its real estate board, governs the licensure, as you said, and continuing education of real estate salespersons and brokers. The board deals with the laws written in Article 12-A of the state's real property law. Currently, there is no statute or law in Article 12-A that would likely preempt the city from legislating on who pays for the broker fee. Primarily the laws in Article 12-A that deal with compensation are laws that talk about who the broker can split fees with or who a real estate salesperson can receive compensation from. And I think you hinted at a point about this potentially not being a city. No?
So as far as, two things. One, DOS put out guidance, not law, and it was based on a 2019 piece of state law, which is why I was referring to the state law.
Okay.
And that oversight. As far as the city's position on whether on the bill and regulatory power, that's still something that's being reviewed.
Being discussed, right. So I'll just speak to that because the city government can regulate private businesses to promote the public's health, safety, welfare, and morals. The council has passed numerous resolutions declaring an emergency with the city's housing crisis. Therefore, this is a public need we need to address, and there can be legislation like the FAIR Act that seeks to address this public need. So maybe bring that back to the admin in future discussions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Powers.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair Menon and Councilor Osei for having this hearing today. I found last term, when looking at the data, the actual difficulty is finding real data on this because there are a series of private transactions happening and getting to the real data points. There are data points I think that the administration could look at, or even the council could look at it, which is even just the prevalence of the fees. I think my office looked at my district on Street Easy, found about 50% of the apartments listed on there back then. I mean, I could dig up the old data, had a fee and 50% didn't. And I think there's data points like that, but in fairness, it's extremely difficult to get data on this, which might be the reason whether you believe in the fee or not believe in the fee, there still may be a need for some regulatory action here, because I think we are talking about a series of transactions with a lot of money involved that I think there are serious concerns around how they impact tenants. And of course, we're going to hear from brokers on their impact today. But I think whatever it is, I think there's a need for information and regulatory action, and also the city to be more involved in this, because I think there are a lot of the reason we're not getting data and 311 call stuff is because New Yorkers are not going to turn to the city, in my view, unless it's a really predatory action or something that takes place. So I think the reason we're here today is to have a conversation about the fees, but also about how we might be able to have more information in the future. So I recognize the challenge faced here by the administration and you about exactly trying to get to the type of data that you would want to be able to provide today, which is, I think, a good reason for having this hearing. I just wanted to go back to a couple things. I think this was mentioned earlier, but HPD units that are marketed do not have a broker fee on them?
HPD units that go through our finance and go through our regulatory agreement process do not have a broker fee. Any administrative fees that are connected to it would go through a management plan that we review and approve. There's also no application fees as part of Housing Connect. There are certain housing types that may have any costs or fees associated, there's like Mitchell-Lama, but those go through a review and also need to be approved if any move forward.
And there's no fees because that's a prohibition that has been put in place by HPD, or because you have some control over those units and you're choosing not to?
It's a different produced housing, like the costs and the financing and the pre-development process to go from no project to project involves public subsidy. So there's already been certain investments made up front. When we're working with the private market and trying to connect people to housing using rental assistance, depending on the rental assistance source, there may be there are broker fees sometimes involved, and those broker fees can be covered by different programs that we have. City perhaps has a broker fee voucher application that eligible individuals may be able to apply to. When the federal government had the emergency housing voucher program, we had the ability to use broker payment vouchers as a way to create more opportunities for tenants. In fact, in that situation, brokers were integral into helping us navigate a low vacancy environment and connect people to housing in a time limit where we had to connect many people with vouchers to housing while that opportunity existed. And there are sometimes opportunities for standard voucher holders to get broker fee assistance through help with HRA if they're eligible.
Thanks. I think Councilmember Osei asked this question. I just want to repeat it. Can you talk, as you're evaluating this legislation, what are the factors that you are considering? You guys don't have a stated position here today, and certainly public hearing is a good opportunity to hear from everyone exactly on their sentiment. But can you talk more about what are the issues you are evaluating in the process of determining the administration's position on it? Because it's fairly vague here now. I wanted to get a better understanding of what you guys are thinking about as you decide if this bill passes, whether to sign it, veto it, let it pass into law.
Sure. So I think that there are a number of fees and costs associated with housing, some of it regulated by the 2019 state law that we've talked about earlier, but particularly in non-rent regulated housing, market housing as it's often referred to, costs can be pushed into other areas of the housing search and lease-up process. So we're trying to look at the different ways that may happen, different permutations. Additionally, we want to understand better the impact this may have on an industry that employs many New Yorkers here within the city, and those two factors in itself require deeper analysis from multiple agencies, both in the housing front, housing supply, access, and economic development front, and workforce development front.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to ask the Sergeant of Arms to these are the questions that I asked at the top, so we'd like to get answers by 5 p.m. so we can study them. So Carl, do you mind passing that? Thank you so much. And seeing no more questions, I want to thank you for testifying today, and we are now going to move on to the public comment period. So I'm now opening up the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. Again, if you agree with the speaker, feel free to do this, but otherwise, people need to remain silent. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's topic, which is obviously Intro 360. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. So I'm now going to call our first panel. So our first panel is Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. Borough President.
Good morning, Council. I'm grateful to be an entire panel. I just want to say I apologize. It is embarrassing and it is sad that there are many people here for or against this legislation that would love to really get to the bottom of data that supports the case that's being made by Councilmember Chiose and his legislation. Instead, we're going to be relegated to having a conversation that we've already had in the public. We are wasting time. This is a literal waste of time. From what I understand, I don't know if anybody from the administration has even stayed to listen to the testimony of all these people that care deeply about this issue one way or another. Another thing is putting Ahmed Tigani, who is arguably one of the hardest working and most lovable, kind servants for the city of New York in front of us. It's not a mistake. That is not by chance that he's the one that's here. So I just want to shout out Ahmed and the great work that he does. And this is obviously not a reflection of his work, but more a reflection of this administration. I guess I'll speak to my testimony, which again, I want to say, really I'm not happy that I'm spending time here when I could have been doing other things in Brooklyn. So first, I am Antonio Reynoso, and I'm the president of the greatest borough in the city of New York, which is Brooklyn, New York. But Amanda Faris, a council member, is arguably from one of the next best boroughs in the city. But it's all love. We're from Brooklyn, so we always show love. Good morning, Chair Menon. Thank you for holding this hearing today, and thank you to Councilmember Osei for introducing this important and common sense bill. No one here, not even the landlords, needs to tell me that we are experiencing a housing crisis. But because we are not building enough, New York City's vacancy rate is the lowest it's been since 1968. Fewer apartments are available across all rent levels, meaning it's especially difficult right now for low and moderate income New Yorkers to find secure housing. I guess, there you go. Thank you so much for having me.
If you want to,
I don't want to continue.
I think there's some questions for you, so.
Questions I'll answer, but I just don't want to waste anybody else's time that's behind me, because you guys are going to be here a long time, and I want to make sure they get their time. But more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you
Chair.
so much, Borough President, for being here, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Osei, who has some questions for you.
Please, Councilmember Osei.
Thank you, Borough President. Has your office had any complaints from constituents about the broker fee or having been forced to pay a broker fee?
We originally weren't receiving any information or gathering information related to broker fees until your legislation came up. Then there was deep support that was coming in for my advocacy for the FAIR Act. So I want to say that I think your advocacy and the introduction of the legislation was the first time we started getting questions or requests for advocacy from Brooklynites for this legislation.
Okay.
So we don't have the data, but are more than happy to pull up from our constituent services the amount of calls we've gotten to the concerns related to the FAIR Act.
That would be really helpful if you can get that whenever you can.
Will do.
Be very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just on a personal experience and note, Council Member, I paid $7,500 to get into my apartment through a broker fee and a first and second month's rent. I think I want to say in 2009, and it was very difficult for me who is well off, middle class. Everyone knows my salary here. I knew my salary when I was a council member, but when I was a council member, it was very difficult. And those challenges are real, and people that experience it, paying $5,000 versus $7,500 would have been a big difference to me and my family as we were growing. That I wasn't able to experience. So I'm not only here on a professional level, I'm here on a personal level as well.
In that experience, did you go out to hire the broker?
No, I never saw the broker in my life.
You never saw them?
Never saw the broker. I saw it online. I went to go visit the apartment, and it came with a first, second, it was called the security, a first month security and broker fee. And I had to pay all three of them in one shot.
$7,500.
$7,500, yeah. And I think that was it was a long time ago. It was not in the apartment I am now, but in the apartment I was before. I'm still a tenant. I also had to pay for the broker fee for this house, which I found on my own as well.
Twice.
So this is the second time, but this one was just the first month's and a broker fee for the new apartment. But the broker fee was something I had to pay both times.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Borough President, for being here.
Thank you so much for this important hearing.
Thank you. I'm now going to call the first panel is going to be Gary Mallon, Bess Friedman, Brian Phillips, Ryan Manel. And while they're coming up, just in the interest of time, I'm going to let the second panel know so they can start to get ready. Rob Solano, Andrea Joseph, Jeffrey Hannon, Annie Abreu, and Bradley Tusk on Zoom. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Please begin.
Press the mic.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here we find ourselves again discussing yet another broker fee bill. It is crucial that we all understand the law of unintended consequences. When people attempt to legislate an industry they do not know or understand, it inevitably leads to problems for everyone involved, and unfortunately, tenants will pay the price. We all support a more affordable New York. We all want the city to be a place where people can find affordable housing. However, this bill will not achieve that goal. We face a supply and demand issue, and until we address this, pricing will not change. The market will become less negotiable, landlords will become more rigid in the fees they charge, and these fees will be baked into the cost of rent, pushing them even higher. If we truly want to affect the cost of living in New York City, we need to address the lack of building in New York City. This legislation is not an attempt to find a meaningful solution. It is legislation for the simple sake of legislation. Look at the 2019 rent laws. Despite their goals, rents grew by 26% since the law was enacted. It's harder than ever to find an apartment. The bill will have similar unintended consequences. We currently have an efficient, transparent, and fully negotiable rental market. Enacting this bill will reduce all of those benefits on top of making everything more expensive. The services that agents provide are constantly devalued by this council. Most agents work 6 to 7 days a week, absorbing almost all of the risk in this industry. Every call they answer, every showing they book, does not guarantee a signed lease. Agents often spend their own time and money on clients who work with multiple brokers simultaneously. Saying agents only open the doors is far from the truth. If this fundamental change happens, there will be even less availability to view apartments. Unlike agents, building owners don't work 7 days a week. At the end of the day, tenants have a choice. They don't have to use a broker if they don't want to. 50% of the apartments available right now are no-fee apartments. This disruption has the potential to hurt tenants and will ultimately cost them more money. Along with REBNY and all residential firms, I actively oppose this bill. It will compromise market transparency and ensure tenants will pay the price. Thank you.
Thank you. The next panelist, yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Turn on the mic.
I want to turn it on so the red light, when you see the red light, it's
Gotcha.
on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Bill Intro 360 threatens not only the livelihood of New York City real estate agents, but also the financial welfare of the very tenants the bill seeks to protect. If passed, this bill will push brokerage fees onto landlords. Landlords, in response, will bake these fees into the monthly rent for the tenants to absorb, and will therefore increase their rents not only the year they sign, but each year they choose to renew. Today, an upfront fee in writing is transparent and negotiable. This bill would make the fees hidden and progressive, predatory, and incredibly misleading. Hardworking agents who make $0 unless a deal gets done will also feel a major financial impact. Despite reality TV shows, the starting income for a New York City agent is $52,000 a year. That's less than many politicians here today make. And let's not forget, many of these agents are renters themselves. So here are the facts. Housing affordability will not be solved by this misguided and hollow legislation, and in fact will be made much worse. Simply put, this bill will make it harder for brokers to be fairly paid, raise housing costs, and limit housing access, the last thing New York City needs right now. Housing is expensive because there's not enough of it. Less than 10,000 new multifamily units were proposed in New York City in 2023. A wide range of experts agree we need more than 500,000 new units to keep up with population growth by 2030. The lack of supply and increasing demand gives plenty of runway for higher rents. Brokers, as mentioned here earlier, are instrumental in helping incoming residents navigate the unique and complex rental market in New York. Being a broker...
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes. Being a broker is an accessible career that welcomes immigrants, single mothers, people of color, and young people just starting out. So along with making apartments more unaffordable, this bill is also making it harder for brokers to make ends meet and taking away people's livelihoods. Finally, the current state of the market determines whether a broker fee is paid by an owner or a tenant, and whether the fee is 1 month's rent or 15%, all of which is negotiable to the benefit of renters. This bill would take that consumer choice away. New Yorkers want to make decisions about their housing on their own.
We just need to, every member of the public gets 2 minutes, so really, I've got to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
here's, I'll be closing, sorry. If the City Council is a real partner in solving our housing crisis, they must stop this legislation. And I hope that local lawmakers and the public fully understand what is at stake before considering Intro 360. New Yorkers simply cannot afford for rents to jump up at a time when so many are in need of quality housing.
Okay.
This bill will do the opposite of what it claims people will pay
we've
more
gotta
over
wrap
time,
up.
and the process will be far less transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we hear from the next panelist, please? Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Menon and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Brian Phillips. I'm an associate broker with Douglas Sullivan Real Estate here in Manhattan, where I both live and earn a living. I actually live in Harlem, and several of my colleagues who live or work in Harlem are in the room with me today. I'm a member of the New York State Association of Realtors, where I am the 2024 chair of the New York City Issues Working Group, and I serve on the Legislative Steering Committee at NYSAR. Many NYSAR members are here in attendance today. Additionally, I'm a member of the Real Estate Board of New York. As a small landlord and a real estate agent, I specialize in rentals as a key part of my business. As a small landlord, I have faced significant financial pressures due to rising real estate taxes, homeowners insurance, and maintenance costs. These increases have forced me to increase rents, a situation shared by many of my landlord clients. This financial strain is further complicated by the proposed requirement for landlords to pay the brokerage fee when hiring agents on an exclusive basis. This requirement could lead to 2 likely outcomes. Landlords may either incorporate the broker fee into the rent, spreading it over the entirety of the lease. This would result in higher monthly rents and increased lease renewal rates, which are based on a last rented price. Alternatively, landlords might opt not to hire agents on an exclusive basis. This means tenants would have to pay the brokerage fee, and listings would not appear on platforms like StreetEasy, which require exclusive listings. In Manhattan, rental listings will not syndicate to Zillow unless they're first listed on StreetEasy. Consequently, available listings would become harder to find for renters. As agents and brokers, we cover the cost of professional photography, floor plan, and 3D video tours, which can easily range from
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay.
And you can submit, let me just be clear with every member of the public, we take the written testimony, so please, if you don't get to finish your prepared statement, we take all of that written testimony.
Right, I'll just finish this paragraph, all right?
Yeah, if we could please, we've got over 400 speakers. We've got to make sure that everyone is given the same amount of time. Okay, please, one more sentence, please, and then we really need to wrap it up.
Right, the FAIR Act, while well-intended, may have unintended consequences, reducing visibility of listings and ultimately harming tenants.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll hear from the next speaker. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Chair, and thanks, members of the committee. I'm Ryan Munell with REBNY. I'll try to make up for lost time here and say, you've heard a lot from some of our leadership in the industry. Look, I think we want to be a part of the solution, right? We want to make sure that we're addressing the costs that we're seeing in regards to rentals across the city in a meaningful way. We actually believe this bill will go in the wrong direction, as you've heard from Bess and Gary and Brian, which is consequential not only for, obviously renters across the city, but also I think for agents who it's going to make it more complicated for them to do the work they do every day. By the way, you know, we have 1,500 agents who showed up today to make it loud and clear that this is not the solution relevant to the rising costs. And I think, you know, we should listen to some of the folks who are out there every day, looking at the market, looking at the data, and really want to see costs go down. And we know that supply is really the main driver in regards to how we can solve for that. But we can't do things in the meantime that are going to make it even more complicated and more challenging, and actually eliminate choice in the market. And we believe that this bill would do just that. The last thing I'll say, as Bess mentioned, is, you know, most of these agents who are your constituents are renters themselves and make $52,000 a year starting out. And so we're talking about eliminating the livelihood for folks who really, truly want to be, you know, stalwart members of their communities, do a service for their neighbors, and try to make a living for them and their families. And so passing this legislation will undoubtedly have a consequential impact on their ability to earn, and we need to take that into account when we're considering this bill as well. So I'll stop there, but I appreciate all of your time today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are a number of questions that colleagues have for the panel, so let me just jump right into it. No, you're in the second panel, sir. I believe you, yes, I called the second panel to say, just to get ready. So, no, that's okay. We're going to be coming to you next, but we've got an order to the panel, so we'll be coming to you shortly. So I'm going to open it up to Councilmember Osei. Questions?
I have no questions for this panel.
Okay,
Thank you.
Public Advocate, you said you had questions?
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. At first, I just want to mention, every time, there is no part of the industry that seems to want to do their part to fix the crisis, and I get there are multiple reasons why we're in the housing crisis, whether we're not building enough affordability, whether it's a rent guidelines board. There's a whole bunch of things that are going, and every time we try to fix one part of it, that part of it says, don't fix that part of it. So it's a very difficult thing to do, and I think we need all and not just or. This is one place where I feel like there's a good balance because we're not taking away the ability for people to make their money. And I know the average is $52K. I'm interested to know if that's the mean, median, or what kind of average it is, because I know that people make considerably more than $52K, as well as that there's a lot of working folks that do make the 52. Just want to clear up that the 2019 Rent Guidelines Board, the rent laws were specifically to help preserve the housing that we have and keep the tenants in it, and I think it was successful in doing that. I had a question about other markets in other cities. It seems to me that we are only one of two major cities that do this. So are you saying that the real estate industry is not successful in other cities because they have to pay who hires them?
I mean, I would simply say that the size, scale, and density of New York City, co-ops, condos, and rental apartments, it's a completely different market than anywhere else in the country. And once again, just like in any industry, tenants have a choice. There's either a full service or no service. And when 50% of the market is already no fee, which means tenants have a choice to either represent themselves or hire a broker to make their lives easier, it's simply a free market that works, and this legislation will do nothing at all to reduce the cost that tenants face.
Does that mean that the other cities that have this law, there is a thriving realtor market?
I can't speak to other cities. All I could say is this city's size, scale, and density cannot be compared to any other city that I'm aware of with the complexity of the marketplace.
Yeah, we also have the highest rents in probably the world, and one of the lowest vacancy rates than we've ever had.
Because we don't build apartments anymore because politicians don't understand developers take risks to build apartments, and you don't want to incentivize them to do so.
Okay. We need to maintain.
Quiet down, quiet down.
We have to maintain order in here. I'm going to be very clear. You can, as I said, if you agree, please feel free to do this, but we cannot have, we've got to maintain decorum in here. Thank you so much.
I will assure you, sir, having paid brokers' fees and having had tenants myself and been organizing around housing for about 20-something years, I know much more than you about why this housing market is the way it is and why we're not building housing. And so the profitability of housing is the major reason that we're having a housing crisis right now. So we're trying to figure out how to manage that. And frankly, I support building up depending on what we're building. So to pretend that you have more knowledge than those of us on here about the housing market.
Well, I mean,
I'm not finished. Is not really a real thing. What we're trying to figure out here is how we can make sure the entry point into housing is balanced. And so that's why I'm asking about other markets, because what seems to happen is we're having discussion in a vacuum. And so if the city hasn't shown up, we're now just talking to ourselves, and I understand that you want to keep the system the way it is. Most people do, particularly if they're benefiting from it. And what we're trying to do is find the balance. I want to make sure you get the money that you deserve for the work that you're doing, but it seems to me if someone else is hiring, which is the case in every other industry, the person who hires a person is a person to pay for it. And that's why I'm asking the questions, so we can have information about other cities.
So just one thing. I've been in the industry for 26 years. I've overseen hundreds of thousands of lease transactions, so I think I have a little bit of experience in this business. That's just number one. Number two, you talk about giving choice and you talk about saving tenants money. The simple fact is, look at the 2019 rent laws. If you have bad credit or no credit, you have to pay insurance to get an apartment now that you did not have to do before. You've taken choice away from tenants. If you have a pet, which many New York City residents do, you now have to pay extra rent each and every month for that pet because you've decided to take away choice from tenants. Other markets are not relevant. What's relevant is this market, and the fact is there's no building going on. It's a law of supply and demand, and if you fix that, you will fix pricing. Until then, this is just an attack on the brokerage community that's unwarranted.
Thank you. I am finished. I will say, you spent 26 years trying to figure out how to make money off of brokerage fees. I spent over 20 years trying to figure out how to fix the housing crisis. It's a different study on what we're trying to figure out. So I'm glad that you made your money that way. I'm trying to figure out how we can fix a housing crisis. And what I'm telling you is I don't mind brokers making the money. I'm trying to figure out how best to do that and how we can fix a crisis that we're in, because people like you want to make as much money as possible. And we're just trying to figure out how I hear you, but I'm listening to his testimony. But I am actually trying to figure out how people can make money, whether they're wealthy as brokers or they're making $52,000. I'm not trying to take away people's ability to make money. All we're trying to do is figure out how we can lessen the burden of tenants who are trying to enter into a housing market that is a crisis because of a lot of things that have happened. The system is not working and has been not working for a very long time, not because of the 2019 laws. Thank you.
With all due respect, since this council and Councilmember Osi is proposing this bill, this law, shouldn't you have the substance to support why this makes sense financially? Shouldn't you have those data points to argue those today if you think this makes sense? Where's the information to support it?
So we do have some. The city is not here. You should be mad at the mayor and his administration for not being here. But what we do know is the way that this thing works is very prohibitive. When I had to pay $12,000 to get into an apartment, praise God that I have the ability to do so. Most people do not, and so it is prohibitive in the market to pay this extra fee, which is ranging between 8% and 15%. That's just a real thing. So we're just trying to figure out how to balance who pays it, not to take the money out of it.
No, but sir, with all due respect, as quoted here, you can look online right now, almost 50% of the units are no-fee apartments. Nobody's forced to. This is all negotiable.
That's just not. So,
but it's negotiable.
So one, usually all due respect, no respect follows, but I appreciate what you're saying. But that is not how it happens in reality. And so when I was renting, I have found no free apartments. I've also been apartments bought to me that I didn't even know existed that were better than the apartments that I saw. And so that's a false choice to be able to say that. Sometimes there's a choice on paper, but that's not how it works out in the reality of people finding apartments.
Like, all I would like to say, if you actually cared about legislation that was impactful and effective, you would actually engage the brokerage community in the conversations versus dictating to it. Never once do you engage with the brokerage community or
That's what's happening now, by the way. There's a huge engagement. You're right here engaging with the council.
That's today, not about before.
Yeah, the bill hasn't passed. This is how bills get passed.
Where you should speak to the community in advance.
Brokers have actually worked on this bill. They'll be testifying right after this panel, so you'll hear from them in this room. So thank you. We've engaged the broker community.
I disagree.
Oh.
Okay, and we've got two other council members who have questions. Councilmember Nurse, followed by Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. I think we're all saying that no one is saying you shouldn't earn a living. We're just looking at who's paying for that. This is pretty simple. And I think you're conflating it intentionally. But I see a lot of signs about don't raise the rent. And yet, I don't think I've seen any of the brokers here, and you know, feel free to raise your hand if you're wrong, in any housing movement actions. I've not seen you here at any, when we're discussing any housing legislation that's gonna impact or keep people's rents low. Like, feel free to raise your hand if you participate in the housing movement as a broker. Yes, great. I'm glad that some of you do, but a lot of you don't. I didn't see any of you at the RGB Rent Guideline Board meeting. Were you there? No. Okay. So the fact is, we have a situation where there's people that we don't meet who are supposed to be doing work, and we have to pay for their labor that we did not contract. That's what this bill is about. So I guess I'm curious, for the record, is there any requirement that a broker shows up to a viewing that they've scheduled?
Yeah, my brokers will show up at every appointment.
Your brokers, but is there a requirement by law?
I can't tell you that's a requirement by law. I can tell you what our company does and what our agents do, and you guys continually demean the services
Yours
of what real
might be
estate brokers
unique,
do.
but not all are.
But you look at exceptions about worst-case scenarios versus looking at the
The
vast
worst case
majority of
scenario
brokers.
is generally what the rule is. That's why we're in a housing
disagree with you.
crisis.
I disagree
That's why
with
we're in this situation.
We're in a housing crisis
is
because there's no
because the
building.
worst case scenario is generally the most common experience.
That's not true.
I have seen ads on the internet that don't say there's a broker fee, and then when you show up, there is suddenly a broker fee. Suddenly, the broker fee can move. There are bad actors here, which is why we're in this situation. If you want to be solutions-oriented here, that is welcome. But then you have to acknowledge the fact that if I don't pay for your service, if I'm not contracting you, I should not have to pay for your service. It is a very simple concept.
The very simple concept is every person signs a brokerage agreement in advance of seeing that apartment, which clearly sets forth what the broker fee is.
That's not how it always goes down.
Well, once again,
perhaps
you're
for
looking
you,
at
and congratulations
I
for
was
having a
talking,
great
and
firm,
you
but
interrupted.
that
I
does
didn't
not
interrupt
happen
you.
for everyone.
All right, well, that's your experience in a limited situation. I'm telling you what the law provides. You must sign a brokerage fee agreement clearly detailing what the costs are. You must sign disclosure agreements, fair housing agreements. There is tremendous amounts of legislation that currently exists, but everyone chooses to take the one-off situation and conflate it.
It's not a one-off situation if there are hundreds of people here.
It's not the
It's not a
rule.
one-off situation if we're at this point of needing regulation.
We need regulation because we need housing.
Yes, I'll move on. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudson, followed by Councilmember Powers.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to follow up. The public advocate asked a question that I had as well, but I didn't hear an answer. You mentioned in testimony that starting income is $52,000 a year for a broker. Is that an average salary or the median?
It's not a salary. Agents are 1099s. It's an average income on a
So
yearly
it's the
basis, starting. And
the
it's a
average starting.
Yes.
Okay. And so what percentage of annual income for brokers comes from broker fees for rentals?
I don't have that statistic.
Ryan or anybody?
We can try to get that for you. I think it varies. It probably fluctuates between agent to agent, quite honestly. So it's probably
Right.
a difficult number to
so-
get, but we can get it. We can try to find some data that
Okay,
reflects
I
that.
think an average would be helpful for us to understand. You know, is it
Yeah.
on average 1% of an annual income,
In terms
90%?
of a fee?
Yeah.
So I would say fees are probably larger than 1% of their annual income because when you're talking about an independent contractor who's predominantly earning off of commissions, which is a fee, then it's going to be a larger percent than 1%. But we can get you more information relevant to how most agents earn, and number one, what their salaries are over time in their career on
Yeah,
average.
I think it would be helpful to know what percentage of an annual salary on average
Yeah,
that the broker's fees
I think,
make
though,
up.
just like, speaking more anecdotally, and we will get you this data, look, the reason that we have 1,500 people here today from the brokerage community is the fact that this is actually going to have an impact not only on their clients who are renters, but also on their ability to earn, right? And so we want to make sure that we're looking at legislation cohesively and in a way that makes that reflects that impact as well, which is significant.
I think just to reiterate what my colleagues have said, nobody here is saying that brokers shouldn't make a broker's fee. What we're simply saying is that if you hire the broker, whoever that is, whether it's the landlord or the tenant, if you hire the broker, then you should pay for the broker's fee. If you don't hire the broker, you shouldn't pay for the broker's fee. If I hire a plumber to come in and do plumbing work, I pay for the plumber. If my neighbor doesn't hire the plumber or a tenant doesn't hire a plumber, I'm not asking them to pay for the plumber's work. I'm paying for the plumber's work because I asked the plumber to come in and do the work. I think it's basic. I'm not going to go back and forth because we are on a time schedule here, and I want to get back to.
Understood, but I do think.
But I think having the average of what the broker fee makes up in an annual salary would be helpful, and I'll leave it there.
Okay,
Thank you.
I will just say very quickly, I mean, it is certainly more nuanced, and I understand the basic premise in regards to it seems fair to only pay what you're hiring someone to do, but the reality is if this bill were to pass into law, the fee is still going to be passed on to the renter, and the challenge is, right now, despite what we have with the concerns in regards to supply, you do have a choice. You can either pay a fee up front, or you can pay the fee as part of your rent over time. And the reality is you're eliminating that choice if this bill were to pass, making the assumption that folks don't want to have that ability to make the economic decision for themselves. So it's a little bit more convoluted relevance than just saying whoever hires a broker should pay the broker. And we're happy to discuss that more offline and understanding there's a lot of people who need to testify. But I do want to make sure that premise is understood.
Yeah, and I think as Councilmember Osei mentioned, you will hear from your fellow brokers who are in support of the bill and who have a different opinion to provide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Councilmember Powers.
Thank you. You sort of got to it at the end, but the central premise of this entire hearing is why are tenants asked to pay in instances when they have not hired the broker to show them the apartment. And that's the premise of the hearing. And that central question is the one that we should be talking about through all this, because I am happy all day to talk about how the council and others need to do more on the housing front, and we need to find a balance between regulatory schemes and adding supply and all the stuff. But the central premise here today is if a tenant is looking for an apartment, and you guys are saying 50% of the 50%, I think that number is extremely high. I think it works against you. 50% of half the units certainly in my district, in Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan, and Upper East Side, but the housing stock of New York City, we're saying 50% have an extra fee on them. Some cases, the borough president mentioned $7,500. That's a lot of money at once. The central question is that. And I appreciate Ryan's nuance and the premise of it. There are other factors that go into it, and where will that fee end up? Will they still engage brokers with landlords if we switch over the burden? But I think that's the question, and I would love to hear a clear answer about if a landlord brings a person into the and we know why, right? They don't have to. It's no overhead for them to bring that person into the equation, and it solves a problem for them. But if they have made the decision to bring somebody into a transaction, why is the other party in this case required to pay for that service that they have not brought into that equation? And that's like the only question I think we really need to be asking today.
I mentioned earlier, as a small landlord, that I am facing increased insurance, property taxes, and maintenance costs, and I pass on those costs to the tenants. And many of my landlord clients do the same thing. I don't have and I'm already coming out of pocket to make mortgage payments on my investment properties. I don't have it. Landlords don't have it. They're going to charge the tenant. They're going to amortize it over 12 months, and the tenant's going to pay that increase. And as mentioned earlier, on the lease renewal, tenants are going to pay more because that lease renewal is based on the last rented price.
I understand about mortgage, insurance, those are like required fees that you have to pay. I don't think a tenant is necessarily going to not believe that wouldn't somehow end up in the cost of doing rent. Hiring the broker is an optional fee that the landlord, obviously we're saying 50% don't do it, so there's 50% who've decided out of that. So when you as a landlord make that decision, that's making a decision that now has to be passed on to the tenant. It's not something that I think a tenant would reasonably believe, because we know that, because we hear from tenants about this all the time, that they would suddenly have to pay this fee all at once, by the way. I actually do think that a lot of tenants would prefer to pay that over the course of a few months than have to pay it all at once. It's a lot of money to pay all at once for a lot of folks who can't afford it. But I think still it's an option and the landlord's exercising that option, but then turning to the tenant to pay for it. And I think why we are discussing the loss of fees, the loss of income, is because there's a fear here that's going to switch. So the idea that it's all going to get baked in, that there's going to stop using that service, and I just recognize that challenge, but the idea it's all going to get baked in the rent undercuts that then. But I guess I just want to go back to that question. Why, if I'm a tenant, and to the gentleman, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, in the middle, there is a frequency, at least in my district, where tenants show up, they've never met the individual who's standing there to open the door. There are missed appointments, and you get nothing for that missed appointment. There are the challenge, you walk in, there's 15 other people waiting there to see the apartment too. It's like a Hunger Games for an apartment. That certainly speaks to the supply need, no doubt about it. But then when I get there, I'm in a race. Whether is there negotiating power? Little, because there's 15 other people standing there who will pay more than I will pay, or what I will pay. So I don't know what he said, but so I guess we're just back to the same old question. I walk into an apartment, there's 10 people standing there, they all want that apartment. It's like first come, first serve, who's gonna sign that paper and get that apartment, or pay the fee just to do the credit check and see the apartment. And now I have to be told that in order to get that apartment, I have to pay because the person that I didn't employ, I didn't hire, I didn't bring into interaction, that's the cost of entry. But why? I want to know the question why.
I'll explain to you why.
And the last thing I'll say is other cities do have relevance here because we are looking at other cities. I'm doing a scaffolding hearing in a few weeks. We're looking at every other city to look at local law 11 reform to see how we can do scaffolding because other cities aren't doing it the way we are. There's a lot to learn out there. Our market's complex, but there's a lot to learn out there. So I guess that's a question that I think we all need to talk about and answer today. And I'd like to hear from everybody is why is a tenant required to pay in a transaction?
I'll explain it to you. There's something called dual agency, okay? And if I'm engaged by an owner, that's one side of a transaction. You as a tenant found the ad that I put online. I spent money advertising and marketing it to bring you in. I'm negotiating on your behalf. I'm working with you to submit the application. I'm working on both sides of the transaction. Okay,
and who's paying the fee then? Is there both sides paying
There
the
are
fee?
certain instances where the owner pays, and there's other instances where the tenant pays. So it's not you guys make everything as a black and white situation.
No,
there are arguments in the middle.
I'll tell you what. In fact,
I was trying to explain.
In fact,
you
that's
asked for an answer,
untrue.
but you're not listening.
No, I'll tell you what's true. Last term, I introduced a bill, and I recognized dual agency. I said you could split the fee between the tenant and the broker, and 1,500 brokers showed up to City Hall and protested that, saying that I was taking money out of their pocket. Okay? You want to talk about dual agency? Let's talk about dual agency. I actually, in my bill, reflected the reality that there is a service to the tenant provided when you post it, when I see it, when you show me that thing. And I was told by every single broker, I think you testified here too.
I did.
You did. I remember.
Again.
And you told me I was stealing money from you guys, putting you out of work, and all the other things. I actually tried to do it the way you're talking about.
No, you didn't.
I did. I absolutely did. I tried to reflect.
You tried to limit the commission that agents should make. You asked a question, I was giving you an answer.
Okay, well,
you're not letting me finish, man.
Okay, go
You're
ahead.
interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the simple fact is, brokers do work on both sides of the transaction. There is not a black and white answer here. It's a nuanced situation, and every side benefits. The simple fact of the matter is, this council wants to remove negotiability from the tenant to do what is in his or her best interest and dictate how an industry works. None of you work in the industry, so you shouldn't be legislating the industry because you're going to have unintended consequences. And the 2019 rent laws are the specific problem that we face now.
I think the notion that a legislative body can't legislate a field that we don't work in is an absurd notion. I just want to be clear about that. But I do want to recognize we are renters and tenants. We have constituents. We have people who are calling us this problem. And I've walked into these situations. I know exactly what I'm talking about, too. I'm not saying my expertise is your expertise. You're there. I respect your expertise. But the notion that we can't participate in regulating a field that we don't personally work in is like is a ridiculous notion.
We could agree to disagree.
Councilmember, I'll just try to answer your question very quickly. But, when you talk about the costs that it takes to actually list a unit, show a unit, run an application, do all the aspects relevant to taking photography for an apartment to be rented, there's a cost accrued there, right? The reality is an owner, by and large, is going to pass that cost on one way or another. like it or not, unfortunately. And the reality is, I mean, if this bill were to pass, obviously, two things could happen. Number one, it gets baked into the rent because, you know, the fee can no longer effectively be passed on in certain situations. The second aspect, and this is probably more likely for stabilized units in particular because obviously there's a cap in regards to how high rent can go, is the owner could basically say, I'm no longer going to hire an agent. I'm going to give a multitude of agents the right to list this unit, and then the fee could still be passed on in that regard. And so the reality is, this is not going to do anything to actually alleviate that cost. Relevant to other markets, you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously, we should look at what other cities are doing. I think the assumption that we are making is that other cities are more affordable. That necessarily is not the case, right? What we need to solve for is what will actually reduce costs here in New York City. We are telling you as an industry, I think, that this is not the way to do it.
I wanted to address your question. You mentioned you walked into situations where you assumed there was no fee, but there's suddenly a fee. Did you respond to a no-fee ad? If you responded to a no-fee ad,
I think Councilor Nurse brought up that situation. I didn't bring up the situation. I think she was talking about
was it a no-fee ad you responded to?
I think the point that she was making was that there are situations where a tenant has seen an advertised no-fee apartment and walked in and had a fee. Is there? Well, actually, it's a good question. What is the recourse for the tenant in that situation?
Right, you go right to the listing agent. If it's a no-fee rental, you go right to the listing agent, the landlord's agent, and there's no fee. But if you elect to have your own representation, you're going to pay a fee. Everyone knows that. So if you go right to the listing agent who has the listing, there's no broker fee.
No, but I guess if I saw an advertisement online that said no fee apartment,
you go right to the listing
and I showed up to the thing, and the person says there it's a 10% fee.
Then that's not the listing agent.
Understood, but I think in this particular situation, most New Yorkers are not going to know how to navigate.
Everyone who deals with me, like, if I have a no-fee rental online, most people come unrepresented. They get it.
That's why the agency disclosure form sort of identifies who's representing who in the equation, or if people waive the right to have representation.
But if I walk into an apartment today, and there are 3 other people looking at this apartment too, 5, 10. I mean, there's lines out the door sometimes. I walk in, I'm asked to sign a form. I still didn't bring you into the transaction. It's like a Hunger Games moment where I'm asked at that point in time to sign it in order to get the apartment I want. It's like a forced disclosure form to sign to make sure that I can now get the apartment I want. And in the market that we're in, you're right, like we're in a tight market. I am desperate to get an apartment. I want to be close to my job, my family, whatever it is, or I just like this apartment. The competition for these apartments, at least in my district, the competition for these apartments means, of course, I'm going to sign the form and I'm going to pay the fee if that's what gets me the apartment, or I'm at least going to sign the form because that gets me the apartment. I think that's a situation we're trying to solve for.
Yeah,
and I'm not trying to. I don't want to come off as disrespectful to anybody here, but I think that there are situations that are real where people are fighting for these apartments and asked to sign the form and pay the fee.
Yeah.
And it's 50% of the apartments in New York.
So
there's a problem.
So I would say, I mean, 2 things to that very quickly, and I know we have to move on, Chair. But first off, I mean, what you're describing, by and large, is a creation of the 1.6 vacancy that we have in the city, as you know. But the second aspect is, I think, regarding the rights that you have as a prospective consumer, prospective renter, when working with an agent should be more clear. And I think it's something that we as an industry could get behind, relevant to making sure you know your rights when you're working with an agent, you know your rights when you're working with going to find an apartment. And there's a lot more that can be done to make that more transparent. So in regards to what we can do to actually solve for some of the issues you're seeing in your district, we should discuss that more because I think there's some low-hanging fruit relative to making the process even easier.
Okay, great. Now I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Osei before we call the next panel.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, the bill does not end broker fees, and I know that there was a lot of communications coming from REBNY about that, which is disinformation, but it says whoever hires a broker must pay. I personally was happy to hire a broker when I was looking for an apartment. I believe that brokers add a valuable service to the city, so even if this bill does pass, and it seems like if it is a valuable service, like we all agree, then people will still be hiring a broker, right? That's how it works in every other industry and how it should work in this industry as well. And the final point is whether it's 90% or 30% or 50% of apartments that have a no-fee apartment, whether it's on StreetEasy or Zillow, that number should be 0 in terms of those who are forced to pay broker fees. That other percentage of apartments that are available, and that's unfortunately the case that we are seeing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to this panel. We are now going to move on. So before we get to the panel that I mentioned was going to go, I just want to mention we've been joined by Controller Brad Lander, State Senator Julia Salazar, so they are going to come up first. Hello, Controller Lander. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair Menon and members of the Council's Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection, which I used to serve on and loved, and other members of the Council. Thank you for convening this important hearing and providing the opportunity to testify on critical legislation facing tenants across the city. I strongly support Intro 360, the Fairness in Apartment Rental Expenses or FAIR Act, sponsored by Councilmember Osei. Intro 360, as you know, requires that whoever hires a broker in a real estate transaction pays the broker's fee. The FAIR Act is a common sense bill that I urge the Council to pass for 2 main reasons: transparency and fairness. The FAIR Act would require that fair, transparent contracts are negotiated between parties involved in renting apartments in New York City. Over 2/3 of New York households are renters. Those households are disproportionately lower income compared to homeowners, and they deserve to know exactly how much it will cost to rent a new apartment. This bill, in many ways, will simply provide renters with the same fair treatment and transparency that are already provided to buyers in the homeownership market, making sure that all fees and costs are known to the renter at the outset of the transaction. And it is also a common sense element of fairness, that the party that chooses the broker should pay the fee. Where tenants hire a broker to help them find an appropriate unit, of course they should foot the bill, but where landlords are the ones to identify and hire, they should pay the fee for the broker they've chosen. And you were talking about this in the prior panel, but I think it just bears underlining. Landlords do bear a lot of costs. They need to have insurance, and they need to hire a super, and they need to pay for a plumber to come fix the unit. None of those things can they go and give the bill to the tenant. That is what rent is. Tenants pay rent for services, and when landlords choose services to be provided to them, they pay. When tenants choose services to be provided to them, they pay. That's what this bill would do. It is plain and simple. Look, it won't solve all of New York City's housing problems. We're in the tightest housing market in generations, lowest vacancy rate, highest rent burdens. I won't go into that. That's in my testimony. But families are leaving the city at alarming rates as a result, and reducing the burden of hidden brokers' fees on families trying to find a new home could potentially help to counter those trends. With record high rents, an unexpected and often last-minute request or demand for a broker's fee can be the difference in a tenant's ability to afford a prospective apartment. And with an increasingly competitive housing market, this is an inefficiency that can and must be avoided. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to testify, for you to have this important public hearing, and I urge the Council to pass the FAIR Act. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Controller. And now we will turn to State Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Chair Menon and members of the committee, council members, for allowing me to testify today. I am Senator Julia Salazar. I represent communities in parts of Brooklyn and Queens in the New York State Senate. I want to express my support for Councilmember Osei's bill, the FAIR Act, to ensure that prospective tenants in our city will no longer be forced to pay broker fees in cases where the tenant did not hire the broker. The norm within New York's rental market of landlords passing brokers or agents' fees on to residential tenants makes an already expensive and often burdensome process of securing housing in our city even more cost prohibitive for many renters. This practice is not the norm in most major cities in the U.S., as it's already been mentioned. However, in New York, the practice of landlords or brokers demanding that tenants pay the broker's fee is not new. In fact, the state legislature sought to address this problem through the Housing Stability and Tenant Protection Act, the HSTPA, an omnibus bill that I voted for, which became law in 2019. The intent of the legislation was to strictly limit the fees that can be legally imposed on a tenant and to end the practice of compelling tenants to pay additional fees, including broker's fees, as a precondition to obtain housing. Unfortunately, after parties representing the real estate industry brought a lawsuit against the Department of State for seeking to enforce this law, a state court ruled against the Department of State's guidance in 2021, making the broker fee component of the HSTPA unenforceable. As a result, there is currently nothing preventing a landlord from demanding a tenant pay the commission or fee for an agent that the tenant did not hire. And there is no legal limit to how much a landlord or broker can charge a tenant as a broker fee. Due to this failure to restrict broker's fees, a family or a tenant who could otherwise afford the upfront costs of renting an apartment often faces a wildly unaffordable broker fee, costing them thousands or even, in some cases, tens of thousands of dollars in order to move into an apartment. When the broker works for the landlord, the broker should be paid by the landlord. Brokers often provide a valuable role and service to property owners and to prospective tenants. The purpose of this bill is not to negatively impact brokers or their livelihood, but simply to make it clear that the party who hires the broker is responsible for paying the broker, and they cannot stick another person with their bill. In a city where hundreds of thousands of our neighbors are experiencing homelessness every day and countless more New Yorkers are struggling with housing insecurity, we cannot allow such an exploitative practice to persist that makes it impossible for many working people to secure permanent housing. For the sake of my constituents and the majority of New Yorkers who are renters, it is urgent that the City Council pass the FAIR Act and protect tenants as consumers from this harmful and unjust practice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both very much for your testimony. We are now going to move on to the panel that I mentioned: Rob Solano, Andrea Joseph, Jeffrey Hannon, Annie Abreu, Bradley Tusk on Zoom. Just to expedite, I'm going to let the next panel know. That doesn't mean come to the desk, but just start to get ready. Is Melissa, the panel after will be Melissa Gomez, Sarah Salzberg, Hal Gazvi, and Douglas Wagner. Thank you. Okay, no problem. Please go ahead.
You got to turn your mic on.
Turn your mic on. It just
I turned it off. Sorry about that.
Thank
I'd like to thank you, the committee chairperson. I'd like to thank Chi for pushing this bill, listening to brokers, tweaking the bill from the earlier bill. My name is Jeffrey Hannon. I'm a real estate broker. I own my own brokerage. I'm a one-man shop. I'm independent. I started my brokerage in early 2020, before COVID, after leaving Douglas Elliman. I'm here today because not so much that I work in rentals so much anymore. I've been doing this since 2012. I was one of these rental brokers who gets told, you know, you're going to be the next Frederick Eklund and you're going to have your $1 million listings. And the reality is, I moved here. I was working a serving job in Midtown. I had $5,000 in the bank, and I closed one deal that like a cousin of a cousin had, and I thought I was gonna, you know, this was it. I quit my serving job, and then September came. I made no money. It slowed down. This was back in 2012. I have always hated having to collect a broker's fee from my tenant. There are OPs that everyone talks about. There's 50% are OPs. You know, I don't know where they get this data, StreetEasy, because StreetEasy is not reliable. We don't have an MLS in this city. It's one of the only ones also that doesn't have a multiple listing service where brokers can look and get all the listings. A private company had to create this, and now it's owned by like the Zillow, Trulia, Naked Apartments, whatever. I take issue, and nothing personal, against Bess. She was lovely. I met her outside. But when was the last time she's represented a tenant under $5,000 around this city and made money?
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up again. Everyone has 2 minutes, so once the 2-minute bell, everyone needs to wrap up.
Basically, REBNY does not represent agents.
Okay.
They represent corporate landlords, and they're lying to their agents.
Okay. Time is up. Next speaker. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rob Solano. I am the co-founder and executive director of Churches United for Fair Housing. We have over 25,000 members through our 40-plus church partners providing affordable housing service in Brooklyn, Queens, and recently in the Bronx. I am here today on behalf of hundreds of thousands of tenants we represent throughout New York City to support the FAIR Act. The FAIR Act is a simple and clear, making it one of the easiest bills we have ever had to explain to our members and faith leaders. If you hire someone, you pay for their services. This bill doesn't stop brokers from getting paid. It just ensures that the cost is covered by the party who hired them. Right now, landlords can force tenants to pay for brokers they didn't choose or vet and cannot hold them accountable. We have heard many hundreds of stories of tenants who were charged a month's rent just to receive a lockbox code from the broker. Moving is already expensive with moving-related fees, first month's rent, and a deposit. It can take months to get your deposit back from your current apartment, making saving up to moving nearly impossible. Adding a broker fee on top of that creates a huge barrier, especially for low-income tenants that are using city FEPS vouchers, Section 8, or HASA. I would love to see brokers who raise their hand that work with those tenants. On HRA, only pay half the usual broker fees. We've only seen landlords use broker fees to exploit tenants. For example, right now, there's a listing in the Bronx for an affordable, rent-stabilized apartment, and it comes with a broker fee, $10,000 broker fee to the tenant. I urge you to support the FAIR Act. Your backing will help create a fair housing system in New York City. Thank you.
Thank
2 minutes.
You. Next speaker.
Is this on?
If the red light is on, it's on.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. My name is Andrea Joseph. I am a postdoctoral researcher at Mount Sinai and the president of United Auto Workers Local 4100. Today, I have the pleasure of speaking not only on behalf of my members in 4100, but all our New York City members in Region 9A. We represent workers in nonprofits, arts, museums, higher education, movie theaters, car dealerships, sciences, and more. The vast majority of our membership are renters. We have a housing and affordability crisis in our city. Our members work hard. We fight at the bargaining table for everything we get. I know this firsthand because my shop at Mount Sinai went on strike for our first contract last winter. In our strike, we won nation-leading wages for postdocs. We are proud of that, but I am equally proud that we stayed on strike to win housing guarantees for our members. The reason we did this is because we are a majority immigrant workforce. We knew that if we didn't fight for it at the bargaining table, our members would be subject to the open market and they would be vulnerable to exploitation by broker fees. In our strike, we were also fighting for childcare and to keep women in the workforce. I've heard from members across our region that they are deciding to move out of the city or leave a job they love because they cannot afford an apartment with space for their families and the broker fee that goes along with that. One example I heard of this was from a leader in our union with an 18-month-old daughter who wanted to move within his rent-stabilized building to a newly vacant, larger apartment 1 floor down. When he asked about moving into the other apartment, the landlord tried to charge him a broker fee by connecting him with his preferred broker instead of letting him transfer. This was someone already paying a monthly rent to this exact landlord. That worker is now moving out of the building, moving further from his daughter's school, friends, and family because they needed more space. At the bargaining table, UAW fights for workers to get our fair share. But we also stand for the entire working class because not everyone is in a union. We fundamentally support Councilmember Osei's.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, please. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Great.
Is it on? Okay. Hello, my name is Ania Brewer. I'm from Sunset Park in Brooklyn. I just graduated law school, so I'm actually taking a break from studying from the bar to come testify and convince everybody of something that doesn't need to be convinced. Me and my mother are low income, so I've faced housing insecurity basically most of my life, but it's been worse within the last 11 years, especially as the housing crisis has worsened. For the past 3 years, we have lived in a very insecure living situation where the threat of eviction basically hangs over our head every single day. And among other things, we can't really do anything because it's not a situation where the law really protects us. But my need for housing has increased. You know, we desperately would like to move. And as I step into my new employment as a housing attorney, in September, adequate housing is going to be essential for that transition. We've had two main obstacles when it comes to being able to move freely within our neighborhood. The first is income requirements. Because we are low income, we don't really make the 40 times the rent requirement that a lot of landlords set. However, even now, as I'm about to enter into a new income bracket and finally meet that income requirement, I'm faced with another obstacle, which is the broker's fee. It would be impossible for us to leave our current insecure living situation and find an apartment in my neighborhood as soon as I start working, because having to pay 3 fees in one go is basically impossible. That means that me and my mother would have to save money for at least 6 to 8 months before we even have enough money to just pay the landlord. So that doesn't even cover moving expenses. It's literally just money going to a single person, and they're going to use a portion of that to pay the person they hired, not that I hired. I'm fine paying 1 month's rent and security deposit, but given that our current expenses won't just disappear to give me and my mother the ability to save all of that money, it is much more feasible for us to save $4,600 for a 2-bedroom that's going for like $2,300 in my neighborhood than it would be for us to save $6,900. While me and my mother would love to save every paycheck that comes our way, it's impossible. Living in New York City basically means that you pay to breathe at this point. I do not think that there's any reason for me to pay 1 month's rent or more to a person the landlord hired to post something on StreetEasy or Zillow or God knows where, riddled with typos and lies, only for me to get the apartment on my own and not get any responses to my basic questions.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker on this panel. We have Bradley Tusk on Zoom.
Thank you so much. Since you guys have a lot of people who testify, I'm going to be really brief and skip prepared remarks. I just want to make the case that from an economic standpoint, this bill is excellent for New York City. Everyone here has approached it from more of an affordability standpoint, and that makes a lot of sense. But one of the things that makes New York, is that the best and the brightest people from all over the world, every continent, every part of the globe, want to come here, and they come here and they do great things. They start businesses, they start organizations, they create great ideas, they create great art, and that's what allows so much more opportunity to happen for so many other New Yorkers. But we are preventing their ability to do that and to move here by charging them this sort of artificial barrier, this totally unnecessary fee. And so unless we want a city where all we have are people who can afford the broker's fee, like management consultants and investment bankers and things like that, and who would want a city like that? It's totally boring. You know, we're losing a lot of talent to Austin, to Nashville, to Miami, to so many other places that we don't have to. So from a long-term perspective, from the city creating jobs, creating wealth, creating more taxpayers, the best thing we can do is pass the FAIR Act. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think Councilmember Osei has questions for this panel.
I have a question for everyone on this panel, but I'll start with Mr. Hannan. As a broker, why do you support the FAIR Act, and is it important that the FAIR Act passes?
I'm not a very good public speaker. I'm sorry. I support the FAIR Act because if my co-op clients, my condo owner clients, can afford to pay a 1-month fee, then a landlord that has 700 buildings, these huge corporate landlords, can pay the fee. In fact, they already do. All of us here, we always have to explain to our clients, oh, the no fee versus the fee. The no fee apartment, it's built in. They offer 2 months free. Net effective is the new thing. They rent those at lower. It's just so, there's no transparency, and the $50,000, it's just like, people are on food stamps, they're on Medicaid, and like, I'd love to know how many of them are in that level, like the working class, the immigrants, the ones just starting off. I'm in favor of it because I have nothing to lose. I don't care. I don't need to work in this business anymore. But I will fight for those who are younger than me. What?
Thank you. I have a question for Rob Solano. From your organizing work across the city, how many New Yorkers hire brokers?
We've been doing this since 2009. One of our workshops had over 2,000 New Yorkers come to apply for housing, and I would say none wanted to hire a broker to pay a fee for them for ultimately something that they can find on Zillow or Street Easy or word of mouth to folks. And most of them, and this was going back from their own experience, the broker would pay the fee if they were buying the apartment or they were buying a condo. Their mental already is established that broker fees are paid by the landlord. And just wanted to make about broker fees, HPD already does follow the FAIR Act in their marketing guideline on page 67, attachment S1. They have embedded the FAIR Act where the broker fee is done by the developer.
Right.
And I have a lot of respect for the HPD rep that came. They could have gave you the data since they've been building housing since 1975 at HPD. They could have came to told you what the broker fees are, and they would have told you that they do the FAIR Act. They put it on the developer, and why the market in HPD has been incredibly successful for over 4 decades. HPD has been working with the FAIR Act and been implementing the broker fee to the developer in all of their projects, not just the Mitchell-Lamatro that he gave you. It's been embedded in their marketing system for 4 decades.
And the previous panel of brokers stated that the current system is transparent. They were implying that prospective tenants are going into these deals with the full knowledge that they need to pay the broker fee. Do you feel that the bargaining and the negotiating process for tenants is fair under the current system?
Absolutely not, because we also work with the developers that do take on the brokers, and they sometimes put it on the tenants on our affordable housing marketing team. And I would say to the marketing team is relatively brokers. You can just call it marketing team or marketing agents. I would say no one has any idea of what's happening as a tenant in the experience. They get their first month, they get their last month, they get their security, they try to get this thing going, then they get reminded they don't have to pay last month anymore. Very, very common, the broker fee is a gotcha at the end that is reminded and hustled by the broker. I do want to establish why I think there's a lot of energy, why the brokers want to go one-on-one with tenants and not landlords. Mm-hmm. Landlords have lawyers. Mm-hmm. Landlords have staff. Landlords have resources and other real estate apartments to hustle with that broker. So it's much easier for a broker to go one-on-one with a single mom. It's much easier for a broker to go one-on-one with someone that doesn't have a lot of resources and won't sue them. And also a broker can then ruin their credit if that specific tenant, for some reason, didn't feel like the services was done well and decide not to pay the broker fee. A broker could turn around, write a report, and give that person a bad credit. So there is a lot of strategy why big broker firms here today rather handle everyday New Yorkers, and why I'm appreciative of the government here today taking a step forward to support the tenants and everyday New Yorkers. Let them deal with the landlords as they usually do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And I have a question for Ms. Joseph from the United Auto Workers Union. She was yelling liar at the woman in the blue over there.
Let me be clear. Whether you're for this, against it, the rules are very clear. We will call you out of order, and the Sergeant of Arms will remove anyone who is disruptive. Okay? I just want to make sure everyone understands the rules that we follow here in the council. So if people will continue to be disruptive, they will be removed.
I do have a question for thank you, Chairman, and I do have a question for Ms. Joseph from the United Auto Workers Union. Why is broker fee reform important for unionized workers?
Sure. As I mentioned, in Local 4100 and in my shop at Mount Sinai, 80% of our workers are international workers. 60% of postdocs at Columbia are international workers. Many of us are parents, have children. Affordability is an issue that affects workers and especially UAW members across the region. It's, you know, as postdoc researchers are coming to New York City to contribute to science, you know, study cures for cancer, study neurodegenerative diseases, we're relocating, we're moving we're moving to a new country. We have the moving costs are exceedingly high, and you know, as the speakers before me mentioned, being forced to pay first month's rent, last month's rent, security deposit, and you know, broker fee on top of that is you know, makes it impossible for our workers to upgrade apartments when our families grow or when our needs change. So it's really important to workers in our union and all of the working class people in the city.
Thank you. And my last question is for Ms. Abreu. How has the broker fee impacted your ability to find housing for you and your mother as you testified?
Yeah.
How is the broker fee considered an obstacle to find affordable housing for working class families?
So actually, I was thinking about it when you asked, I can't remember your name, but when you asked about the bargaining process, and for me, I remember about like 2014, I was in high school, but we were trying to move, so I was like looking for a place for us like as a teenager, and we were so desperate at the time that that fee came up, and I was so confused. I was always used to hearing about security deposit, 1 month's rent, and I was like, oh, well, okay, I guess we're desperate, so we'll pay it, but the income requirement was the main obstacle then. But that was when rent was $1,400. Now rent for a 2-bedroom or even a 1-bedroom is like over $2,000. I was passively searching on StreetEasy the other day. I found like 32 apartments that were listed. Only 2 of those didn't have a fee. One of them that didn't have a fee was a 2-bedroom apartment that was going for $3,200. Why would I go for that option when there is a 2-bedroom apartment that's available for $2,000? But then the problem with that one is that there is a broker's fee, so I would have to save $6,000 to be able to actually access that apartment. So for me, that means that if I want to move within New York City, I can't move freely. I have to save for 6 to 8 months, like I mentioned before. I have to keep myself in an insecure living situation, keep myself in an uncomfortable living situation, keep myself in an inadequate living situation until I have enough money to pay somebody that I did not hire to move.
And I'm not sure if you remember in your search, but when you found those 2 no-fee apartments, do you recall if they were luxury buildings or pre-war buildings?
No, they were like regular buildings in the neighborhood, like that you would find. You would look in like one of the regular apartments that are like in the corner. You know, something I see every single day. There's not really that many luxury apartments in Sunset Park specifically, and something that I keep like laughing at when people talk about the fact that there are not enough developments going on in New York City. There are so many affordable housing lottery apartments being built all throughout the 5 boroughs, but the problem with that is that there's like income requirements for that, so they're not accessible either. So there are apartments, so I don't know where that's coming from, and I also don't know where the number, like the 50% of apartments that don't have broker's fee is coming from, because again, in my search, I only found 2 that did not have a broker's fee, and usually when they don't have a broker's fee, it means that they're gonna be more expensive in rent because they're trying to like fit that fee in somewhere else.
Councilmember.
That's not in support of y'all.
If I may, Councilmember, if I may add to your, Councilmember Ose, if I can also try to answer your question. If you look at the Williamsburg market today, most of the development sites do not hire brokers. If the brokers were so sought after and this was an incredible service, why aren't these high income market that charges $4,000 to $5,000 for 2 bedrooms going after the brokers to market their apartments? There is an incredible balance in the Williamsburg market right now. There's incredible data on it that all the waterfront units are being done on their own with their own team without charging tenant the broker fee. So there is a level of the high income community that does not have to pay the broker fee. They get net effective rent, they get no fee, they get swimming pool access, they get amenities on top of it, they sometimes get a television from their deal. But when it comes to the lower income side of the family, we don't get the TV, we don't get the 1 month off, and we have to pay a broker fee for an apartment that should be being paid a broker fee by the landlord. So there is a substantial amount of market rate units in the system that is not using the service of a lot of the people here in the room that call themselves brokers. The whole entire high income level renters have shifted over to handle their own team and not charge broker fee. So the market is responding. The market is saying broker fee should either be handled by the landlords or we shouldn't be charging it at all, and that's coming from the high incomes. So what we should be doing is establishing, getting the data from that, and understanding that if that's working for the higher market, it could be working for the lower market as well.
I want to also reference the fact that they all cheered for that, but that's the fact that landlords find sneaky ways to do things is their fault as well.
Yeah.
They're a partnership. It's a predatory partnership. They're gonna feed each other some way or another. It's not because landlords are just gonna do it to do it. It's a partnership.
We've also been joined by Councilmember Krishnan, and now I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Nurse for a question.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that was said this morning at a rally was about the upfront cost, cobbling together the upfront cost versus a little bit more in rent monthly. And I think it really speaks to the cash flow issue that really is the problem with most household budgets. They don't have the cash flow. They have very little savings. If anything goes wrong, if they get hurt at work, if something happens, their kid gets sick. Like so many New Yorkers are a simple accident, a simple car situation away from completely depleting their entire bank accounts. And so this conversation about rolling in the rent or not, it really is about the fact that cobbling together thousands of dollars up front is the barrier. Somebody said today, $50 to $100 more in rent. That might be something they could stomach because that's what the market is at, unfortunately. And that's a problem that has to be fixed. And believe me, this council works on that all the time. Nobody here in this side of the table needs a lecture about housing supply and housing demand. We can just not waste our time talking about that in this particular instance. But the fact that it's incredibly challenging to get $3,000, $2,000, $1,000 extra when you don't really have anything in the savings is really what we're talking about as well. So can you speak to the community that you work with and serve and their ability to pull that amount of money together?
I welcome this conversation. I just did it on Saturday. I helped my brother-in-law move from a 4th floor walk-up to a 1st floor apartment 5 blocks away, and I was just there to bring coffee, and I ended up moving the bed and the bureau with him. Was there for 2 hours, and while my wife had the 2 kids looking. He only had enough for the security deposit and the first month's rent, and he has saved over 2 years just to be in the position, and in his own mental felt that was totally appropriate. It's the first month that I lived there, and if anything ever happens to this apartment, I know that is a security that me and the landlord will come. This is on the ground. The data will show that what I've just said as a human example will collaborate everything I've just told you on. It is almost nearly impossible for everyday New Yorkers to combo together our first month's rent and a security. And he already accepted that he was not going to get the security from the apartment, that he was now, even though he mopped it, cleaned it, erased every little thing that was there, he really just said, that's going to take me forever. I'm going to try, but I'm not going to get that back. Yeah. So there's an incredible need that if there was another fee on top, it would have been, in 2 years just to do the first month and the security, would have been impossible just for my brother-in-law to move anywhere. Yeah. So to your point, I say this is an incredible need to put that broker fee on the landlord.
Okay, thank you.
It's also the fact that sometimes people end up going into debt to cover that fee. Yeah. Because even if they might work out a deal where they're not only, things are rolled into their rent, but they're still paying off monthly something with a deal. Yeah. So it is incredibly challenging at the household level, and I really appreciate you speaking on it. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. Councilmember Osei had another question for the panel.
Just one more question for Mr. Tusk in response to your point on this impacting the economy. From your perspective, why is passing the FAIR Act important, especially for young professionals who may want to work in new industries in the city?
Yeah, I mean, look, I invest in tech startups, early stage tech startups all over the country, but I would always prefer to invest in New York startups. And I have all of these companies where they want to be based here, but they have to be able to recruit talent, and they're competing with other startups all over the country and all over the world. And when the cost of living here is too high, and when someone has to move here and pay exorbitant out-of-pocket fees just to get information that's already free on the internet, they end up not basing their companies here, right? And so all kinds of industries, from digital health to transportation to energy to education, that are doing incredibly groundbreaking things all across artificial intelligence, machine learning, things like that. We're not getting the benefit of that simply because we are sacrificing all of those jobs and all that opportunity in order to give one constituency, a fee that they really, quite frankly, don't deserve.
And the last question that I have for you is why is it important to keep our young professionals in New York and not move to other cities?
I mean, because the ROI, the return on investment, is really high. I mean, these tend to be people who they're typically not in school, so there's no cost of educating them. They're not using a lot of social services. They're spending the vast majority of their disposable income on entertainment and nightlife, and putting it right back into the economy. So they're paying taxes. They're putting money in the economy. They require very little from the city in terms of cost or services. These are really high-value taxpayers, and having them is what gives us the resources to help everybody else who needs help. And so we should do everything we can to encourage them to be here.
So you would say forced broker fees are bad for New York City's economy?
No question about it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Osei, may I add to the economy question, because it's something that Councilmember Nurse had mentioned. The assumption is that most of our tenants are paying 30% of the income towards rent. Tenants are more likely paying 50 to 60 to 70% of their income is going to rent. This is not the days of 30% ratio that is happening in New York. The market has exploded, and people need to put, it used to be 2 generations of family, people putting 4 generations of family in one household, squeezing into a 2-bedroom and paying up to 70% of that family's income towards rent. And additional, your legislation to put the broker fee into the landlord or to anyone that wants a broker fee will be life-changing to everyday New Yorkers. And I just wanted one last second to say, not every day this happens. Over 2 to 12 decades I've been part of legislation. This is an important legislation that have real impact on New Yorkers, and I appreciate you all today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much to this panel, and we will now call the next panel. Douglas Wagner, Hal Gavzi, Sarah Salzberg, Melissa Gomez. If you could please come up. Okay, please begin.
Hello, I'm Douglas Wagner from Bond, New York. I live in Councilmember Osei's District 36. I'd like to draw attention to the ideas of how this would affect advertising transparency and possibly create the greatest amount of shadow inventory since the days of classified newspaper advertising. Landlords can make a business decision not to pay a broker fee, and they can simply offer available apartments to the brokers they do business with on an open listings basis, and then still have the tenant pay the fee. This is what happened in 2019, as was previously discussed, when the Department of State issued guidance around HSTPA preventing a landlord's agent from charging a broker fee to a tenant. As we know, that guidance was overturned, but in the interim, landlords would temporarily restate their relationships with real estate brokers as a way to avoid paying the fee. Many of the rental companies would receive vacancy lists with the same apartments on them, with huge disclaimers prohibiting advertising, warning us that we as brokers could list the apartments, but we did not represent the landlord. We were encouraged to show these listed apartments to and bring applications from tenants we already represented and who would pay our commission. I'm afraid the number of online apartment ads would likely decrease by up to 85% when brokers are no longer allowed to advertise non-exclusive listings. Consumers don't care whether a listing is an exclusive or a non-exclusive. They want to find out what's available and how to see it. We could go from around 17,500 transparent apartment ads today to about 2,500 of them in a week, removing consumers' choice to search between no-fee and fee-based listings, effectively forcing anyone able to find anything satisfactory in the remaining inventory to have to hire a real estate broker and pay them the fee. Most brokers would continue to receive the vacancy lists, but the information won't go away.
Okay,
And
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
This bill proposes to reduce tenant-paid broker fees, and it would actually create more of them than ever existed before. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Hello, I'm Sarah Salzberg. I'm the owner of an independent firm, Bohemia Realty Group in Harlem. As New York City grapples with a housing crisis, our legislators must focus on solutions that address the root cause of this complex problem instead of dictating how rental brokers are compensated. Intro 360 would have myriad unintended negative outcomes for tenants that will raise housing costs and further limit housing access. We have been down this road before. The 2019 passing of the state's disastrous HSTPA serves as a troubling reminder of another legislative attempt to keep housing affordable by restricting landlords and brokers, which spectacularly backfired. Since 2019, rent in New York City has raised over 26%. Last year alone, wages increased 1.2%, while rents increased 8.6%, the highest of any market in the country. One of the many unintended consequences of HSTPA is the tens of thousands of rent-stabilized units that sit offline due to a mandate that allows for almost no rent increase regardless of the funds needed for renovations. City officials would better serve their constituents by immediately advocating for reforms to HSTPA, which would bring back tens of thousands of rent-stabilized units. Have there been any economic studies or analysis that indicate Intro 360 would lower rents? I think we have clearly seen today, no, there have not been. Once a law is passed, it is hard to roll it back. That's why we are fighting for this, against this bill. Number one, renters will be forced to pay more in rent and in fees. If all exclusive relationships mandate that the broker fees is paid by the owner will pass that cost to the tenant. That's what they do now. Should that tenant stay longer than a year, they end up paying that fee over and over again. Number two, renters will have less choice. Right now, any open listing that currently pays a fee to a tenant's agent, that would no longer be legal. Similarly, there are many exclusives where owners may prefer to keep rents lower for faster absorption. The Intro 360 fails to consider the flexibility that the New York City market demands and that has historically benefited renters by giving them choice.
Next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Hal Gavsey with Douglas Elliman. Thank you for having me here. This bill will be a lose-lose for renters and agents, as it would increase rents and make it harder to apply for an apartment, while also creating a more challenging environment for agents to be paid for their work. As we see working with property owners every day, most no-fee apartments do not absolve the renter from paying broker compensation. If not paid directly by the renter, landlords most often include broker fee costs in the rents. The reality is few owners have the time or interest in handling the work that brokers do and recognize without them apartments would not be marketed, shown, and leased with the level of detail and efficiency that benefits landlords and renters alike. With the current rental housing supply in New York City so far behind demand, market history suggests leasing apartments at higher rents, inclusive of broker fees, will not be a challenge for these owners. The council member sponsoring this bill has even acknowledged that the result of this legislation would be that many landlords would include broker fees in rents, arguing that the cost of a broker fee would be more manageable for the renter if paid over the course of the initial lease term rather than on signing day. This is short-sighted. While deferring broker fee costs may offer momentary financial relief for some, by baking fees into rents, you are creating three negative consequences for renters. Immediately, you're inflating average asking rents. That would limit negotiating power for renters in an already competitive market. Additionally, this bill could also impact housing access with a higher base rent. More renters will not meet the income requirements to apply for certain units, thus further limiting their options. Finally, by including a previously one-time payment now in rent, renters will again pay the cost of the broker fee each year they resign their lease. as I see my time is wrapping up here, if legislators want to curb rising apartment costs, they should support tools to create more housing inventory to keep up with demand. Continuing to advocate for failed
Okay, if
ideas
you
like
can
Intro
please wrap up.
360 distracts from addressing the real causes of housing cost increase while punishing hardworking brokers and creating a more challenging environment for renters.
Okay, and next panelist.
Hi, my name is Melissa Gomez. I'm actually from Southeast Queens. I'm a member of the New York State Association of Realtors. I am a realtor, and I'm also a small landlord as well. This legislation simply will not help the residents of New York. Affordable housing is a huge concern for all of us, not just for this council, but for real estate agents as well. This bill attempts to put a Band-Aid on an issue yet not really resolve the problem. Enacting a bill like this would make landlords either not use a real estate agent or significantly increase their base rent. How do I know that it would increase rent? That's because if you look on Street Easy today, there are 13,942 apartments. Out of that, 6,542 are no fees. When you're looking at the fees, the no-fee rentals start at $4,893. The ones that are associated with broker fees are starting at $28.99. That right there shows you what's going to be happening as far as rent is concerned. Then we talk about other areas. I looked up Miami. In Miami, tenants have to pay 3 months up front. First month's rent, last month's rent, and a security deposit. Here, we only do first month's rent and the security deposit to the landlord. But Miami also has different tenant laws. For example, you can give a 3-day notice in Miami for eviction of non-payment, whereas in New York City, 30, 60, 90 days is your notice, and you're going to be in housing court for a minimum of a year. Next, the question is, what will happen if we discourage landlords from hiring real estate agents? And let's face reality. In my experience, some landlords do not feel that the same fair housing laws that apply to real estate licensees apply to them. I have often had to explain to a landlord about the state and federal fair housing laws and how they must obey them. If this bill becomes law, the opportunity will decrease, and instead, the limited housing options that are currently available will become even more limited to the majority of people that are actually seeking shelter. This bill is an attempt to put a Band-Aid on the affordability crisis, however, it does not address issues like the delays in housing court, the red tape to build, modify, and renovate, et cetera, that are not being addressed. To give an example, I own a 2-family property in the Bronx. I had a gas leak. It took me 6 months back and forth between Con Ed and New York City to get that resolved.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay. No, that's it. You know, at the end of the day, it's going to be baked in, which is the reality. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay. Any questions for this panel? If not, we are going to move on, and I also want to mention we've been joined by Councilmember Brewer. Okay, thank you to this panel. I'm now going to call the next panel. Anna Klenkar, Michael Corley, Samuel Stein, Aliyah Muhammad, Brendan Griffith. So please come up. Thank you.
I think you may begin. Remember to turn on your mic.
Good morning, council members. My name is Anna Klenkar, and I'm a broker who supports the FAIR Act. In 2019, when this briefly became law, I was primarily a rental agent, earning about $40,000 a year, and I welcomed this change. Not only is it a fairer system, one which exists almost everywhere else, but it meant I would never again work with a tenant for weeks, only to give up my commission when a listing agent wanted the full 15% fee, a fee paid by someone who'd actually hired me, not them. Since 2019, I've publicly supported this type of legislation. I'm not alone, but the official industry stance has been to block these bills in order to protect our income. That's how REBNY gathered agents here to protest today, by claiming this is necessary to, quote, protect our commissions. But REBNY has also proposed, as an alternative to the FAIR Act, helping tenants negotiate down the commissions they pay us. It feels less like we're protecting ourselves and more like we're protecting landlords, whom REBNY also represents. Notably, they do not represent tenants, which makes me question some of their other claims about the bill's impact. The FAIR Act does not cap agent commissions. If our incomes drop because landlords pay us less than they expected tenants to pay, it just shows the current system is built on exploitation. At the end of the day, it isn't about us. It's about removing financial hurdles that keep tenants trapped in unsafe situations, which can be as serious as life or death. But while you don't need real estate's permission to pass this bill, rest assured that agents, as well as attorneys and other industry professionals, are involved, even if it was too risky or intimidating to physically be here today. It is incredibly popular, and the longer we fight it, the more we erode agents' reputation and public trust. There are always unintended consequences to any change, but not all of those consequences are bad. I believe this bill will help much more than it hurts, and if any council members have additional questions, I'm happy to speak further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Menon. Thank you, Councilmember Osei. My name is Samuel Stein. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Community Service Society of New York, which is a nonprofit that's been helping low-income New Yorkers for about 180 years. We've always had a strong focus on housing and especially on low-income tenants. We support Intro 360, or the FAIR Act, and I want to add some data points that have not been discussed before that can help inform our support. The first is that the median renter household in New York City makes 59% of the area median income, or AMI. Owners in the city make 109% of AMI. So there's a huge income discrepancy according to the last Housing and Vacancy Survey. The Housing and Vacancy Survey also showed a lot of movement in this city. In fact, there was a 44% increase in moving within the city from the last HVS to the current one. Over 761,000 households, more than 1 in 5 New York City households, moved into their current home in the years 2021 or 2022. This is unheard of. 57% of them moved into market rate apartments, not necessarily because they love market rate apartments, but because that's what's available. However, it's not an even playing field. It is much more higher income people who are able to move than lower income renters. 56% of people who moved into their apartment since 2021 make more than $100,000. We're just talking about rental apartments. Renters who make over $100,000 are just 36% of the city's rentals, yet they were 56% of the people who were able to move. There are also a racial discrepancy. 50% of the people who were able to move in those last few years are white, whereas white renters are just 32% of the New York City tenants. I have more data that I can offer on savings as well.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alia Mohammed, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Open Igloo, a leasing marketplace that's helped over 1.5 million New York City renters research their landlords, review their buildings, and find quality apartments. In the last 4 years, we've also worked alongside brokers and landlords that share our belief that transparency is paramount in creating a fair and functioning housing market. And at Open Igloo, we feel that the FAIR Act supports that belief, and I want to share a few of the perspectives that we've learned from the renters, agents, and landlords that are a part of our community. I think many people in this room would agree that whenever a New Yorker complains about their housing situation, maybe it's a maintenance issue, or maybe they just want a different kind of space, the common response from non-New Yorkers is, well, if you don't like it, why don't you just go find something else? And this reply is so frustrating because we all know the emotional and financial toll that comes with moving in this city. A 1 or 2 month broker fee on top of moving costs is simply a financial impossibility for many New Yorkers. The FAIR Act will give renters the freedom to move, the freedom of choice, and keep renters from being excluded from what is already a tight housing market. We've also learned from landlords that it is better if tenants don't feel like they were forced to pay a fee to a broker that did not represent their interests. Many owners agree that the FAIR Act has the potential to build trust and to make sure that the owner-tenant relationship starts off on the right foot, and that is good for business. From our agent community members, including the agents that work on our team, we've heard that this will be an opportunity for great agents to rise above the stigma and focus their energy on building long-lasting relationships with the owners and renters that value their expertise. I understand that this is a charged debate, but one thing is unequivocal, and that something needs to change. The FAIR Act is the first proposal we've seen that isn't going after brokers, isn't going after fees, but simply trying to make the process of renting more transparent and fair for all stakeholders. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson Menon, and thank you for allowing me to come here and speak in support of the fairness of the FAIR Act. My name is Michael Corley. I'm the principal broker at Corley Realty Group, a boutique residential brokerage firm that started in 2004. And I'm here in support of the FAIR Act because, just as many of the people that are here on the panel that I'm with, it establishes a much fairer marketplace. As a managing principal at Corley Realty Group, Inc., I personally understand how challenging it is to earn a living as a licensed real estate agent. So it was not an easy decision in 2008 to end the practice of charging renters a broker fee. But that decision proved decisive since it fostered referrals from our existing leasing clients and brought new business opportunities to our firm. It is my hope that as a licensed practitioner for 22 years, having professionally leased over 150 apartments, personally in my career, my testimony can provide a balanced perspective that demonstrates the value this legislation offers to thousands of residents that enter the rental market each year and the licensed real estate agents that broker rental transactions on behalf of property owners. Hopefully, by the end of my testimony, members of the Consumer and Worker Protection Committee and all in attendance will appreciate the value agents bring and also why property owners should pay for the services they offer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Council's Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Brendan Griffith, and I am the Chief of Staff at the New York City Central Labor Council, AFL-CIO. Over 300 unions are part of our coalition, and those unions represent over 1 million workers across all 5 boroughs of our city. We strongly support Intro 360, which requires the party retaining the services of a broker to pay the broker. Today, New York City is a city where a majority of households, 69%, rent their homes. Currently, the median asking rent for an apartment is approximately $3,500, a staggering $42,000 per year. In addition to meeting that high monthly rent, most tenants who want to move into a new apartment are forced to pay broker fees even when they did not retain the services of that broker or they were able to find the apartment on their own. The resulting upfront costs of moving have made it even more difficult for working New Yorkers to find appropriate housing within New York City. While rental costs already accounting for more than 30% of some New Yorkers' income, many of our members are already rent burdened, or paying more than 50% are severely rent burdened. And that's before even accounting for substantial payments to third parties that they had no choice in retaining. The current state of affairs has contributed to making New York City unaffordable for working families. Intro 360 eases some of that burden by ensuring that, like in almost every other city in the United States, the person who decides to hire a broker is the one who will pay for their services. By shifting the burden of some of these upfront costs back to the party who hires these brokers, the FAIR Act brings us one step closer to ensuring that everyday working families are able to live and thrive in New York. And I just want to end by stating that the CLC and our affiliates, we appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of this much-needed legislation, and we look forward to continuing to work with this committee to develop policies that improve the lives of working people in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Osei for questions for this panel.
Thank you. And I do want to start because I know there was a gentleman who testified earlier that said that brokers were not engaged in this bill, but we actually wrote this bill with brokers to get their input who were in support of the FAIR Act. The first question that I have is for Ms. Klenkar. What are the benefits of having brokers collect their fee from the hiring party?
Choice, for one. We heard earlier that right now tenants have a choice, no service or full service, and that's not even entirely true. But in a new system, each party, the landlord and the tenant, get to make a decision if they hire someone, who they hire, and what services they're requesting for what payment. So for example, you are moving to New York City, and you might not want someone to run around with you and do every single showing for 15%, but maybe you negotiate something different. Maybe you're a family that's working and you don't have the funds for a full fee, but you can come to an agreement with your representative where something that works for both of you. As the system exists today, you do not have any say in that as a tenant. The only person with choice in the current situation is the landlord who's deciding whether their property is listed with an agent or not and what the fee is.
I also want to reiterate that the FAIR Act was introduced with the intent of just making real estate transactions fair for all parties, including landlords, tenants, and brokers who are involved. Broker and consumer, tenant and landlord. If FAIR were to pass, how can brokers be empowered to negotiate their fees from the hiring party?
The same way we negotiate everything. I mean, we have to have buyer agreements, seller agreements, landlord agreements. You're already sort of negotiating with a tenant or a landlord now. This just gives you the ability to say, look, you can't shift the entire fee to the tenant. You're going to have to pay me something if you want to hire me, and we can figure out what that looks like.
And the Real Estate Board of New York is stating that under FAIR, brokers will lose their ability to make more money and it will cap their fees. They've said this multiple times about this bill. From your perspective as a broker, how will the FAIR Act impact brokers?
Well, it doesn't cap fees. It definitely doesn't. And REBNY does govern landlords, so if they are concerned about agents getting paid, they do have something to do about it, potentially. But as far as what else it will impact, it really just removes an exploit. Tenants pay 15% out of desperation. No one is paying 15% because they feel that that is what's fair to them, to someone who just showed them an apartment once and did a lot of valuable work, but for the other party.
Thank you. And I have a question for Mr. Corley. How long have you been a broker for again?
22 years.
Okay. And we are hearing that the broker fee can be negotiated. In your opinion, are renters well equipped to negotiate down the broker fees?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you want to speak more to that, or?
Certainly. Listen, I'll just share with you that as a broker, if I'm listing an apartment, I have at my disposal what I call a gatekeeper fulcrum, meaning that because I'm the access point to that apartment, I also control the outcome to presenting an application, to assessing default risk of that applicant, and making certain that there's no other avenue for them to achieve getting a lease other than through me, since I'm hired by the broker. For all of our clients, the people that I work for, they hire me, they pay me. And those are property owners, small property owners, people that own 2-family brownstones, 3-family brownstones. So they are well acquainted with the level of work that I do. And had I continued that practice of requiring a fee from the renter, there'd be no chance of them negotiating anything to lower a fee from me.
Thank you for that. And I have another question for you. The brokers on the previous panel mentioned that there is an agreement prospective tenants or renters need to sign. Is this agreement that prospective renters are signing a document that renters have full knowledge and information to knowingly sign?
It's at the point of sale, much like when you go to the counter at CVS and you've got all your goods and you find out how much it costs. At what point do you have to negotiate down any value at that point? You don't. And so when a renter finds out that the landlord has approved them to lease the apartment from the broker, they get handed a bunch of papers, forms that outline certain disclosures, acknowledgments, and as a result, they are at the point of which, with so much sunk costs, they can't refuse to move forward. It's an enormous task to lease an apartment in this city, and they would rather go ahead and move forward rather than to begin the search again. So no.
And Ms. Glenkar, I wanted to follow up on something that you said, because I've received in our push for this bill dozens of messages, private messages from brokers who are in support of this bill and didn't feel comfortable coming to testify in support of this bill. And I know you spoke a little bit to that in terms of some of the intimidation and the support that comes within the broker community.
Look, sometimes it's not possible. If you're an agent on a team, I know some people who speak off the record because they can't risk their team's ongoing relationships with certain landlords. People have been fired over this, and REBNY actually contacted my manager when they found out I would be here today. So it is a little bit intimidating to feel like your industry thinks you're a traitor for voicing your opinion.
Another question for you is, there's an argument that if landlords are forced to pay for brokers, no one would hire a broker due to cost. Do you believe that is true? And if not, please elaborate why.
I don't think it's true, because I do a lot of, or have historically done a lot of no-fee rentals with owners who are choosing to hire me, and they're paying my fee so that every tenant is going to be treated kind of the same, and we can evaluate who has the strongest application and who will be the best fit for their listing.
Thank you. And Ms. Mohammed, opponents say renters already have a choice to not pay the broker fee because of no-fee apartments. About how many apartments in New York are considered no-fee apartments?
I know we've heard a lot of stats today that it's around 50-50, and I think looking at just the StreetEasy data is a bit inaccurate to get a full picture of what the no-fee listings are. I would say closer to 70% of the listings in New York City come with a fee, and the other 30% that don't have a fee, a lot of times it's, landlords that have gone a different route, having in-house leasing teams that are made up of agents, actually, that just have a different cost structure that they've modeled into their financials when it comes to leasing the properties.
And what are the typical rents of no-fee apartments?
So it definitely varies, depends on neighborhood, it depends on borough, but you definitely see no-fee apartments that happen more commonly in luxury apartments with full-fledged amenities. Those buildings come with free month concessions, they come with no fees. Those buildings have on-site teams, like I shared, that are made of agents. So definitely there isn't this full-fledged, full-choice access that a renter has when they go into the market. They're really making a choice between 70% of the apartments, taking that completely out of the list when they're looking to move.
And you would say most of those no-fee apartments on the market are luxury apartments?
A big percentage of them.
So
Not all, but a large percentage of them.
So they would be expensive anyways?
Correct.
Right. Why are the rents of, well, you answered that. Opponents say that tenants are able to negotiate, give me 1 second, negotiate down a broker fee, and this fee is not forced. From your research, do you feel that a renter having an ability to pay the higher broker fee means they are seen as a more competitive tenant and therefore likely to be chosen by the landlord for the union?
Yeah, I'll echo some of the comments made by the panelists. A key ingredient to any negotiation is to have leverage. So it is very, very difficult for renters at the 11th hour when they need a new apartment next week to start negotiating the broker fee in that moment. We get emails, inquiries from renters every single day asking for guidance on whether they should negotiate the broker fee. And there are many instances where we'll encourage them to do that if we think it's smart, right? Has the apartment been on the market for 100 days? What neighborhood is it in? There are brokers, not all brokers operate as a monolith, right? Everyone operates their business in a different way. There are some renters or some brokers that will prioritize applications that will pay the highest fee. Other brokers may not operate that way, but I would say it is very difficult for renters to negotiate broker fees.
And my last question for you before moving on is that we hear that units are listed as no fee, but then prospective tenants will find out that these units are actually requesting a broker fee. What is the reason behind this?
We do see it happen quite frequently. And listen, there are a lot of brokers in this room that are doing their business by the book, following the laws to the T, making sure that all the disclosures are given to the renter, even in the first inquiry, right, in the first phone call or email. But there are some cases, and I think it's important for people to acknowledge this, that you will show up to a no-fee listing, and a broker might tell you, oh, sorry, that apartment is no longer available. Let me show you something else, but that apartment has a fee. Would you like to see it? So we do see that happen. We do get inquiries from renters that are asking for guidance on this. Is a broker allowed to do that? What can I do? And sometimes we just say, unfortunately, you're going to have to, move on to another apartment. So it is very difficult for renters.
Thank you. And I have a couple questions for Mr. Griffith from the Central Labor Council. Why is broker fee reform, in your opinion, or from the union's perspective, important for unionized workers?
Great, thank you for the question. The reality is that the median rents of approximately $3,500, median annual income of about $77,000. New York City is more and more unaffordable, and when you have fees like this that are paid, for all intents and purposes, they are a wage cut. They are a wage cut for workers who are trying to change their situation to a more appropriate apartment. As been mentioned by previous panelists, it might be a larger apartment for a larger family, closer to home. Many city workers have residency requirements. This is a significant part of how workers in New York City spend their income.
Thank you. And what is the correlation to keeping workers in New York and strengthening union power?
Yeah, New York City is a union town. It's said often, and it's as true today as it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and it will be 10 years and 20 years from now. That being the case, we want to make sure that union workers in this city are invested in the city as residents. Their families you can afford to raise a family in this city, and to do that, we need to make sure that housing is a cost that is controlled for workers.
Thank you. And for our last panelist, Mr. Stein, From CSS's survey, quote, the unheard third, it was reported that a majority of tenants surveyed could not afford all of the expenses that come from moving into a new home, and this led to tenants taking on debt, borrowing money, or selling possessions, which further put an undue burden on them. What do tenants feel that they have to do, all that to ensure they can meet the fees associated with moving in?
Yeah, and let me say that the Unheard Third survey is an annual survey we've been doing for over 20 years, and it's a scientifically rigorous study. It's done by a professional polling firm. Our sample size is quite large. A majority of tenant respondents said that they could not cover a $400 emergency expense. And as you said, when we asked, what would you do? They said, well, take on debt, borrow from friends or family, or sell something in their possession. That's just for a $400 expense. We asked how much money New Yorkers have in savings. A majority of homeowners said more than $10,000, while the most common response for public subsidized and rent-regulated tenants was $0 to $99. And you might say, well, they don't pay broker fees to get into their apartments. Well, yes, but they might need to pay a broker fee to get to another apartment. So when they move, they have nothing in savings. And in fact, 2 out of 5 market rate tenants also said they have $0 to $99 in savings. We asked about, whether they worry about household expenses. 40% of homeowners said they never have to worry about family expenses. Less than 20% of renters said the same.
Thank you. One more question. I'm so sorry, Chair. But Ms. Klenkar, I remember in the past panel we heard that brokers or landlords are just going to take their homes off of these sites, and we'll go into an age of darkness in terms of finding an apartment. Can you speak to that, or does this bill have any correlation to how that would impact?
I think that in some situations it feels like a bluff, because if you're claiming that instead of paying an agent a 1-month fee to represent and list your apartment, or choosing to do it yourself, you're going to not earn an entire year's worth of rent because it's easier for you to keep it vacant than have it rented if the tenant's no longer paying the fee. I find that confusing. I also want to point out this bill is not passing today. There will be plenty of opportunity after this to go through every single specific situation with things like open listings and transparency. I hope that this is the beginning of more collaboration between members of the public, city council, and people who work in real estate on the ground, having more input into bills that will help protect everyone.
Thank you, and I also do want to thank the hundreds of supporters who are outside. I know that they are watching on live stream who haven't made it in yet. This committee sees you and knows where New Yorkers stand. So thank you so much to this panel.
Okay, thank you to the panel. I'm now going to call the next panel, Jason Haber, Brian Auergen. Wait 1 second. Anthony D'Amato, sorry, it's hard to read this one, and Kayan Sanat. Please come forward to testify. Thank you. Okay, please begin.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon now. My name is...
1 second. Shh. If you're going to be speaking, please exit the chambers so we can hear. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jason Haber. I'm the co-founder of the American Real Estate Association and a longtime member of REBNY. For the last 25 years, I've been coming before this council championing many progressive causes. I'm a former district leader, state committee member, and DNC delegate, and I speak today not just as a progressive with receipts, but as a real estate professional and also an academic, where I've served on the adjunct faculty at John Jay College, where I've taught courses on urban planning and affordable housing. Councilmember Brewer's been spoken to my class. I don't think any other members of the committee are, but in future classes, I'd love to have you there. I frequently lecture to civic groups on urban planning, and I'm considered an expert in this field. And so my evaluation today of this bill comes from years of study and market knowledge. It doesn't come from speaking to people at diners. Sorry, Governor. But let me be clear. For all the intentions of this bill It's the unintended consequence, and I truly know it's unintended, but rents will go up. They will go up to historic levels, and your constituents will come to you and say, why is the rent too damn high? It will make today's rent look low. We have an obligation to not engage in tactics which raise the rents. They are already far, far too high. There are real solutions out there that I'd love to discuss with you in the Q&A if you like. There are agents here today who are not on the clock. They are not being paid. They are losing money because their livelihoods are also on the line. We can do better. Let's make New York more affordable, and it starts by voting no on this bill. Thank you.
Okay. Again, we've been very clear what the rules are. You really need to remain silent, please. Next speaker, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Menon, members of the Council Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Anthony Dimethodi, and I'm a real estate broker in the Bronx. I'm also a member of the New York State Association of Realtors and the Hudson Gateway Association of Realtors, whose members serve Manhattan and the Bronx, as well as the lower Hudson Valley. As a lifelong resident of the city, I witnessed the struggles and triumphs of countless individuals navigating our city's challenging rental market. The support and expertise of licensed realtors has been a beacon of hope for many, including myself. I'm here to speak in opposition of Intro 360. When I first moved to this bustling city for my career, I was overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of finding an affordable apartment. The maze of listings, the uncertainty of landlords who charged varying security deposits and had conditions for application approvals, and the ever-looming threat of being taken advantage of were daunting. A licensed realtor stepped in, offering not just a service, but a lifeline. Their fee, which some might see as a burden, was a small price to pay for the security, for the peace of mind, and the invaluable guidance they provided me. I also think of a dear friend who, after months of fruitless searching and countless disappointments, decided to enlist the help of a realtor. Within weeks, they found a suitable home, navigated the legalities seamlessly, and moved in without the stress that had plagued them for so long. The realtor's fee was not just a payment, it was an investment in their future, in their stability, and in their happiness. This bill threatens to dismantle the crucial support system by prohibiting realtors from collecting fees unless directly employed by the renter. We risk stripping away the very essence of what makes New York City market navigable for so many. Realtors are state-licensed professionals, not faceless entities. They're hardworking individuals who dedicate their lives to helping others find homes in their vast, unforgiving city. I'm just going to close off with one sentence. Let us not forget that every policy impacts real life. The realtor who helped me find my first apartment, the agent who rescued my friend, are the backbone of this city's market. We
Okay,
must
you need
protect
to,
their
no, no,
ability.
no, that's more than one sentence. We're gonna, again, 2 minutes for
tried.
every
Thank you.
speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Keon Sinai. I've been the #1 rental agent at Douglas Elliman for the past 5 years in a row, and I've been in this business for a little over a decade. I come from a single-family, low-middle-class home outside of Poughkeepsie, New York, and I'm a proud product of the public school system. A majority of my family are refugees who escaped from Iran during the Islamic Revolution. Before I moved here, I worked at a country club to save up enough money to move here. When I moved here, I lived paycheck to paycheck for many years. Without any connections or help, I bootstrapped my way to some success. I have years now of both intricate experience of both tenant representation and landlord representation. While I'm glad that we have the data to codify that the rents will go up, I can also speak from my personal experience dealing with landlords. During that 2-week period, there was confusion about this ban in 2020. I called all my landlords, or they called me, and they said, great, raise the rent $500-700 and make it no fee. This will price people out of the apartments, and not only that, it'll increase the value of the buildings for these landlords, thus making them richer and widening the wealth gap, which I thought was something you guys weren't trying to do. In recent weeks, I've had to watch the councilman push fallacies which are not based off fact and are pure hyperbole, including that this bill will not raise the rent, and also that my job consists of just opening a door. This type of hyperbole is a cheap attempt to sucker people into thinking this bill will affect positive change when it will really cause long-term financial pain and even more mayhem in the housing market and perhaps more inventory shortage. This bill will hurt the very people the councilman is pretending it would help, and unlike the councilman, I do have real-world experience in this field as well as the data to codify it. I'm happy to answer any questions you have with facts or real-world experience. I'm also very happy to help be a part of the solution. This is not the solution. Councilman, you say you wrote this bill with brokers. Myself, nor any of the top rental brokers in the city heard from you. You picked and chose people based on confirmation bias who are frustrated with their own lack of success, as we previously heard. Thank you. God bless America.
Oh. Next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Brian Hargan from Bonn, New York. The last time I was here in this chamber, I spoke in defense of the hardworking real estate professionals who pride themselves on providing quality service before also proposing ethics reforms that would raise the bar in our industry and improve transparency for consumers. This time, I feel compelled to speak out on behalf of New York City renters and the public at large who would be irreparably harmed if this bill should pass. Intro 360 is the quintessential wolf in sheep's clothing. It may sound reasonable to some who don't understand the fundamentals of our market. The irony of the bill, though, is that it will, in foreseeable ways, raise costs, raise rents, reduce transparency, promote unethical bait-and-switch techniques among unscrupulous brokers, and actually increase the prevalence of tenant-paid broker fees as opposed to lessening them. My firm overwhelmingly represents tenants, and in the last quarter, over 60% of the transactions we worked on, we were hired by a tenant, but paid by a landlord, whom we did not represent, not by our tenant client. Under this bill, that structure would become illegal, and all those tenant clients would have had to pay for our services. While I don't have time to detail every other negative consequence of the legislation, I'm confident other industry experts can detail just how this will cause the largest rent increase New York City has ever seen, while obliterating consumer choice, and demonstrate why this bill should actually be called the Discriminator's Delight Bill. It works against the interests of our most vulnerable New Yorkers, who are, of course, public assistance voucher holders. I think it's fair to say that every one of us in this room agrees our city has a serious and worsening affordability crisis, which needs to be addressed in thoughtful and meaningful ways. To those who are concerned about affordability and equitable access to housing, you and I are on the same team. We need more affordable housing, and it must be built right now. We need to protect the most vulnerable by improving our archaic, bureaucratic, broken public assistance voucher system right now. And New Yorkers need and deserve the most well-trained, ethical, transparent, and professional real estate representatives in any market, anywhere, right now. But there's much work to be done on that front. Let's resolve to immediately introduce and adopt a sweeping tenants' bill of rights, which elucidates precisely what choices renters may have when they enter the marketplace, empowers them to make informed decisions, and finally holds accountable any brokers, agents, or landlords who act in good faith or break their fiduciary obligations.
Okay, shh. I'm going to call on Councilmember Brewer for questions.
Thank you very much. So Jason, I know that you have thought about this issue. So if we are trying, everybody, to keep rents down and to not have people pay these huge fees, don't answer, and I think you won't, that we have to build more housing. We know that. It's slow. What other suggestions do you have to accomplish what we all want?
Sure. So instead of building housing, right now we have over 50,000 vacant units in the city. If Albany allowed landlords to accept Section 8 vouchers at the voucher limit, for example, 50,000 units go in 1 week. 66,000 homes were on the market for sale in the country last week. This would be like putting the entire country's housing stock into New York City in an active market, and you would alleviate immediately. And that could be done in 1 day. Those units right now are sitting vacant. There's over 50,000 of them.
Okay, so you're talking about getting the Section 8 to go into the 50,000. That's your answer. I just wanted to check to see what it was.
That's my answer.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's it. Okay, Councilmember Osei?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to correct the record that I never said that all brokers do is just open
You do.
doors.
It's on TikTok.
I did not do that.
You did. You said
Maybe
it is
someone
on
else
TikTok.
responded to that.
You did.
But I think
Don't gaslight me, bro.
Everyone needs to
And also, it's
be
not a question,
silent.
so you
Thank
cannot
you.
respond.
You're lying.
I believe brokers do provide a valuable service, especially when the individual party hires that broker. You know, I appreciated the work that my broker did in finding me the perfect apartment that I currently live in now. I just think when the dynamic is forced upon people, it's an unfair situation. That's what
You
the
said we
push of
get
this
paid to
bill
open
is
the
to
door.
do.
It's on TikTok.
That's what I pushed. I don't remember saying that, but if you do want to uplift it for me at some point, that would be great.
It's in the one with the female comedian, Alana. You said they get paid 15%, and they just opened the door.
So I think brokers provide a valuable service. This bill is in my opinion, not anti-broker. Worked with some brokers who worked on me to do this. I do want to also correct that, you know, landlords don't set rent. You know, market forces of supply and demand set rent. And I'm all for building more housing. I've made very public statements about that. I'm supportive of the government building more housing, but at the same time, you know, this bill is not reinventing the wheel. This is replicating how this is done in every other major city in America except for Boston. Chicago is a dense city. San Francisco is a dense city. Los Angeles is a dense city. And in those cities, they don't force tenants to pay a broker fee. So
Correct.
I just
This
want
is
to
the greatest city in the
there.
world, and things
Thank you,
are done
Chair.
differently here.
Okay, thank you very much to this
Thank you.
panel. I'm now going
Liar.
to call the next panel, Augustina Velez, Blanca Perez, and Gladys Bergolo. Just so everyone understands the rules, there will be an interpreter for this panel. The speaker gets 2 minutes, and the interpreter gets 2 minutes to translate. Thank you.
¿Alguien va a traducir?
1 second, we're waiting for the interpreter. Okay.
Is it here just to interpret for them, or no?
I think we have one, yes.
Yes, we have one. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Please begin. First speaker. Okay, please begin.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Blanca Pérez.
My name is Blanca Pérez.
Yo vivo en Paslop, Brooklyn.
I live in Paslop, Brooklyn.
Yo soy una trabajadora, limpio casas, veces tengo que limpiar 2 o 3 casas
I am a worker. I clean houses. Sometimes I have to clean 2 or 3 houses
para poder ganarme $100.
in order to earn $100.
La renta ya está muy cara.
Rent is already very expensive.
Para mí, para nosotros los trabajadores.
For me and for us, the workers.
Entonces, si nosotros se nos hace difícil pagar una renta, ya no podemos vivir solos, tenemos que vivir con varias personas
So
para
if for
poder
us it's
pagar
hard
una
to pay
renta.
the rent, we cannot live alone longer. We have to live between amongst other people.
Pagar aparte a las personas es demasiado para nosotros.
So
No
to
sé si
pay
ustedes
other
nos
people on top
entienden.
of it is already a lot for us.
Es estresante. Yo tengo 25 años viviendo en ese apartamento.
It's
Ah,
stressful. I've lived in this apartment for 25 years.
Ahora que vendieron la casa, yo necesito mudarme.
And now that they sold the house, I need to move.
Eso es demasiado estresante, eso es demasiado dinero para mí.
It's
Yo
too
no
stressful.
tengo un
It's too
sueldo,
much money for me.
yo no tengo un sueldo fijo.
I don't have
Yo-
a fixed income.
Yo voy al día, entonces a mí me afectaría demasiado.
So I live
Por
day
eso
to day,
estoy aquí.
and I would be very affected by this.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker, please.
Por favor.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Agustina Vélez.
Good afternoon. My name is Agustina Vélez.
Can we turn her mic on? Thank you.
Soy madre de familia.
I'm a mother of a family.
He vivido los últimos 17 años en Jackson Heights.
I've lived in Jackson
Queens.
Heights, Queens for the last 17 years.
Durante este tiempo, por razones de incrementos de renta,
And during all this time, because of the increase in rents,
me he tenido que mudar algunas veces,
I've had to move several times.
aceptar condiciones no muy buenas.
Also accept conditions that are not the best.
Y esto es en parte por los costos que vienen
And this in part is because of the extra
con,
costs
con las mudanzas.
that come with moving.
Si los caseros nos suben la renta
If landlords increase our rent
y no podemos pagar más,
and we cannot pay anymore,
nos tenemos que mudar. Al mudarnos también nos sacan más dinero
we will have to move. And by moving, we will have to pay more money
para poder obtener un nuevo apartamento.
in order to get a new apartment.
Parece que no podemos salir del círculo
So it seems we cannot get out of this circle
en que a las personas trabajadoras como yo nos sacan más y más dinero.
where people, working people like me, are taking more and more money from us.
Hace un par de años me tuve que mudar porque subieron la renta en mi apartamento
A
anterior.
few years ago, I had to move because the rent was increased in my last apartment.
En esa ocasión necesité más de $6,000 para el primer mes.
And in that occasion, I needed more than $6,000 for the first month
El depósito y el broker,
between broker and deposit.
y más aparte gastos de mudanza e instalaciones de servicios.
And also the move costs and the installation of services.
En la mayoría de los negocios en que contrata, paga.
¿Perdón?
En la mayoría de los negocios en que contrata, paga.
Okay, in most businesses, the person who hires the other person pays.
Y en el caso de quien contrata el broker, el que lo contrata.
And in the case of a broker, this should be the person who hires the broker.
Es su deber pagar.
It's their responsibility to pay.
Basta de esas injusticias.
Enough with these injustices.
Los caseros deben pagar por el labor y servicios que usan.
So landlords have to pay for the work and the services they use.
Y los brokers también deberían de exigir esto mismo.
And brokers should also be demanding this as well.
Los agentes han compartido que dedican una increíble cantidad de tiempo a viajar.
Brokers have shared that they spend a lot of time traveling.
Y esos costos salen directamente de su bolsillo.
And the traveling costs come from their own pockets.
Y deberían exigir ser compensados por su trabajo al quien los contrate.
And they should demand to be paid by that person who hires them.
Pido se escuche mi mensaje y pongan un alto a esta injusticia.
I ask that my message be heard and a stop to this unfairness.
Es tiempo que los caseros se responsabilicen y paguen por los servicios.
It's time for landlords to take accountability and pay for the services.
Que ellos mismos toman la decisión de usar.
Services which they themselves decide to use.
De parte de mi familia,
on behalf of my family,
de inquilinos en toda la ciudad
and tenants all around the city,
y de mi comunidad,
and also my community,
le pido al Consejo de la Ciudad
I ask the City Council
que aprueben el FARE actual.
to please approve the FAIR Act.
Que los que contratan paguen.
And those who hire the other party should pay.
Se puede, sí se puede.
Sí se puede, sí se puede.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Gladys Puglia.
My name is Gladys Rubio.
Puglia. P-U-G-L-L. No.
Puglia.
Ajá. Voy a dar el testimonio de una miembro de nuestra organización, la cual no pudo venir porque no le dejaron salir del trabajo.
And I'm giving the testimony of someone
member.
else who couldn't come because she wasn't let out of her work.
Okay. Mi nombre es Lida Patricia Chagla.
My name is Lidia Patricia Chagla.
Dice, recientemente me tuve que mudar de Bushwick con mi esposo y mis hijos.
Sigue leyendo y yo
Okay.
leo al final.
Debido a que las rentas están altas en el barrio que es bien gentrificado y encarecido por la misma industria de los bienes raíces.
So my name is Lidia Patricia Chagla. I recently had to move from Bushwick with my husband and my 2 children because the rents are very high in a gentrified neighborhood, and it has increased financially because of the same housing industry.
Ya. Los bienes raíces. Okay. Nos vimos obligados a dejar la comunidad donde estábamos ya acostumbrados a la escuela de mis hijos, nuestra iglesia, el supermercado y la organización comunitaria que pertenecemos, Se Hace Camino Nueva York, la cual soy miembro.
We were forced to leave the community where we were used to living, the school, my children's school, our church, the supermarket, and the community organization Se Hace Camino Nueva York, of which I'm a member.
Durante 7 meses trabajé incansablemente buscando un apartamento, revisando lugares disponibles, llamando diferentes números, etc.
During 7 months, I worked tirelessly looking for an apartment, looking for available places, calling different numbers, etc.
Hasta que finalmente encontré una buena opción para mí y mi familia, que fue en Queens.
Until I finally found a good option for me and my family in Queens.
Para mudarme a este apartamento, me vi forzada a pagar 3 meses del costo de la renta.
In order to move to this apartment, I was forced to pay 3 months of the cost of the apartment.
El primer mes el de renta, el segundo era el depósito y aparte el costo del broker.
Which were the first month, the security deposit, and the broker's fee.
En la renta.
Which was a total of $6,750.
Hoy estoy aquí porque es extremadamente difícil pagar tanto dinero para poder mudarse y es injusto que los inquilinos trabajadores paguen tanto dinero a un broker.
So I'm here because it is extremely difficult to pay so much money to be able to move, and it is unfair that working tenants have to pay so much money to a broker, which we didn't even hire.
Cuando fui a ese apartamento, el broker estaba en cargo del apartamento.
When I went to see the apartment, the broker was in charge of the apartment.
I'm going to summarize. Okay. This is what she's trying to say. For me, it happened the same thing. When I moved to Bushwick, we found in the newspaper that they were renting this apartment. But when we got over there to see, there was a broker there. I said, I didn't call you, so who are you? Where's the landlord? Who's the owner? And then they were telling me that I could get the apartment if I give the 3 months of rent. Nobody has that money. People might have it, some other, but not everybody.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, and then you've got questions. Okay, so I think Councilmember Osei has some questions.
Yeah,
so
I
why
guess
don't I
just
turn it over
the
to you?
one the question that I have is do you feel that you or anyone that you know whose primary language is not English is fully equipped with the knowledge and resources to fully bargain and negotiate the broker fee?
¿Ustedes creen que las personas, ustedes o las personas de su comunidad que no hablan inglés están preparadas para negociar todo este tema que tiene que ver con la tarifa de
No.
los
No,
agentes?
because they come in by surprise. They don't tell us that they were going to charge us that extra month of rent for the broker. Never tell us. And they never told us that there was a broker in charge of that. So why we have to pay some services that we have not requested? That's what she's trying to tell. Why I had to pay something that we not requested. Nobody requested. Nobody looked for that dollar amounts to pay somebody just to show
Right.
you an apartment.
Thank
Which
you.
the landlord could do that.
Thank you.
All right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to this panel. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to call the next panel, Jesse Reiner, Bruno Ricciardi, William Abramson, Mackenzie Ryan, and Jordan Silver. Please come up. Thank you. Okay, please start.
Okay, got a shocker here for everyone. If this bill passes, it is going to work in reverse. It's going to significantly increase the number of broker fee rental listings in New York City. Whoever hires the broker must pay the broker. This is the core language of the bill. And when Councilman Osei came up with this catchphrase, he mistakenly thought that most rental deals were done by hired brokers. The opposite is true. My colleagues and I here estimate that around 75% of all rental listings in the city right now are open listings. That means the renter, according to the language of this bill, the renter would be forced, I hear the word forced a lot today. In 75% of situations, the renter would be forced to pay the broker fee, which is the high majority of all deals. So around 3/4 of the market would lose the option to pay the broker fee. Right now, the system works because the owners of these open listing rentals can ebb and flow with the market. They can pay the broker fee when they want to in the slow winter months, or if an apartment's not renting, they can pay the broker fee. They have that option. This bill would take away that option, and it would become illegal for these open listing landlords to pay the broker because they haven't hired him or her. And it would force the renters to pay the broker. This bill is going to work backwards. And then let's talk about the other 25% of landlords that do right now hire brokers. Sorry, but do you guys think they're going to sit back and just let themselves be forced to pay the broker fee? No, they're going to jump to the other side, add on to that 75%. We anticipate this bill will result in a broker fee listing market between 85 to 95%. That will eliminate choice. Anyone agree with me? I want to talk about one other point quickly. The woman that was sitting there, very nice, in that seat next to Mr. Ose, she talked about if sometimes renters wouldn't mind paying a little more rent, and she said
Okay,
$50 to
you're
$100.
going to need to wrap up, please.
The difference is hundreds of dollars. A $3,000 listing of the broker
Okay.
fee is $3,500, no
Okay.
fee. It's a huge
Thank
gap.
you. You've got to
That's
wrap
important.
up. Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hey, everyone. My name is Bruno Ricciardi. I'm the owner and co-founder of Bond New York. Each regulation our industry has been subject to has yielded awful unintended consequences. For example, caps on security deposits did not and do not protect tenants, but rather make it nearly impossible for less qualified applicants to secure an apartment at all. Embarrassingly, this law created a cottage industry where tenants now pay additional fees as high as a month's rent to an insurance company to do the exact same thing that the law prohibits. Limits on capital improvements to make rent-stabilized apartments habitable resulted in tens and thousands of these apartments being warehoused offline and unavailable to the public, all during a homelessness crisis where tens of thousands of New Yorkers do not have homes. In this same time period, New York has experienced the sharpest increase in apartment rents in history, with an average of nearly 30%, with some rents nearly doubling in some neighborhoods. Unlikely a coincidence and more likely a causal connection. This is the recent legislative track record. No-fee apartments are where the broker fee is included in the rent, paid up front by the landlord. With all other factors the same, these rents are higher than the rents with tenant-paid fees. That's why over half of the landlords choose to offer their apartments this way without any mandate. These landlords do this to achieve the highest rents possible to satisfy their banks and investors. Landlords who don't pay agent commissions are usually mom and pops who tend to be more interested in keeping tenants who plan to stay for several years and prioritize community over the bottom line. These are the best landlords a tenant can wish for, but are the very landlords who would suffer if Intro 360 were to pass. Commissions on tenant fee apartments could be negotiated and are attached to units with lower rents. If this were not the case, no one would ever choose to rent a tenant fee apartment. Councilman Chee demonstratively does not understand this. We currently have a rental market full of choice and diversity. No one is forced to pay a broker fee up front. On StreetEasy today, there are 14,000 apartments available for rent. 54% of those are offered no fee to the renter. The number is higher in the slower
Please wrap it
seasons
up.
and even
Thank you.
higher in normal and more normal economies. Nearly 100% of the listings
I'm
were
going to
no
ask
fee
you again, you can submit your written testimony. We do read that, so please, if you could submit your written testimony. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Ryan. I'm born and raised in Manhattan and been an agent for 15 years. I began working in real estate when I was in high school in the midst of the 2008 financial crisis so that I could earn money for my upcoming college tuition. I posted ads on Craigslist, climbed 6-story walk-ups in sweltering summer days, and many days I walked home to West 98th Street from Alphabet City to save whatever money I earned. I graduated college in 2014 and have just paid off my student loans from rental income and rental deals that I did last March. I'm a pragmatic and realistic person and at heart a deal maker. So today I would like to discuss the reality of this rather vague deal in as black and white of terms as possible by focusing on 3 key components: the renters, the landlords, and the agents. which at the end of the day can ultimately be categorized as working New Yorkers. Let's start with the landlords. We need to focus on smaller landlords who have razor-thin margins and use the majority of their building's income to maintain and renovate the building. While many landlords already pay the fee, what happens to those that can't afford it? What happens to showing apartments to landlords who live miles away and are out of state? The reality is, while the landlord is the one who hires us, we do 90% of the work for the tenant. When you leave the office at 6 p.m. and need a 6:30 showing, we are the ones who show up. When you need to measure the apartment for the third time to make sure your couch fits, we are the ones who show up. When you have 20 questions about the lease, we are the ones who walk you through it. We do the work for the tenants just as much as we do for the landlords. If a landlord becomes responsible for this process, the outcome will be less access to apartments and even less inventory, and the renter loses. Now for the agents. Having read council's platforms, almost all of you here today promise the people of your district more jobs and more affordability. This bill is a direct contradiction of both. More than 70% of agents in New York are renters, but more than that, they are single parents, heads of their households, and graduates coming into the economy. Lastly, for renters, having read all 141 words of this bill, not a single one of these words—
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
My last sentence. Not a single one of these words is development or rezoning.
Okay, thank you. And next speaker, please.
We can all agree that New York City desperately needs more affordable housing. However, the proposed bill is like putting a Band-Aid on a broken leg. First off, the language is way too vague for real-world interpretation, which alone should render it null and void. For instance, the bill states if you hire a broker, you pay the broker. It's so simple, but it really raises several questions. Can a broker be hired by both a landlord and a tenant? What constitutes the act of hiring? Will the city draft a specific contract, and what will that contract look like? There are too many unknowns to pass legislation this ambiguous. The FAIR Act creates the image of consumer protection, helping the little guy, when in reality, all it does is restrict and remove consumer choice. Like we mentioned, half of all listings on StreetEasy are already no broker fee. If you can't find something in your price range, this is a macroeconomic problem that requires careful, nuanced solutions. Broker fees like prices fluctuate on market conditions. This act is the beginning of a top-down government-controlled housing system similar to price controls. Such artificial manipulation of the market will lead to higher rent prices. Any reputable economist will tell you that this type of legislation has the opposite effect of its intended purposes. She talked about Basic Economics 101. I think we need to go back and take that course again. Policy needs to be analyzed in terms of the consequences they create rather than the hopes that inspire them. This issue of price affordability boils down to supply and demand. If we want landlords to pay more fees and provide affordable housing, the solution is not a quick fix. It requires the hard, deliberate work of incentivizing construction and changes in zoning regulations and programs encouraging more building. This is not a common sense bill. This is a nonsense bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to this panel. We are now going to move on to the next panel. Thank you.
Mr. Ose, no questions for all of that.
No, I already responded to some of your talking points that I disagree with, but no questions for this panel.
I'd like to discuss.
Okay, thank you to the panel. We're now going to call the next panel. So Gladys Kachanaya, and we need the interpreter, please, has been requested. If the interpreter could please come back. Gali Devar, Achusa Mazafari, Shasta Spicer, and Judith Goldaker. If you could all please come up. Thank you. Okay, are the other panelists here?
I know that Atusa had to leave because she works with me.
Okay. Okay. Let's take that. Okay. Okay. Please begin. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judith Goldner. I'm the attorney in charge of the Civil Law Reform Unit at the Legal Aid Society, and I'm speaking in favor of the FAIR Act, which Legal Aid strongly supports. I want to speak particularly about low-income renters who find the combination of security deposit, first month's rent, and broker fee basically impossible to overcome. And we see that especially with our clients who have either City FEPS or Section 8, because even if they can get assistance from HRA will only pay half of the normal broker fee, and that means that is the brokers will just not work with our very low-income clients. The main issue here from our perspective is our clients and my colleagues' experience with brokers is that the brokers, it's not that the brokers don't do work, they work for the landlords. They screen tenants, they do background checks, they look at guarantors, they gather information about the tenants, but that is not a service to the tenants, it's a service to the landlord. Our only substantive comment on the bill is we actually think what the bill should say very clearly is that landlords pay. That what we are concerned about is that given this market and given how little choice tenants have, if you say that the person who hires the broker has to pay, that brokers will just, as they do now, make tenants sign agreements saying that they're going to, that they agree that they are the one hiring the broker and they have to pay. And we feel very strongly that it's the landlord who's getting the benefit of the broker's experience, and the landlord is the one that should pay. Almost out of time. Really appreciate the council and the leadership of Councilmember Osei, and we strongly support this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gali Devar. I am a legal intern at Mobilization for Justice. Mobilization for Justice envisions a society in which there is equal justice for all. Our mission is to achieve social justice, prioritizing the needs of people who are low income, disenfranchised, or have disabilities. We thank the committee for holding this hearing and considering our testimony. Broker fees make NYC rental housing unaffordable before renters even step foot inside. The FAIR Act is a step in the right direction to lower upfront costs and alleviate the housing affordability crisis so renters can move when and where they want. MFJ's clients have experienced the difficulties of broker fees firsthand. For example, AL, a mother of 3 in the Bronx, had to move after having a baby to a home more appropriate for her growing family. Even after obtaining government assistance to pay for half the broker fee, she still needed $1,700 to pay the balance, which put her ability to move at risk without the assistance of MFJ. Jean M., a senior citizen on Social Security, had to move when her lease expired. Even after she was awarded a rent subsidy, the cost of broker fees was a major barrier to moving, even as she faced eviction and feared becoming homeless. Many renters need to move for all kinds of urgent reasons, like fleeing domestic violence or escaping poor housing conditions, but broker fees contribute to burdensome upfront moving costs that keep renters locked into current apartments. Typical broker fees are 12 to 15% of the annual rent, amounting to thousands of dollars. Only 22% of New Yorkers can afford these costs out of pocket. For nearly 3/4 of renters, high upfront costs negatively affected their move, impacting what homes they could afford, their desire to move, or their ability to move. Further, broker fees disproportionately burden low-income New Yorkers. Affordable and rent-regulated apartments are more likely to charge a broker fee. When vacancy rates for affordable apartments are below 1%, then the choices are few and far between, so those most economically disadvantaged are the most exploited. We urge the city to take this sensible measure to reduce upfront costs, modernize the city's rental market, and improve housing mobility and accessibility for vulnerable
please
tenants.
Wrap it up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Shasta Spicer. I'm speaking on behalf of a tenant. I'm a member of the Met Council. Thank you, Councilmember Osei, for calling this meeting and allowing the public to speak. I appreciate your time today. It's very unfortunate that the administration, who was supposed to be here to provide valuable data for us to properly inform and to gain insight into their position so that we can come to an honorable agreement, is unacceptable and disrespectful to everyone, especially to the renters who are deeply affected by this housing crisis, in which their FAIR Act bill would greatly alleviate the burden upon them during a time of need for housing. There is an imbalance already in our economy, and the fact alone is proof that everyone is at a loss somewhere. Obviously, people cannot follow directions. It is clear about the people who are absent and the people making noise when asked not to. This discussion is very juvenile, in my opinion, because of the hiring of the brokers should be left to the ones doing the hiring. We can sit here and talk about rents going up, etc., but the housing crisis is the most important because there are people's lives at stake by finding housing that is affordable and also safe. And what I mean by affordable is in regards to the amount of income one is making. What I mean by safe is that tenants are not being scammed and taken advantage of during a vulnerable time of life, as such as moving or finding a place to live. I see one thing happening here, and that is brokers and landlords trying to find loopholes in which they can prevent their own loss of their financial standing when they are clearly in a position to show care and common decency toward the people they want services from. Getting rent from tenant is us providing a service, let's be clear. The economy is shifting, and so everyone's needs are different, and since we are in a crisis, everyone has got to be open to facing challenges in a way that addresses the needs of the crisis and not the needs of people's pockets, because everyone is losing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay,
I
next.
just have a question for Judith. Have any of your clients or any clients of yours been impacted by the broker fee that you have represented?
So many of our clients have stories like MFJ's clients. You know, they think they've won the lottery because they have a Section 8 voucher, or they were finally able to get a City FEPS voucher, and they think that's going to allow them to move. And when they see what the broker fee costs are, they know that there is no way they're going to move. And
It's really disrespectful.
we certainly see that, HRA will only cover for some people, and if they cover anything, it's about half the broker fee. So it's a significant burden on people. We see people paying under the table for these fees because it's the only way they can do it, begging, borrowing, putting themselves and their families at risk because that's the only way they can obtain an apartment. And it's really very problematic. I also want to add that during COVID, landlords paid the broker fee. And once again, the market didn't crash, didn't come to an end, and there's no reason we can't have a system where the landlord pays.
Okay, I just want to say something. To be clear, everyone has their 2 minutes. If you disagree with the speaker, you are going to get your 2 minutes to voice your disagreement. But shouting out or saying something while someone is speaking is not tolerated during our proceedings. Thank you.
The second question I have for you is real estate transactions can be a contractual deal, and hiring a service like hiring brokers can involve a contract. From a legal standpoint, do you feel that everyday New Yorkers, such as the folks you represent, are fully equipped to negotiate down a broker fee?
Of course not. I thought the whole choice discussion with prior panels was farcical. The idea that the average person, certainly my clients are not in a position to negotiate that at all. And for almost every tenant that I talk to, rich or poor, they are told this is the deal, take it or leave it. These are contracts of adhesion. They don't have options. And the idea that you can negotiate in this market is simply ridiculous to me.
I remember in one of our past conversations about this, you've spoken about the broker fee being a valuable service, or it has been, or the broker being a valuable service that they provide to tenants. How has that changed over the past couple of years, would you say?
I think what we talked about is that the brokers are mainly a valuable service to landlords. And I totally understand why it's a service that a landlord might want to use so that they don't have to screen tenants themselves. They don't have to do that work. I completely understand that. There is a certain number of extremely wealthy tenants who do not live in New York who may want to use a broker to go find them an apartment when they don't live here. That is a minuscule number of the people in New York who are trying to find apartments. And frankly, I don't think that's the group that we really need to worry about. They will find what they need. What we need to worry about is the everyday New Yorkers here every day who need to find apartments, and we need to make sure that that upfront cost is not so ridiculous.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you to the panel. We're now going to move on to the next panel. Iris Korkos Nancy Elton, Christina Kremidas, Lynn Gregg, and Barbara Ann Rogers. Please come up. Thank you. Please begin. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Just, yeah, press the button and the red light's on. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to mention that I am an everyday New Yorker. I am also a person who's renting, who's working here. So just like everybody else who was speaking before about the everyday New Yorkers, they were actually speaking about me as well. And I had a whole different speech, but I'm going to tweak it because my colleagues already said most of it, so there's no point in repeating. But I do want to point out that when Mr. Keith Powers sponsored the bill in 2019 about limiting how much landlords can charge for security, actually it caused a whole big problem afterwards. Because people that don't qualify, like people that don't earn enough money, people that don't have good credit, international students, international employees that come to work for Bloomberg but have zero credit history, cannot rent. What does that do? They have to take, and they don't have personal guarantors. They have to hire third-party guarantors. They have to re-sign with third-party guarantors every time they renew. Every time they renew their lease, they have to sign. So that, and it could be just as much as the apartment itself. So if they would be charged 3 months or 4 months security deposit, they would get that money back, and many of them did after 1 year of living in the building. Landlords refunded some portion of it. That's not the case with third-party guarantors. Right now, I'm working with 2 students of minority origin that they work, they go to school full-time. They ran out of money. They ran out of money because to re-sign for a rent-stabilized apartment, they had to pay the guarantors again. And now they're late on the rent. Guess who's helping them? The broker.
Okay,
I
thank
wanted
you.
just to mention one more thing, if you allow me.
Yeah,
short
please,
sentence.
We have to run a
I
neutral
understand.
hearing. We treat everyone exactly the same.
I just want to point out something
Just
very
if you could
important.
please submit your testimony. Again, we need to stick to the 2 minutes. Okay.
Can I just
thank
say
you.
one more thing?
I'm
It
sure
will
if there are
be short.
questions you could, but again, we're going to do 2 minutes per speaker, okay? If we could have the next speaker, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christina Cremidas. Hello, my name is Christina Cremidas. I'm an associate broker at Douglas Elliman Real Estate. I've been a real estate professional for nearly a decade, and I firsthand saw the New York City housing crisis, which always has been in existence, get majorly exacerbated in the past few years following the pandemic. When the 2020 pandemic drove a lot of renters out of New York City, apartments were vacant. The people who actually capitalized on vacant apartments and took these units for slashed prices were surprisingly out-of-state people who had never previously lived in New York City. These people were well-employed, and they could finally have their dream of a luxury pied-à-terre, a luxury lifestyle, pied-à-terre in Manhattan. They could finally justify it. They couldn't before. We all thought that these people would move out once rent returns to market price. They surprisingly renewed. They're still here. And they have tied up inventory for New Yorkers who need it. In addition, buyers who are supposed to be ready to buy by now due to a very difficult economic situation with rampant inflation and high interest rates can't buy. They are still renting. These first-time home buyers are still stuck in rentals. There is no inventory to go around, and I know that there was already a conversation about the fact that this is a inventory shortage of apartments, and I know that there was already a response that this is difficult to solve. It takes time to solve, but just in my few block vicinity where I live, there are lots that went from empty to 100-story skyscrapers with luxury finishes that were imported from Europe in just a couple of years. So I think that building can be possible with the right incentives. And why why is it so slow to create this new housing? But now we are in the worst crisis because of the prior two scenarios that I just mentioned. This has bubbled up to the surface as the worst crisis that we've had in inventory since 1968. When there's a balance between supply of units and demands for apartments, there is a much more balanced playing field where landlords offer incentives to tenants.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nancy Elton. I'm a real estate professional with Bond, New York, and a resident of District 2. The last time I had the privilege of testifying in this chamber, I learned a new phrase, rent burdened. According to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, rent burdened is defined as paying more than 30% monthly gross income in gross monthly rent. Severely rent burdened, more than 50%. By a show of hands, how many in this chamber are rent burdened? Okay. One thing we know is for certain is that there is more that we agree about than we disagree. Rent is too high. As a native New Yorker, such as myself, rent has become a nightmare. We must stem the tide of our housing crisis where in only 1 week, over 630,000 applications were submitted to the New York City Housing Authority for Section 8 and housing assistance. Number 2, vacancy rate is extremely low. Not going to go through it and belabor it, but housing is being warehoused, and right now we're seeing bidding wars where rental rates of already overpriced apartments are having bidding wars outpacing many consumers' ability to afford them. Number 3, transparency benefits the consumer. When we advertise for landlords, we provide transparency and readily available resources to provide information. Let's not create a scenario where landlords permanently bake fees into monthly rent, with higher rent becoming the foundational rent, and tenants end up paying for the fee over and over and over again every year. Number 4, our most vulnerable need a housing solution that works. I spoke with a caseworker on Friday where we agreed and vented with each other that the system is broken. Everyone is justifiably frustrated. Caseworkers, landlords, agents, and most importantly, the human being, the fellow New Yorker that just wants a home. For months, I've been scratching my head trying to figure out just what the prime sponsor intends with the proposed amendment. Only 2 lines. Sounds reasonable. The sponsor even created that catchy acronym, but as you've heard today, there is far more nuance, and I urge you, do not be led by this deceptively simple or simply deceptive proposal.
Okay. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Ann Rogers. I'm an associate broker with Compass. I've been in real estate for almost 20 years now. I live in Brooklyn, where I also do most of my work. I have lived in Brooklyn for 30 years. Yes, I have seen neighborhoods change. I have seen my neighbors forced to move because they couldn't afford the rent. Brokers' fees are the least of New Yorkers' problems. It's not the broker's fee that's keeping people from being able to live where they want to. It's the rents in general. Intro 360 will only increase these rents further by pushing those fees to be added to rent, as we've seen. And as people have said, oh, but rent-stabilized apartments, they can't do that. Well, that amount of rent-stabilized increase is set every year, as everyone knows, by the Rent Guidelines Board. Don't you think, if this passes, that those rent-stabilized landlords will now have additional ammunition to get an even higher rent increase because they're now paying brokers' fees? And that is going to apply to each and every rent-regulated tenant, whether they are moving or not. This unfortunate bill is not going to have the effect it seeks. And I would also state that, I don't care who said it, brokers do way more than just open doors. The amount of service I provide to my clients is extreme. Yes, the renters, they may not have hired me, but I am giving them service. And that goes from helping them with their applications to advising them on how to handle the move, and yes, to negotiating commissions. I do negotiate commissions, and I mostly do negotiate them downward. So this bill, unfortunately, well-intentioned though it may be, will have the exact opposite effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one more. You are on the panel, sir? Your name is? Sorry, I can't hear.
My name is Greg Lynn.
Oh, okay. Please proceed. Thank you.
Sure. So good afternoon. Happy Pride for those of you that are actually celebrating it. Uchia. My name is Greg Lynn. I am a 20-year resident and neighbor of Hell's Kitchen and CB4 constituent. Unlike most of the people in my industry, the intro to is marked, sorry, let me rephrase. The Intro 360 is marketed to be an easy and no-brainer solution to the community and growing affordable housing crisis. However, the bill is detrimental. There are over 20,000 real estate licensed agents in New York, as you, the chairman, mentioned earlier. I've listened over and over to all the comments that you've asked and all the questions. I am frustrated as well. We are in a system that is broken. We are in an affordable housing crisis. But the individuals that you are attacking right now, the residential agents that are here, that are valuing, are the good ones. Our industry is flawed. I came from regulatory and compliance for a Fortune 500 company to help with housing. That is my job every day. I represent condo owners and co-op owners. I tell them fair housing is important. You cannot deny housing to people because you choose that you want them to look like this or have this much money in your bank account. It is not right. We do more for a tenant than anyone ever understands. We pick up the phone at 3 a.m. when the refrigerator is not working, when the air conditioning is not working, and our clients are in China. Okay? We are the face of tenants, and in some cases, we do get paid up front. And unfortunately, that is the way in which it is currently right now with the system. A payment program across over a period of time, brokers would be happy for to do if that's necessary, if that's allowable from a firm. I think, again, co-ops and condos should not be included in this bill. If you're referring to landlords, we can talk again. I want to work this out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the panel.
Can I say
Councilmember
something?
Osei.
Yeah, just for the record, again, I appreciate the work that some brokers do, all right? I think we acknowledge the fact that there are, some people say some bad apples, but I would say that there's a decent amount of bad apples out there, as I've heard from my constituents and many people who have spoken. And the intention of this bill is to not put, good brokers out of business. And I believe that those good brokers that have a great client base, that have worked well within their decades of service, will still be hired after the passing of this bill. People will understand that they provide that valuable service that we are talking about today. I believe that this bill would weed out those who take advantage of folks who are looking for housing.
Can I just say that we would welcome legislation that focused on weeding out bad actors?
This is what this legislation is. So I believe that the work that you do,
doesn't weed out bad actors.
if your work is valuable, I believe that if your work is valuable, your clients acknowledge that and will still hire you after this bill is passed. They just won't be forced to pay the fee.
May I please say something that hasn't been directly addressed? The landlords that will pay their brokers and continue to pay are not the landlords that are the issue here that is creating the problem.
Okay.
The landlords,
Thank you.
They will
Councilmember
discriminate if they
Osei had
don't have
directed
a
a question.
third-party advocate in between the tenant and the landlord. Unconscious
Okay.
bias very much exists. These are also
Okay,
people that
just
don't
to
want
be
to pay their
clear,
broker.
there's rules around question and answer. So Councilmember Osei asked a question which was answered. That we
I didn't
need to
ask.
fo-
I didn't ask a question.
You didn't ask. Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank
We
you.
also tip the servers in the restaurant.
Thank
We're
you.
not
Thank
the
you.
one
That's
hiring them.
thank you to the panel. We are going to go on to the next panel.
Julie,
Thank you.
will other members be joining us to answer questions as well?
I'm sorry. We're moving on to the next panel. We're moving on to the next. I did not hear actually what you said, but we're going to move on to the next panel. We've got a Zoom panel. Ashley Chen, Mark Burnett, and Ajifanta Morena and Alexandra Martinez. Thank you.
Time is started.
Thank you, Chair Menon and members of the City Council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ashley Chen, and I'm the policy analyst at the Chinese American Planning Council, CPC. CPC is the largest Asian American social service organization in the U.S., providing vital resources to more than 80,000 people per year in all 5 boroughs through more than 50 programs at over 30 sites. CPC strongly supports the Fairness in Apartment Rentals Act, FAIR, which would require the party who hired the broker to pay the broker fee. CPC serves a large immigrant population, and it is crucial that we acknowledge that immigrant New Yorkers face disproportionate housing barriers During the COVID-19 pandemic, we surveyed over 1,000 AAPI New Yorkers, and we found that 26% of respondents needed help with housing and 26% needed help with utility bills. However, this was an issue even before the COVID-19 pandemic, with immigrants more likely to be increasingly rent burdened, live in overcrowded spaces, and live in substandard conditions that don't receive regular maintenance. However, even when our community members find housing that is suitable for them, they are subjected to astronomical and unfair broker's fees. It is unconscionable in one of the wealthiest cities in the world that we're continuing to prey on low income and working class families. And the affordability crisis is driving New Yorkers out of the city. The Fiscal Policy Institute recently reported that households with young children are 40% more likely to leave our state and 2 times as more likely to move out of New York City. This is due to the high cost of living, especially with the administration's cuts to childcare and increasing housing costs. In order to address the housing affordability crisis and empower our working class New Yorkers, we need to immediately pass the FAIR Act. We thank you for the opportunity to testify and for Councilmember Osei's leadership, and we look forward to working with the Council to ensure the passage of this bill. Thank you for your time.
Time is starting.
The next speaker, please. They're not on Zoom. Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Alexandra Martinez. I am a project manager for the New York City Economic Development Corporation, and I came here to state that I'm in full support of the FAIR Act. I have heard continuous testimonies today stating that over 50% of the no-fee apartments listed are actually no fee, and that we have choice as a tenant because we are able to negotiate. And at least I feel like that was painfully clear that that's a lie based off my experience. I have been in search of a 2-bedroom apartment with my roommate, an elementary school teacher. We are blessed enough to be middle income, which I feel like is important to state. And during this search, we found a no-fee apartment on Street Easy. As we arrived, there were 20 other visitors there. We met an agent, and the agent told us that we needed to put down a $1,000 deposit for good faith that goes towards the security deposit. We talked to him, we gave the deposit that same day because if anyone knows, I think someone said earlier that is like the Hunger Games. The Hunger Games is probably like a kid's show compared to what New York City is like. And well, we did that. The broker told us that there is actually a broker's fee after we handed in our non-refundable $1,000. So we felt pressured to proceed, and we were scrambling to pay for a service we never requested. And on top of this, we were then approached with an application fee, a listing fee, a leasing fee, wiring fees to send that money, which pushed our move-in cost to almost $8,500. She's an elementary school teacher. I'm a new project manager. And it wasn't the fact that it was just expensive. It felt predatory and exploiting our lack of knowledge. Again, a lot of the agents I spoke today stated that, well, there's rules and regulations around this and that we should have known. We did not know, okay? We saw an apartment that we liked and we went for it. The current system is clearly broken. A lot of these listings are misleading. And we have no power to negotiate. And this
Time is expired. Thank you.
incredibly unregulated.
There's one more. Okay, sorry. There's one more speaker on the Zoom panel.
Your time is starting.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council and Councilmember Osei for sponsoring and popularizing this bill. My name is Mark Burnett, and I'm a lifetime resident of New York, hailing originally from Jamaica, Queens. I now live in Brooklyn, having moved twice in the past 6 years, and I can attest that the FAIR Act would have made those experiences far easier for me. One example is at the outset of the application process for my current apartment in Weeksville, Brooklyn, I was told there would be no broker's fee for the unit. Once my application was approved, just a week before I had to leave my last apartment, my responsibilities were laid out. It was first month's rent, security deposit, both of which I expected, and 2 surprise fees. I was told there'd be a pet deposit of $1,200 and a broker's fee equal to 1 month of rent at $2,500. I was profoundly privileged to be able to afford those surprises, but they nearly doubled my expenses last minute and caused me to pay the surprise broker's fee in installments. And I didn't even have time to think about the recourse for the fact that the fee was a surprise either. I needed a place to stay. And this is all before the cost of moving supplies and utilities. Currently looking for a new apartment with my girlfriend who's had similar troubles when she first moved to New York a couple years ago. Her responsibilities for move-in were first and last month of rent, security deposit, and a surprise broker's fee yet again. bringing her total to a whopping $15,000. Worse yet, at her next apartment, she had a broker's fee held over her head as the only alternative to a bidding war on rent, but I think that's a story for another bill. At the very least, we need legislation like the FAIR Act to protect tenants looking to buy their way into shelter, which we should regard as a human right. Rent prices are rising, wages on average aren't beating out inflation and the cost of living, and all this spells disaster for renters. This bill would be just one step towards leveling the playing field and keeping landlords honest as they seek new tenants. Thank you all for your time. Thank you again, Councilmember Osei, and Free Palestine.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now going to call the next panel. Naomi Elzenki, sorry if it's a little hard to read the writing, Evan Osar, Jed Wilder, Priscilla Jacobs. Please come forward. Thank you. Okay, thank you. If you could please begin. Thank you. Okay. Okay, yes, please begin. Thank you.
My name is Jed Wilder. I work at Living New York as a real estate agent and run a team in which we represent approximately 1,500 units throughout the city, potentially the largest portfolio of any agent in the city. I am not saying this to brag, but in an informative manner, by utilizing this large sample size at my fingertips. I have been in the business since 2012. I have many landlords that choose to pay the commission, but only because they're making the smart move for themselves, as they know they can add 8 to 10% to the asking rent, and that can be much, and then it will be much higher on renewal. This bill is a detriment to affordability, not helpful. I have a conversation daily with owners about this, and yesterday I spoke to an owner of a building on East 81st Street, and this was how the conversation went. We can get $4,400 for this apartment with you paying the fee, or if the tenant pays the fee, $4,000. Let me know your thoughts. He chose the $4,400, 10% higher, and then on renewal they'll be 10% higher. Qualifying for apartments will also become an issue with the higher prices because it'll be harder to meet the 40 times the rent standard criteria. Additionally, my average team member makes about only $50,000. I have a family and 3 kids, and this is my livelihood. This bill not only has a negative impact on the affordability of housing, but will majorly affect the lives of many people like myself and my team. As opposed to closing your eyes and passing the bill because you've gotten this far and have passion about your work, which I appreciate, I can assure you that it may be it will be better to not pass the bill and look at the details of what's better or worse for New York City renters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorable members of the New York City Council, I hope you will ask questions like you do for the panels that support this bill. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Evan Ozier, and I'm an associate broker and run the largest team at Living New York. When is enough enough? When will people focus on the real causes of housing affordability rather than the politically easy way out? Scapegoating real estate agents is not the solution. There are over 30,000 agents in New York City making less than $55,000 with no benefits, no health care, no 401k, no nothing. We are the definition of the working class blue-collar people, despite what shows like $1 Million Listing might have you believe. The question before us today is not to discuss whether broker fees are right or wrong, or why New York City has broker fees and other cities don't. Keep in mind we are the only city in the country that doesn't have an MLS. The question is, will this bill increase or decrease the cost to renters? It will certainly increase. Look, I understand on a very basic level, people might attribute a one-time broker fee to increased cost of rent. However, the reality is this bill will tack on a broker fee every year. It will continuously renew. renew. For example, an apartment costs $3,000 with a broker fee. After this bill, it will cost $3,400 with no broker fee. The landlord will bake the broker fee into the cost. Then, upon renewal, rather than increase on $3,000, will increase on $3,400 year after year. Some say this increase is tolerable because the upfront costs are too painful. But what's not okay is convincing renters that saving a little today is worth mortgaging their future to pay significantly more starting 1 year out. How short-sighted. Please understand the real reason why the city is unaffordable. It's due to a supply issue. There's not enough housing. If you want to actually solve the problem, add more housing, convert unnecessary office space into affordable housing, and stop making it so hard for landlords to run a business, so much so that we have 88,000 warehoused apartments that are sitting vacant that would immediately bring down the cost of rent. Once supply increases, you will see broker fees going dramatically down, and there will be a natural balance. This bill will make supply even more tight because owners will prefer to renew their tenants rather than going to market and paying a broker fee, which will tighten the supply even more. Keep in mind, we pay $7 per day per listing for the rights to advertise on StreetEasy. Should we ban waiters? Should we pay?
You have to wrap up. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Jacobs, and I've been a real estate agent with eXp Realty since September of 2022. I was born and raised in Brownsville, Brooklyn, New York, where I still reside. Last week, I took a mandatory class to renew my license on fair housing that was taught by Neil Garfunkel. Mr. Garfunkel serves as broker counsel to the Real Estate Board of New York. He began class by stating that shelter is one of the most basic of human needs. It's really important for human beings to have a sanctuary to come home to. This bill threatens the ability of people to acquire homes and apartments. By eliminating broker fees, you would make it so much harder for agents to get paid, causing confusion, and many of us would leave this industry. Landlords would list properties themselves or choose not to work with agents, leading to less transparency in the process. This would impact housing access with a higher base rent. More renters won't meet the 40x income requirement to qualify, coldly leaving many New Yorkers out on the streets. The homeless population could increase as a result. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems to me that if this bill becomes law, it would violate fair housing laws whose purpose is to give everyone the right to live wherever they choose. There is so much more to my job than just opening doors for people. Back in 2022, when I first became a realtor, I thought that this job would be easy for me to do. I quickly found out that being a real estate agent is very difficult because this job requires so much effort and patience. I assisted my client with finding homes, negotiating with sellers for more than a year without receiving a single penny. I understood why agents were leaving this industry, leaving this profession in droves during 2023. I also sent a resignation letter to my broker, but something told me to hold on. So I rescinded my resignation and resumed my search, combing through every listing that would pop up on my database. On February 6th, I gave my clients the keys to her dream home and received a minuscule commission check, which did not compensate me enough for a year and a half of arduous work. I injured my knee last weekend, but I'm still here because this bill threatens my dream of succeeding as a real estate agent.
Okay, you need to wrap up. If you want to submit your testimony, that's fine.
At eXp Realty, my brokers give weekly compliance meetings.
Okay,
their agents are constantly told that one of the best ways to drum
Thank you for your comments.
to invest in local
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to say, when people are speaking, if you disagree with them, please do not laugh. It is very disrespectful in this chamber. You'll have your 2 minutes. You can voice your disagreement then. Thank you. Okay, last speaker on the panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Asar Burke. I'm organized with Churches United for Fair Housing, a grassroots organization dedicated to fighting for affordable housing for all New Yorkers. Today, I'm here to speak in strong support for the FAIR Act. As someone who works closely with working-class New Yorkers, I have witnessed firsthand how broker fees act as a significant barrier to securing affordable housing. These fees, often equivalent to 1 month's rent or more, create a huge financial burden for tenants who are already struggling to make ends meet. For many, paying a broker fee means diverting funds from essential needs such as food, healthcare, and education. The FAIR Act is a necessary step towards eliminating these unjust broker fees and ensuring that all New Yorkers have a fair chance at finding safe and affordable housing. By supporting this legislation, we can alleviate the financial burden on working-class tenants, increase housing stability, and promote greater equity in our housing market. In conclusion, I urge you to support the FAIR Act and stand with us and fight for fair housing. Let us work together to remove these unnecessary barriers and create a more just and equitable New York for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the panel. Councilmember Osei has questions.
I know that there will be future testimonies about this, about how the passing of this bill would increase rents. And I just want everyone listening in the room and online and in future communication that this is a talking point that has specifically come from the Real Estate Board of New York. Now, the Real Estate Board of New York represents landlords, developers, people who, affect the rent that each and every single one of us pays in this room. Not once has I seen the Real Estate Board of New York mobilize 1,500 people to show up to a rent guidelines board meeting to push back against the rents that they increase in those meetings. It's interesting that now they care about the increasing in rent and they're showing up to this bill hearing. In addition to that, I would like to dispute some of the false claims that this will increase rent. One, no one's talking about this, but nearly half, specifically 44% of New York City rentals in New York City are rent stabilized. Again, it would be illegal for landlords to bake that rent into the broker fee into those rents. Two, rent is determined by market forces, not by landlords. If landlords could increase your rent tomorrow, they would have done so yesterday. They are not holding back on increasing your rent. And finally, under the current system of forced broker fees, tenants don't have bargaining power. And landlords know that. They know that you can't move out of your apartment because it costs $10,000 plus because you have to pay a broker fee to move into another apartment. With that being the case, landlords can increase your rent knowing that you're basically trapped in that housing. Passing this bill will give tenants bargaining power, it will give them mobility to move around our housing market, and it won't increase rents, it will put a downward pressure on rents. Thank you.
I'm sorry, there's something you said that's not factually correct, if I could just correct. So rent-stabilized apartments can go up if the tenant vacates, so that's not entirely true. There can be a preferential rent and a legal rent. Also, should we be paying the tips for waiters, or should the restaurant be paying the tips for waiters? They hired them, they employed them. I didn't employ them.
It's optional.
This is a slippery
That's the thing
slope.
about tips for waiters. It's optional and people choose to do so.
It's not optional, you know that. You're gonna go to a restaurant and not pay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to keep
Rent-stabilized
order in
apartments
here.
can be increased. I just want to make note.
Thank you. Okay, thank you to this panel. We are now going to move on to the next panel. Jordan Melkin, Logan Ferris, Destiny Cruz, Amy Blumsack, Mia McDonald, Arturo Edinardo. If you could please come forward. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready to begin, right?
Yes, please start. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Blumsack. I represent Neighbors Together. We are a community-based organization located in central Brooklyn. Over 60% of our members are homeless, and so we worked with a very large number of people who have vouchers. As we know, rental assistance vouchers can be a lifeline for people who have them. However, not all vouchers pay broker's fees, and not everyone can get help from HRA to pay a broker's fee, meaning that broker's fees cause barriers to people accessing housing, and they can be stuck in homelessness because of the prohibitively expensive fees. Requiring someone with a voucher to pay a broker's fee can be a form of source of income discrimination, which is illegal in both the city and the state. And for people who are paying broker's fees with a rental assistance voucher, they are paying a significantly higher portion of their income, making this an issue of equity. The waiting list for Section 8 vouchers was open, and we saw over 600,000 people apply. Vouchers are a means of income support, and so if people have that much need for assistance, they are not going to be able to pay broker's fees. That's like over 600,000 households that can't afford to pay this extra money. City FEPS vouchers do pay some do pay the broker's fees. However, if landlords would pay the broker's fees, that would be cost savings to the city of New York, and we know how much the mayor is into cost savings. Additionally, I want to say that if the FAIR Act were passed, it would remove incentive for bad actors to discriminate against voucher holders. And lastly, I would like to say that people keep talking about rents being baked in and tenants aren't happy and brokers aren't happy. This is why we need to decommodify housing. Housing should not be a commodity where people are making money off the backs of people for a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chair Menon, Councilmember Osei, and members of the committee for the opportunity to share testimony in support of the FAIR Act. My name is Logan Ferris, and I serve as the political director at Open New York. Open New York is an independent grassroots pro-housing nonprofit. New York faces, I'm not the first person to say this today, but New York faces a severe housing crisis. In February, the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey revealed that the rental vacancy rate had fallen to 1.4%, meaning that New Yorkers are experiencing the tightest housing market in decades. While renters are suffering, landlords have more power than ever. Tenants are essentially forced to accept high rent increases and substandard living conditions because the average upfront cost for a tenant to move into a different apartment in New York City is now over $10,000. That's assuming you can even find a new apartment. While it's clear that the city needs a comprehensive approach to increase the housing supply, building the housing that we need will take time. And we must find ways to help alleviate the burden of the crisis on renters in the short term as well. Intro 360, or the FAIR Act, is one way that we can help improve the burden on tenants. I'm here testifying in favor of this bill today on behalf of my organization, but also as a tenant myself. Over the last 4 years, my landlord has raised my rent by nearly 30% and neglected to make much needed repairs because he knows that moving within New York City is a huge burden. He's right. With so few apartments available to rent and the upfront costs of moving being equivalent to 3 months' rent, I have no bargaining power, and my landlord is able to take advantage of that situation. Your landlord should always be afraid that you can find a new apartment, but until we create more housing and pass much-needed reforms like the FAIR Act, they will continue to have the upper hand. We look forward to the passage of this legislation and to working with the council to pass City of Yes for housing opportunities so we can start to build more housing in every neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jordan Melkin. I've been a real estate agent with NC Pepe Real Estate since 2005. I'm a 20-year resident of Greenpoint. I tossed my written testimony after hearing what a lot of people here have had to say. Rather than tell you all about what I know, I'm going to tell you about some things I don't know, and I'd be very curious to learn. One thing I'd like to know is for my colleagues, my real estate professionals that are here and across the city, when you do charge a landlord a broker fee, how much is that fee? And when you charge a tenant a broker fee, how much is that fee? And are they the same? I would love it if you guys would open your books, show us that, and we can see if there are really free market forces here which are allowing tenants to negotiate the price that we as the real estate industry are asking them to pay, or rather telling them they need to pay if they want this apartment. I am also kind of curious, dumbfounded as to the reference of the dual agency agreement as somehow something that has any impact whatsoever on a tenant's choice of hiring a real estate agent or broker in order to complete a transaction. We only have, or rather, we have hundreds of renters for every vacant apartment. Every one of us knows, and every one of us renters knows, when we've been waiting online to get into that open house to see an apartment for rent, that if we want that apartment, we need to sign that agreement. It is signed under duress. In no way or form, if you go out and ask New Yorkers, would you sign this and would you hire a real estate agent or broker and pay them that fee if you didn't have to, there's no way that any more than a small fraction of them would say yes.
Okay, thank you. And next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Julie Menon, committee members, and Councilmember Chiosei. My name is Destiny Cruz, and I'm the New York City senior organizer at the New York Working Families Party. As a party of tenants, union members, parents, and working class people, we strongly endorse the FAIR Act. This bill, in its simplest forms, codifies whoever hires the broker pays for the broker's fee. Let's be clear, when the FAIR Act passes, brokers will still get paid. If the FAIR Act does not pass, millions of tenants will remain burdened with maintaining a portion of a broker's salary. I'd like to share the story of one of our WFP members, Kaylee Farish. Kaylee's rent went up 50% in 2 years. Unable to sustain the increase, she began her search for a new home, but couldn't find an apartment without a broker's fee. A couple of weeks before her lease was up, she finally found a unit listed as having no fee. She reached out to schedule an appointment and discovered that there was a $6,000 broker's fee on this non-luxury Lower East Side apartment. Accounting for the first month's rent, broker's fee, security deposit, and movers, her move easily added up between $15,000 to $20,000. Kaylee had to leave New York City and move in with a friend. It is nearly impossible for the everyday New Yorker to prepare $20,000 in a short period of time. Agents say that the FAIR Act will worsen the housing crisis because fees will be baked into tenants' rents. I implore brokers worried about increased rents to join us at the Rent Guidelines Board final vote, where students, professors, families, and everyday New Yorkers will see yet another sharp increase to rent-stabilized units, negatively affecting mobility across our city. Today marks a 5-day countdown on the message our local government sends to millions of tenants across New York City. Our strong city council.
Okay, thank you. If you want to submit your testimony, that would be great.
May I finish my last sentence?
Again, we're doing the same for everyone, so please, if you could just submit the written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next speaker, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Arturo Namorado. I am a member of PSC CUNY and also a sociology professor at Kingsborough Community College. And I'm a lifelong New Yorker and renter. First of all, our union is an absolute support for the FAIR Act. It is what's right for citizens of New York as well as renters and our students. But I would also like to share briefly my experience. 2 years ago, I landed my dream job at Kingsborough Community College, but the requirement is I had to move from Jamaica, Queens, my home, my place of living for years, to Brooklyn, to lessen my commute to make my job possible. After months of searching, my partner and I looked and for finding an apartment within our means, and I still had a commute of an hour. We were finally able to find an apartment that was within our means until we found out that we could not get the keys because we had to pay a broker's fee. We had to pay 1 month's security, first month's rent, and an additional $2,400, totaling my cost to $7,200 just to move in, to which I did not hire this broker, nor did I even see them physically for them to give me my key. This is not who I hired. And to the brokers in the room, let me just say this really briefly. I do not blame my students, nor do I charge them an extra fee to come to class. Nor do I blame them for my 1 year without a contract. That blame goes to my employer, who hired me. As a labor union, we sponsored this bill because we understand that the equivalent is the equivalent of speaking from both sides of your mouth to educate the next generation only to cripple them with the costs they did not ask for. We stand by our students and the working class members of New York, and we stand with all of you, and we please encourage that you pass this act.
Okay, thank you. Just one announcement. We have 40 speakers that have signed up in person. We have 13 on Zoom. I'm announcing this because we've been told by the Speaker's office that if we go past 4, we have to move rooms. So I'm just giving everyone that heads up, and that is trying to be good about the timing, but we may have to move rooms depending on where we are at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Did you have a question?
Just one question for Mr. Melkin. You mentioned in your testimony that there's an imbalance between what brokers are charging landlords and what brokers are charging tenants. From your experience as a broker, what are some examples of that?
Well, in my experience I've been doing this for, again, almost 20 years. In my experience across the board, landlords pay less for a broker fee when it's a no-fee listing, as do tenants when it is a fee listing. Why is simple. We've heard a lot of talk about market fundamentals here. Landlords, if they are asked to pay a higher fee than they would like to pay, have hundreds of agencies and thousands of agents and brokers to choose from to take their business elsewhere and shop on price of the broker fee. When a tenant is faced with a broker fee, What they want is the apartment. So first of all, they're already being asked to pay for something they have no interest in paying for. Next, if they don't want to pay that broker fee or want to negotiate it down, they've got no leverage because there are a line of tenants behind them who are already waiving checks. That's why we've had bidding wars over the last 3 years, and that's why it's going to continue to happen unless we do something about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're going to call the next panel. Michael Jacobs, Sheila Carroll, Jonas Stark, and John Preston. Thank you. Any other member of that panel that is still here, please come forward. If not, please go ahead. Thank you. You can begin. Thank you. Press the button till you see it red.
Hello, I'm Jonna Stark. I live and work in Queens. I'm a real estate agent. I don't know if there hasn't been much that has already been said, but I do want to just point out that there are a lot of costs to landlords in New York City that I don't think are costs elsewhere. Like, for example, I just rented an apartment where the building charges the landlord $4,000 every year. So the tenant was fine to pay the $3,000 broker's fee because the building is charging these landlords exorbitant fees. So if it's a condo, co-op, condup, it's just a whole different ballgame where they have more expenses than you would think. I just listed an apartment today. It's $5,500. Now, when you go on StreetEasy and look at it, it'll show comparable units. And the comparable units nearby, so this apartment is $5,500. I'm collecting the broker's fee because the owner has to pay 2 months of common charges to the building. So that's a whole nother, they have all these fees that you don't actually are aware of. But the comparable units are all no fee units. One's $6,510, one's $6,305, one's $6,130. So this idea that a no fee apartment is actually more expensive, it's really true. So the landlord said, I'll just charge you $5,500 if the tenant will pay the broker's fee because I have all these other costs. So it's a nuanced sort of deal where that's almost a concession, and it's actually really true. You say that landlords only squeeze as much as they possibly can. A lot of landlords don't. Mom and pop landlords don't. They want to keep a good tenant, and they're willing to take less rent, but they have a lot of costs, and they say, hey, can we work this out? If the tenant can pay this fee, I can charge less. And I talk to landlords all the time who are charging less because they want to keep a good tenant. So there's that. Also, other states charge 2-3 months security deposits. So the cost of moving, look at other states. Cost of moving is the cost of moving everywhere. It's a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to call the next panel. Katie Shane, Adam Grobert, Galloway, hold on, Esteban Giron, and Nadia Swanson. Please come forward. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead. Please begin. Thank you.
Yeah, I got it. Good afternoon. My name is Galloway, they, them, and I'm the advocacy manager at the Ali Fournet Center, an organization dedicated to supporting homeless LGBTQIA+ youth in NYC. Thank you to Chair Menon and Councilmember Osei for holding today's hearing, and also the ongoing support of the Council for Queer Youth Experiencing Homelessness in NYC. I'll be submitting longer written testimony to advocate for the passing of the FAIR Act, but this is a crucial piece of legislation that will help eliminate significant barriers for many New Yorkers seeking housing. As many of you know, AFC serves over 2,000 LGBTQIA+ young people each year, providing them with essential services, including housing assistance. Many of these youth are forced into homelessness due to family rejection, discrimination, and systemic inequalities. Finding stable housing is a critical step towards stability and self-sufficiency for many young people. However, the current requirements for tenants to pay broker's fee often places the burden on the clients. For many homeless queer youth, these fees, which can amount to thousands of dollars, are simply unaffordable. This financial barrier exacerbates this struggle, prolonging homelessness and prevents them from securing safe and stable housing. By passing the FAIR Act, we can remove these unnecessary obstacles and provide a fair path for housing for all New Yorkers, particularly those that are most vulnerable. Shifting the responsibility of the broker fee to the parties that hire the broker is a common sense solution that aligns with the principles of equality and justice, and it ensures the cost of accessible, affordable housing does not fall on those that are already not being able to afford those barriers, and it limits the affordability to it. Furthermore, the FAIR Act will not only benefit homeless queer youth, but also countless other individuals and families across the city who are struggling to make ends meet. It's the step towards creating a more inclusive and equitable housing market and where everyone can have a fair access to secure housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, how are you? Thank you to the committee, Chair Menon and Councilmember Osei. My name is Nadia Swanson. My pronouns are they, them. I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Ali Fournet Center with Galloway. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker. And so you're familiar with the Ali Fournet Center. This bill is really important to every New Yorker. It's important to me. It's important to my family and my friends. But I matter less than the 5,700 young people that are experiencing homelessness every day in New York City. And I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that eliminating the broker's fees are literally life-saving. This is especially important for the 16 to 24-year-olds at AFC who are working so hard to move through their traumas of abuse and family rejection, who fight through homophobic, transphobic, and racist barriers as they face to obtain education and employment. Last fall, we held a roundtable discussion with unhoused youth from various programs, sharing stories of fees being too high, brokers pushing them into neighborhoods they didn't feel safe in because of their vouchers, brokers ghosting our housing navigators, and then they end up expiring. All because EHV vouchers don't pay brokers' fees. If the voucher does pay, HRA doesn't pay on time, all of the fee, and they just want to get their 15%. We all fought so hard for vouchers, and we're so thankful to the council for that supermajority override for FEPS vouchers last year, but all that work won't mean anything if people cannot use them. One of the youths at that roundtable, and that I worked with for the last year in youth advocacy, spoke about how much the broker fees were a barrier and how hard it is to find an apartment without a fee. As time passed, he was able to find temporary housing, but his mental health declined and substance use increased to cope. That constant fear and exhaustion only exacerbates years of trauma, never allowing youth to get out of survival mode, having tremendous impacts on their health. I am devastated to say that in March, he committed suicide, and yesterday I attended the funeral his family organized on what would have been his 25th birthday, the day he would have aged out of DYCD RHY services. The amount of youth we have lost in a year because they're stuck in drop-in centers is devastating.
Okay, thank you. If you want to submit your testimony, thank you very much. Okay, next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Esteban Jaron. I'm a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union, and I also serve on the board of Tenants PAC. Thank you, Chair, and the members of this committee, and Councilmember Osei for this opportunity. The general membership of the CHTU is proud to support this legislation. Councilmember Osei's district includes areas where we organize, and he and his staff sought our input in drafting and developing this bill. Today, I want to direct my remarks to the brokers who oppose this bill. I reviewed REBNY's explainer video and talking points. Do they really expect tenants to accept that they, the organization that has done everything in its power to strip tenants of basic protections and destroy rent stabilization, that REBNY wants to protect renters from rent increases? The same organization that spent millions of dollars on lobbyists and a misinformation campaign to stop good cause eviction from becoming law and is still attempting to roll back the 2019 HSTPA? That's using our rent money to hire attorneys to help them undo rent stabilization at the Supreme Court? Let's be clear. REBNY does not want your rent to be affordable. Brokers, don't be gaslit by the wealthiest landlords and developers in the world who sustain their profits on your backs. The fact that your starting salary is $52,000 only proves that REBNY doesn't give a shit about you and is not acting in your best interest. All of you are workers, and a large number of you are renters who are being exploited at your jobs and forced to spend way too much of your income on your housing. The fact of the matter is that you have more in common with me than you do with James Whelan or David Brodsky or Stephen Ross. We should be on the same side. Tenants may not have millions of dollars to blow on lobbyists and consultants, but we do believe and fight for tenant and worker power. And considering we won the passage of right to counsel, the 2019 HSTPA, new good cause protections, and the rejection of every case brought against rent stabilization to the Supreme Court, I would encourage brokers to join our ranks and stop playing for the losing team. The CHCU urges the New York City Council to stand up for the rights of workers and tenants and brokers by passing this bill without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker on the panel.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Grabart, and I moved to New York 4 years ago to study at Rabbinical Seminary. My Jewish tradition teaches me that in Leviticus 25:14, when you sell property to your neighbor or buy anything from your neighbor, you shall not wrong one another. And later, Jewish law clarifies that this verse refers to overcharge. My tradition is clear. Price gouging is wrong. Beyond Jewish communities, this principle makes universal moral and practical sense for all New Yorkers. Forcing tenants to pay exorbitant fees up front for a broker they were forced to use and did not hire themselves at a time when their housing situation is most uncertain is exploitative. Personally, as a graduate student, I live on a fixed income. If I ever needed to suddenly move, paying current rates for a broker's fee would push me to drain my savings or need to leave New York City altogether. The council has a moral obligation to create a system in which real estate cannot extract additional profits from the limited funds of working class and middle class tenants. Moreover, REBNY members claim that this bill would tie their hands behind their backs. But let us be clear. Landlords do not need to take advantage of tenant vulnerability and drive up real estate profits. I also agree with Councilmember Osei's assessment that rent stabilization and market forces would negate REBNY's claims that this bill would lead to rapid increases in rent. Ringing of New Yorkers trying to make ends meet for the sake of profit is not inherent. It is a willful act that could be avoided. I implore the council to stop the ringing of tenants and to not acquiesce to the pressure of the moneyed interests. Please pass the FAIR Act now.
Okay, thank you. So one announcement, the Speaker's office has just informed us we do need to leave this room at 3. So what is going to happen is we're going to keep calling speakers. Then at 3 o'clock, we're taking a recess. The hearing will resume at 3:45 at 250 Broadway, which is a building across the street on the 16th floor. Again, we're stopping at 3. The hearing will resume at 3:45 at 250 Broadway, 16th floor. Anyone who wants to testify but can't stay can sign up to testify remotely or submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Okay, I'm going to call the next panel. Thank you. Adam Taha, Danielle Lewis-McClare, Jimmy Brett, Brian William, Deb Shahanfi. Please come forward if I called your name, if you're able. Okay. Okay, please begin. Thank you.
I'm it?
Yeah, you're it.
Do I get more than 2 minutes? Kidding. So, good afternoon, all. My name is Jimmy Brett, and I'm an associate broker with Bond New York Properties. My boss has just left. I came here today because I think it's very important to hear from people who have experience. I'm a broker. 30 years ago, in 1994, I helped my nephew Andrew open his first City Habitats office. City Habitats was the first real estate company in New York City devoted to rentals. He opened 19 offices, of which I managed 2 of them for a few years, and then he sold the company to Corcoran. I am overly familiar with rental industry in the city for the past 30 years. I'm a different kind of a broker. My entire business is representing property owners. I'm known, if you look on my website, as the property owner's broker. I know the mentality and the business model for landlords, management companies, building owners, both small and large, and individual apartment owners of cooperatives and condominiums. When they have to pay extensive taxes, rising insurance, rising Con Ed bills, and their staff and property upkeep, all of which have skyrocketed over the past couple of years, yes, they write the checks for these bills, but, and this is a big but, they raise the rent they raise the rent, so in reality, the tenants are paying for it. If you pass this bill, if you pass this bill, all you are doing is making the rents go up. The apartments that are almost unaffordable today are going to become totally unaffordable.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. We're now going to call the next.
Got to say one last thing, though.
No,
I can't?
no. Sorry, we're not going to do that. Everyone gets 2 minutes. The next panel is Yvette Vasquez, Sean Davis, Michael Matos, Anna Gardner, Rebecca Meldman, and Claire Beging. Please come forward. Thank you. Okay, please begin.
Good afternoon, council members and my fellow New Yorkers. My name is Michael Matos, and I am a U.S. military veteran. I'm here today to express my strong support for Intro 360, a vital piece of legislation aimed at improving the accessibility of housing in New York City. Intro 360 is designed to address the critical issue of housing accessibility in NYC. As someone who has served our country and continues to serve our community, I understand the significant challenges many veterans and low-income families face in securing affordable, stable housing. The high cost of living and limited availability of affordable housing options have created significant barriers for many NYC residents. According to a recent report by the New York State Comptroller, almost 3 million households in New York are dealing with housing costs that consume more than 30% of their household income, with 1 in 5 households experiencing a severe cost burden of more than 50%. Veteran homelessness remains a persistent issue. In 2023, there were approximately 1,500 homeless veterans in New York City, reflecting a troubling trend that has not significantly improved over recent years. Many veterans face unique challenges when transitioning back to civilian life, including finding stable housing. This legislation can play a crucial role in reducing veteran homelessness by increasing the availability of affordable housing. As a veteran, I have witnessed the struggles of my fellow service members in finding secure housing. Intro 360 offers a promising solution to alleviate these difficulties. Low-income families are disproportionately affected by the lack of affordable housing. According to the NYC Housing and Vacancy Survey, over 25% of low-income households spend more than half of their income on rent. Moreover, so-called affordable housing programs are often unobtainable for these families and Section 8 housing voucher holders due to various systematic barriers. The limited supply of truly affordable units means that many low-income households.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. If you want to submit your testimony, please do. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvette Vasquez, and I'm the Queens political organizer for 1199 SEIU. I am here on behalf of 1199 SEIU and our thousands of healthcare workers in New York City. I've listened to representatives from Bond, New York, whose revenue was $100 million last year, Douglas Elliman, whose revenue was $941 million last year, and I'm noticing in this room that there are workers on both sides saying that they need assistance. The brokers are scared that they're not going to make money, and the renters cannot afford it. When we negotiate, we go to the table and negotiate for our members' salaries, we go to the top, the people who have the money. We don't put that on the residents that they take care of. We don't ask the residents to pay their salaries. So we ask the billion-dollar healthcare industry to pay what they need to pay. And I implore the workers of these real estate companies to do the same. They clearly have enough money in the millions and billions of dollars that they bring in yearly. We need to work together to create affordable New York City housing with equitable and reasonably priced housing. We're urging the council to pass the FAIR Act to ensure that no one is burdened with unreasonable costs while trying to find a place to live. I'm blessed to have a good job, and it took me 6 months to find an apartment that was reasonable, and I still had to make concessions on that. I looked on all of these websites that they've mentioned today, StreetEasy, Zillow, and what have you. All of these rentals that are listed as no fee, every single one I went to turned out to have a fee. So just because they say that don't have a fee is not correct. You show up and boom, there it is. So I don't know where they got their stats from, but that is the case, and I just lived through it. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Gardner, she, her, and I'm a constituent of Councilmember Chiosei. I've been here since 8:45 a.m. today, and I'm grateful for the chance to testify. I'm testifying in support of Intro 360. I moved to New York 4 years ago to live with my sister after I was hospitalized during the pandemic. I had to quit my job upstate and had very little savings when I moved in with her. As I was recovering and easing into work again, I found my apartment on Craigslist that was in my price range. I was really not financially stable to sign my own lease at the time, but the apartment was rent stabilized near my new job and would go very quickly. On top of first month's rent and security deposit, I had to pay the broker's fee for my landlord. The only way I could pay the total of $4,500 was borrowing money from 3 of my family members. I was fortunate and privileged to have that safety net, a familial loan I could pay back on my own timeline without interest, but many, many, many New Yorkers do not have that safety net or savings. I didn't meet my landlord in the entire process of renting my apartment. The broker listed the apartment, gave me the tour, and he had me sign the lease at his office. I didn't hire the broker to do any of that. My landlord did. If I wasn't in a rent-stabilized apartment and my landlord didn't want to pay that fee and wanted to pass it on to me over the course of the year of a lease, I would be very amenable to that and would have been much more financially stable in that moment. I do think it's a fallacy of saying that these fees are going to be baked in indefinitely into rents. I think that there's different ways to go about this. I don't believe this bill is being presented as a solve for affordable housing crisis in New York, and I'm not looking at it to lower my rent. It's essential that this is an essential piece to a broader solution to alleviate upfront financial burden on renters who are living paycheck to paycheck, renters who are on the brink of incredible debt. This bill is for them, for us, for the majority of New Yorkers just trying to make it by. This broken system will be made more sustainable bit by bit with legislation like Intro 360. Thank you to the 33 council members, to the public advocate. Fair is fair.
Thank you very much.
Fair
You
is
want to
fair.
submit your testimony. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Julie Menon, Councilmember Osei, and the members of the committee and members in attendance. My name is Sean Davis, and I'm a resident of New York County, District 5. I'm also a staff attorney with Mobilization for Justice who handles housing court cases across the 5 boroughs. I am now testifying in my own capacity as a tenant in support of the FAIR Act. So we're talking about brokers' fees in the midst of a huge housing crisis in this city. We heard from brokers that this is a supply and demand issue. To call this a supply and demand issue simply is to remove all the nuance required to deal with this situation and moreover the housing crisis in this city. Nuance that the FAIR Act takes into account. Now, having said all that, I'm also not saying that all a broker does is open a door, but this act is meant to be fair to everyone. Speaking to my experience, I tried to move about a year ago, was hit with broker's fees, and I had to make the decision that it wasn't going to pay off unless I lived there a few years. I decided not to move. Other people are not as lucky. They get stuck renewing leases to avoid homelessness because what else are you going to do? That ends them up in housing court, and that's where I come in. Now, I made that decision not because I didn't want to move. It wasn't made because the housing that I, not the broker, located was expensive. It was made because I was trying to move to a less expensive apartment that turned out to be cost prohibitive when factoring in the broker's fee. Why should the tenant pay that? I have not heard a good answer to that today. Now, I touched on this a little bit, but to generalize the scope and give an idea of what New Yorkers are dealing with, This is having a real financial detrimental effect on working class New Yorkers. I'm going to skip a little bit here just for time. So I've heard the word options a lot from brokers here. They want tenants to have options. That's what this is about. It's disappointing to hear that. That is, I do not believe that to be genuine. They're saying that this would be bad for tenants. That is simply not the case. I also want to say that the broker asking you not to legislate in this arena, that was the most inappropriate thing I've heard in a while, and shows that they do not understand, even despite being able to organize, how legislation works. They also have no idea how vouchers work if they think it's so simple it could be done in a day.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. New York City has always prided itself on its forward thinking and commitment to innovation. Yet there's a glaring inconsistency tarnishing our city's reputation: the unjust practice of burdening tenants with exorbitant fees to brokers that they didn't even hire. It's time to put an end to this outdated and unfair system by supporting the FAIR Act. In a city where 2/3 of the population lives paycheck to paycheck, asking families to save for months, if not years, for a security deposit and first month's rent is already a daunting task. Demanding them to shell out thousands of dollars to a broker, often for minimal service, is simply absurd. Brokers lack the incentive to be transparent about property flaws, leaving tenants vulnerable. Why should tenants foot the bill for a service they didn't choose, especially given this risk? If landlords insist on hiring a broker, they may do so, but it is outrageous to expect the tenant to pay that bill up front, especially when they had no input in hiring this person in the first place. Opponents argue that landlords may offset broker fees by raising rents. While this might strain renters' budgets, it's a step towards fairness. Many New Yorkers endure substandard living conditions because they cannot afford the upfront costs of moving. Incremental rent increases, though challenging, offer a pathway for families to seek better living conditions. Others have brought up the fact that no-fee apartments are already available, but in my experience, the vast majority of these units are either scam listings in decrepit condition or way too highly priced for the average New Yorker. When I was searching for an apartment, I just was looking for 2 basic criteria: fitting my budget and having a reasonable commute to the school I teach at. There were only 2 apartments that fit these criteria, and I was forced to choose between a $2,000 broker's fee or a unit with 5 open complaints with the city due to rodent issues. The FAIR Act presents a balanced solution. Brokers retain their role while easing financial burdens on the tenant, who again did not hire them in the first place. I urge you to stand with the millions of New Yorkers you represent by supporting the FAIR Act, and thank you for your attention and commitment to serving our community.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you, Chair Julie Menon, Councilmember Chi Osei, and the members of the committee. My name is Claire Bigging, and I'm a resident of Cobble Hill, Brooklyn. In 2016, my husband and I were looking for our first apartment together, and we scoured StreetEasy listings for hours, signed up for multiple open houses, and viewed several different apartments. When we found the listing for our future 1-bedroom in Hell's Kitchen, we were one of many applicants, and the rent at the time was $2,150 per month. We knew the brokers were not working for us. They did not help us find the apartment, and their only job was to unlock the apartment and collect the paperwork for us. For this work, we paid our 2 brokers' fees, totaling $3,870 to the sole realtor who was showing this apartment. And we were also told that if we didn't quickly pay all fees owed, there were many other applicants in line behind us who were ready to take our spot and had already paid application fees. Including these 3 months' rent, the broker's fee, and the application fees, we needed $10,320 to move into a roach-infested 1-bedroom apartment in Hell's Kitchen. Without substantial financial help from my family, this would have been impossible for us. So if we care about the housing crisis that we are currently facing and about losing communities to gentrification, we need to take action on this issue. I urge the council to make our real estate transactions more fair and to pass the FAIR Act now.
Thank you. And Councilmember Osei has a question.
I just wanted to uplift Yuhat's point on, some of these brokerages making, over $1 billion or millions of dollars a year. To all the brokers that are mad at me in here, I really do urge you to maybe organize your brokerages. You talked about how you don't have health care and other things that you should have, in a place where you work. Organize those spaces. Put pressure on your employers that are making all of this money. Don't put that bill onto the tenants and the working class New Yorkers who live here and uphold our city. Thank you.
You're out of order. There is no speaking in the chambers. Everyone has their 2 minutes where they can get up and speak. Thank you. We are moving on. We have one more panel before we have to take a recess. So again, I'm going to call this panel. Then after the panel, we're breaking at 3. We'll resume at 3:45 at 250 Broadway, 16th floor. So the next panel, Tulal Madil, Philip Johnson, Elvin Rotman, Nina Lee, Eric Ross, and Marty Moore. Please come up. Thank you. The first one, and I apologize, it was hard to read the writing, Tulul? Tuval, is it a V? Yes, Tuval. So, sorry. Yes, Tuval. Thank you so much. Everyone has 2 minutes.
Let me know when I can begin.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Tuval Mo, and I'm a real estate agent at Corcoran, and I've been doing real estate in New York City, focusing on rentals in the city for the past 20 years. I was involved in thousands of rental transitions, representing the owners and renters. When a potential tenant goes now online to the major website, he can search by no fee or with fee. Everything is disclosed up front. And for the disgusting bad apples brokers that misleading, I would fully support a law that will punish them. That being said, if a tenant chooses to inquire a rent that is closed, it has a broker fee, it means the owner decided that for this apartment, he chose to keep the apartment rent low and have the broker fee paid by the upcoming tenant. The tenant that saw the apartment on the website that the agent paid for advertised with the virtual staging and photography that the broker paid for did not find it by himself. It was the marketing of the broker that allowed the potential tenant to find it. I believe I bring a different experience than the other brokers that came before me because for the first 15 years I worked just for renters and now just for owners. When I'm talking to owners I represent, we do provide them with 2 options. One, they pay the broker fee, and one when the renter paid the broker fee. When the owner pays the broker fee, it's always up 10 to 15% higher than the initial rent proposed. If the renter is paying the fee, and we take into account that the average renter in New York City stays 2 to 3 years, it shows that the average cost for the renters will be much lower if he himself paid the fee. And yes, we can also negotiate when there is no competition. Every New Yorker deserves housing. Not every New Yorker deserves to be in the best area of Manhattan getting $10,000 broker fee or rental for free. It doesn't work this way. We are now the most expensive city in the world. What do you think owners that worked all their lives to buy a property?
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Elvin Roitman, and I'm here to speak against Intro 360 for the millions of New Yorkers who have voluntarily participated in a rental transaction and thereby support the status quo. I'm also here for the many thousands of New Yorkers who work in real estate and small landlords, including the 1,500 who are right outside this building today, whose pocketbooks you are looking to plunder. This bill is anything but fair. It is despicable to think that the council is looking to punish the real estate agents whose average income is around $58,000 according to Glassdoor. By cutting their fees by 50%, which is reputably predicted, you're effectively placing them below the poverty line in one of the most expensive cities in the world. Agents are renters too. I find it entirely disingenuous for the council people, city government employees, and their preferred panelists to be testifying about 1 or 2 cherry-picked anecdotal horror stories, not to mention asking questions of panelists who are ignorant of the majority of transactions, and many are just downright lying, to paint the entire industry as evil, when the vast majority of agents are honest, law-abiding, hardworking New Yorkers, almost all of whom are members of vulnerable minority groups such as people of color, women, immigrants, Jewish, or LGBTQ+. My parents are proud immigrants, granted asylum in this beautiful city 45 years ago when they ran for their lives from a regressive, oppressive, authoritarian communist regime, and this legislation is leading us down a path to that hell. The landlords have all the power since they control the supply of housing. If they are forced to cover all broker fees, the rents will go up to absorb that cost in the first year and will be baked into the rents forever. even after renters have paid that fee off. And subsequently, more people will be prevented from acquiring housing. I implore you, don't raise the rent. I'm curious that this bill is being debated on one of the holiest days of the Jewish calendar. This seems like a tactic to prevent the nearly 1.5 million New York City Jews from voicing their opposition to this bill. To be frank, the reality is that we have a horrible affordability crisis in this city. The vacancy rate is below 1.5%, and this bill will make that significantly worse. Instead of actually building affordable housing, this legislation is being presented to obfuscate from the reality.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, speakers, members of the council. My name is Nina. I'm here to talk about affordability. You're saying that brokers' fees are an upfront cost that is preventing people from gaining housing. The real problem is that there are no affordable housing in the city as of right now. The AMI for 50% as set by HPD is $54,350 for a single person household. That would mean that an affordable apartment would be $1,300. $1,358.75. If you do a search on Street Easy for that, there's only 2 apartments in the entire city, fee or no fee, that meet that number. So the issue is not brokers, the issue is affordability. You're allowing major developers to build at 120% AMI, 80% AMI in new developments instead of at 30 and 40 and 50% AMI, which will actually help New York City people get affordable housing. Additionally, there are no broker's fee in affordable housing. If you apply to a housing lottery, if you are applying to subsidized housing, which is what is actually affordable to New Yorkers, you do not have a broker's fee. You're only experiencing that in market rate housing. And in market rate housing, you do have the option of what the landlord decides. Additionally, when you speak about the 44% of housing that is rent stabilized, please remember that there is warehoused housing in that 44%, which includes that 100,000 units that are offline right now. So it's disingenuous to tell people that it will not affect them. It will absolutely affect them moving forward. Brokers, a lot of brokers do not want to charge tenant fees. It makes our job so much more difficult. So if there's a listing that has a broker's fee attached, then it's because there was no other option. Our advertisement is already heavily regulated by Department of State, which indicates that we must include all upfront fees in our advertisements. For persons who are not doing that, please report them to DOS immediately. You should not be pulling up to a showing and getting hidden fees. So these are not things that you're fixing with this legislation because there's already regulation in place to prevent this happening to tenants.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, before I start, I would just like to request that Councilmember Osei actually put the laptop away, put the iPhone away, stop looking around the room when we're speaking, people in opposition of your bill, because I notice that's what you're doing in a habitual manner, and actually listen to the presenters, okay? Because you only listen to your side, not to the other side. It's disrespectful. I think I have to say the most important single thing that's going to be said here today. There were a lot of people that came out in opposition to this bill, okay? Who did you not see here today come out in opposition? The owners of the buildings, the landlords, okay? Why did they not come out here? Not because they don't have brains, not because they don't have means, not because they don't have lobbyists and lawyers. Put that laptop away, please. The reason why, put the laptop away and focus. The reason why they're not here, Councilman Osei, is because they realize that your bill will actually help them. In line with what everybody is saying here, the rent will go up. So they're actually passive about your bill or actually secretly in favor of your bill. They know that it will cause the rents to go up, which will redound to their benefits, increasing the value of their holdings and also increasing their bottom line year after year after year after year, because they will continuously recoup the cost that they outlay and keep the rent at the exact same level. And instead of recouping what they outlay, it will just go directly into their pocket. That's the reason why none of them are here, okay? So I think QED, you keep saying that rents will not go up, and in fact, they will go down. If the rents would
Sir,
go down...
there's absolutely no recording from the stand.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
you may continue. Thank you.
If the rents... If according to what you're saying, the rents would go down, you would have a room full, if you were right, you would have a room full today of landlords and owners protesting your bill. Okay, this is proof positive that the complete opposite would happen.
Thank you.
There were multiple landlords in this room today, though, self-described.
I can't hear you.
There were multiple self-described small homeowners who were in the room today.
I can't hear this crosstalk.
we're allowed to come in and interject questions, okay? That is
There were
absolutely the
multiple
council
people
prerogative.
from advocating on your behalf who sat on the panel and said they were landlords and homeowners, so that's incorrect.
They were real estate brokers. They weren't the institutional landlords, okay? Let's not mince words here. Let's not play too cutesy, okay? They happen to be both, okay? But that wasn't their line of business. Their line of business was real estate brokerage.
Okay, sir, it's now your turn.
Thank you very much. My name is Philip Johnson. The rent is too darn high, and this will only make it higher. So far today, we've only heard populist sound bites and political hand-waving, but I'm here to give you some facts, some actual numbers, and some math. In Bedford-Stuyvesant, a neighborhood represented by Councilmember Osei, the average price as of last week for a studio apartment with a fee is $22.75. The average price for a no-fee studio is $26.03. The no-fee studio is 14% higher. So when we were asking what the tenant is getting in exchange for the broker that they're paying, that the owner has hired, they are getting cost savings in year one, and they are receiving cost savings in each subsequent year that they renew. Perhaps in Mr. Osei's fantasy world, New Yorkers only live in their apartments for 1 to 2 years, and they move around constantly. That is not the case. Many New Yorkers live in their apartments for many, many years. Additionally, he's made allusions earlier that it's only fancy buildings in which this is the case. In Bedford-Stuyvesant, 63% of all pre-war buildings, not luxury fancy new developments, are no fee. And in fact, 50% of pre-war buildings that are under $2,500 a month for rent are also no fee. So it's not just luxury fancy buildings, Mr. Osei. Additionally, despite asking your office over the course of a year now almost for information about whether or not this would affect co-op and condominium taxes in New York City, I've received no actual research or response. So, condos and co-ops in New York are taxed based off the comparable rental properties in their neighborhoods. So, as we know that rents will rise from this legislation, so too will the property taxes of co-op and condominium owners in every borough of the city. So you're proposing legislation here today that has not only unintended problems for renters, both market and rent stabilized, but also unintended problems for co-op and condo owners. And despite asking your legislative director,
okay,
You did speak to my office a couple weeks ago.
and I never received, I was told in writing on August of last year that your office was going to do research on the matter, and they were going to send me your findings. I have the email, I'm happy to send it
And
to you.
you had a follow-up discussion with Elijah Fox a couple weeks ago.
That was a discussion with no findings whatsoever. You specifically said you would have research with findings.
I think we disagreed with your points, but I don't think there were no findings within that
I think,
conversation. But
since
thank you for
can't
your
remember what
testimony.
you said on TikTok, I think maybe you might be misremembering this as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now officially recessed. We will resume at 3:45 at 250 Broadway. Thank you.